Jump away, I'm falling for you, girl. 15 minutes in this club and you're already my world. Last call, let's be on schedule. Drop top like cheese, let your head.
On Holmes Drive, using the two pickup trucks, the three defendants in concert with one another as parties to the crime, falsely imprisoned Ahmaud Arbery, and then the shooting occurs. And they make the causal link back to count 4 for the felony murder charge. But again, the evidence in the case was that there was no place on Holmes Drive where the truck was used to block in Ahmaud Arbery. Where the truck is finally parked, as Agent Dial testified yesterday, I believe, under cross-examination with Kevin Goff, he conceded that there were escape routes. There were places Ahmaud Arbery could have chosen to run through yards, across a yard and onto Satilla Drive if he had chosen to. So how one can be falsely imprisoned when the case agent is testifying under oath that he could have kept on running. The truck itself did not impede his decision to turn right and run across this yard onto Satilla Drive and continue down Satilla Drive until he left the neighborhood, or until he encountered the police, which we also have heard with undisputed evidence was on Satilla Drive when the shooting occurred. So he would have run into a police car at the very least, and then possibly Matt Albenzi if that police car was not where the undisputed evidence says it was. So again, count 4 felony murder should fail because it's based on count 8, which count 8, it's fair enough to send to the jury. It's a disputed allegation, but count 4 can't be supported by it. Finally, counts 2 and 6 are connected, and our motion applies to them in this way. Count 2 is a felony murder, this time premised upon count 6, and count 6 is the allegation of aggravated assault with the use of a shotgun, a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit a 12-gauge shotgun. This one's a little stickier in this regard because the evidence has come out that Travis McMichael pointed his shotgun at Ahmaud Arbery on 2 separate occasions. There's been evidence presented by the state that as Ahmaud Arbery is running towards the back of the pickup truck, on the driver's side of the truck, Travis McMichael raises his shotgun, and then he lowers it and moves to the left front quarter of the truck as Ahmaud Arbery makes a couple of weaving maneuvers and then comes around the right side of the truck, and then the gun is raised again and this time discharged, and those shots are what were fatal to Ahmaud Arbery. The count does not specify here in count 6 which of those 2 gun raisings is the aggravated assault. Certainly the first one, where no discharge occurred, could not therefore have been the cause of death, and it could not support count 2 felony murder since there was no discharge of a deadly shot from the shotgun. And because the count doesn't specify, applying the rule of lenity, this should be read as applying to that, because that by itself could be charged as an aggravated assault. Had the case stopped right there, had Ahmaud Arbery stopped in his tracks, and the state had chosen to say, well, this is no citizen's arrest, this is just a garden variety aggravated assault. You're pointing a shotgun at somebody for no good reason. You didn't discharge it, you didn't kill him, but it still could be charged as an aggravated assault. Well, it certainly couldn't be ever, under those circumstances, the underlying felony for a felony murder if the guy was still alive, if no shot had been fired. So that aggravated assault, though, is still in play. It's been put in evidence. It's not charged in the indictment, or is it? We can't tell from count 6, because count 6 only refers to one act of aggravated assault with a shotgun. And I guess the jury will be left to presume that it's the second pointing that results in the shooting, which results in the death, which results in the felony murder of count 2. Those are my arguments, Your Honor, for a directed verdict on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you, Mr. Oak. Let's go ahead and address that motion from the state, and then we'll get to Mr. Bryan's motion.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, OCGA 1791 is the statute that governs directed verdicts. And there's also case law out there that, of course, the court is to view all the evidence presented at trial in the light most favorable to a guilty verdict and ask whether any rational trier of fact could have found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So that includes, Judge, not just direct evidence, but circumstantial evidence as well. In this particular case, all the defendants have been charged in this as a party to the crime. And of course, we've got directly committing the crime and then helping, which is intentionally aiding or abetting in the crime. And then we've got intentionally encouraging someone to commit the crimes. So we've got all of that charged together. Looking, of course, at count 1, malice murder, you may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in an instant, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. That, of course, is the current pattern jury charge 2.10.10 on malice murder. In this particular case, there isn't significant provocation. Mr. Arbery ran away from these men for 5 minutes, tried to get away, and was being forced down the street by Mr. Bryan in his dark pickup truck, accelerating towards him. He tries to go around Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael steps out into the street, blocking the street, pointing a shotgun at Mr. Arbery, and Mr. Arbery tries to go around the passenger side of the vehicle. Travis McMichael traps him and tracks him with that shotgun up to the front of the vehicle and basically encounters him right there. He's so close that Mr. Arbery, he passes this. He is so close that when he does this, he's instantly shot. Instantly shot. The video itself speaks for itself. There is that much time, and that shotgun blast goes off, and Mr. Arbery shot point blank. The trajectory was, as you saw from the medical examiner, right here, straight through. That's where the shotgun pellets are. That's where that injury is. So at this point in time, we have met the burden to prove no significant provocation except Mr. Arbery coming around the front. The medical examiner talked about fight or flight. And I understand the defense is going to argue, well, it's the victim's fault. He should have kept running. It's the victim's fault. He shouldn't have been exhausted. It's the victim's fault. He shouldn't have gone to defend himself. It's the victim's fault. He had all kinds of options and alternatives in the face of their 5-minute attack on him, and therefore it's his fault. But that's not what the law is. The law is about the defendants doing a 5-minute attack that eventually resulted in malice murder. How do you see the malice here? Abandoned and malignant heart. You take a shotgun, you point it at somebody, you track them around as they try and run away from you, and when they turn on you, you immediately fire and shoot. The state asks you to deny the directed verdict for malice murder for Travis McMichael and also for Greg McMichael. He is charged as a party to the crime. Greg McMichael had his .357 Magnum on him. He is also yelling at Mr. Arbery. We know that he previously had threatened Mr. Arbery with, "Stop or I'm going to shoot your effing head off." So he'd already told this man, "I'm going to execute you if you don't stop." So at that point in time, we've got Mr. Bryan coming forward. He sees the shotgun. He sees it pointed not only at Mr. Arbery, but it's actually pointed at himself because he's right behind Mr. Arbery. And he doesn't do anything. He doesn't stop. He doesn't slam on the brakes. He doesn't yell, "Oh my God." He doesn't swerve immediately out of the way to get off the road into a ditch to avoid the shotgun. He keeps going. He keeps accelerating. He keeps driving Mr. Arbery toward the man with the shotgun, thus aiding and abetting intentionally Arbery having to run towards a man with a shotgun. Mr. Arbery could not turn around. Mr. Arbery could not run away back because Mr. Bryan is accelerating toward him with his black pickup truck. Therefore, he is also a party to the crime of malice murder because it shows an abandoned and malignant heart on Travis McMichael's part and aiding and abetting in that by both the defendant, Greg McMichael, and Mr. William Roddy Bryan. With regard to felony murder specifically, as the court is aware, felony murder must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. This, of course, is from our new jury charges 2.10.20 on felony murder. And in this case, all 4 of the underlying felonies played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, because without those 4 felonies, Mr. Arbery wouldn't be dead. So we've got our old-fashioned but for, and that's what we're talking about here. Played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. But for these actions, Mr. Arbery would still be alive. So when we look at, specifically, I'll take them in the order Mr. Hogue went, we're talking about count 5 felony murder and count 9, which is criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment on Burford. The indictment reads, in violation of the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery, did unlawfully chase Ahmaud Arbery through the public roadways of Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks, did attempt to confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority on Burford using a Ford F-150 and a Chevy Silverado. So they attempted to confine him, but he managed to get away. They basically both used the pickup trucks. So we've got Mr. Bryan, principal, actively attempting to detain Mr. Arbery. We've got Travis McMichael in his pickup truck. Circumstantial evidence that he is actively attempting to detain Mr. Arbery because why? Mr. Arbery turns around from the white pickup truck and runs back the other way. And this is after Greg McMichael is in the truck yelling, "Cut him off, cut him off, cut him off." So at this point, we've got all 3 men acting in concert to attempt to confine him there. Well, how do they do that? They go ahead and do that by aggravated assault with their pickup trucks, by placing him in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury. Well, what does that mean? It means their actions, what were they doing? They're using these pickup trucks with the aggravated assault to confine and detain him. So the state has proven that they use these pickup trucks in a manner that would reasonably put someone in fear and apprehension of receiving bodily injury. What does that mean? They scared him. They scared him with the aggravated assaults. And that was part of the false imprisonment. We're going to scare you into stopping by using these pickup trucks to cut you off and run you into a ditch. They were doing it in concert with each other. I want to be real clear. The defense is attempting to conflate conspiracy, which is we pre-planned this thing, or conspiracy, which is wink and a nod. No, we're talking party to a crime, okay? Conspiracy is a completely different charge. We are going to ask for it, but in this case, this is a party to a crime, which is intentionally doing these things to aid and abet. Mr. Bryan's in his driveway. He intentionally gets in his pickup truck to aid and abet the McMichaels, who he sees are actively trying to detain Mr. Arbery in violation of his personal liberty, falsely imprison him. He's actually in the top of his driveway looking down. The white pickup truck, he can see it. Mr. Arbery's running back toward him. They can see that Mr. Bryan is now pulled out. They make a decision based on this to go around Holmes. But for their decisions on Burford, but for their attempt to falsely imprison Mr. Arbery would not be dead. The false imprisonment on Burford substantially contributed to his death because it's what made him stop running. They didn't allow him to run up Burford and on to Zellwood, which would have then led right out of the neighborhood. Because if he'd gone up Burford, gone over Zellwood, he'd eventually gotten to Satilla Drive and could have gotten away and he wouldn't be dead. So this substantially contributed. But for these actions on Burford, none of the rest of it would have happened. So what did happen? Well, he then has to run back. Mr. Bryan, of course, once again cuts him off. He then immediately turns up Holmes to get away from Mr. Bryan in his pickup truck, which has now cut him off from his route going out Satilla Drive. But for those aggravated assaults which were used to falsely imprison him there on Burford, he would not have been going up Holmes, which then led him to encounter the white pickup truck coming down Holmes. We have him trapped like a rat. He ends up with no place to go, and he ends up exhausted, fight or flight, turns around the corner, and is shot. So all of this led up immediately to the death, and therefore it's a question for the jury. And in this case, the standard, as the court knows, is we view all of the evidence presented at trial in the light most favorable to the verdicts and ask whether any rational trier of fact could have found that the defendant was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's for the jury to decide. They're going to go ahead and look at this, and but for those actions on Burford, would he have ever been trapped like a rat between two pickup trucks on Holmes Drive? No, he wouldn't have been. So it materially and substantially contributed to his death by getting us to that point. And this is all one continuous event. This is 5 minutes of this going on. So it's not these separate little vignettes. This is continuous. They're going around. Mr. Bryan's driving him this way. They're going this way to go ahead and capture him and trap him on Holmes. And that was their intention, all because they wanted to talk to him. So we've got that. We ask that you deny the motion for directed verdict on counts 5 and counts 9. Then we've got I believe Mr. Hogue then did 3 and 7, which is our aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Count 7, did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. Objects, devices, and instruments, when used offensively against a person, are likely to result in serious bodily injury. 2.20.21, aggravated assault with a deadly or offensive weapon. Assault another person with an offensive weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant committed an act that placed the person in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury. And then, of course, an offensive weapon is any object that is likely or actually does cause death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. It's not in dispute that a 5,000-pound lethal weapon like a pickup truck can cause serious bodily injury to someone. The question is, were their acts, what they did, such that it would put a reasonable person in reasonable apprehension? In other words, did what they do cause fear? Yes. Now, we don't have Mr. Arbery to go ahead and take the stand and go, yes, I was afraid. He's dead. But the jury's allowed to go ahead and look at this and go, okay, let's look at their acts. Did they commit an act that placed Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury? Yes, both direct and circumstantially, they did, with aggravated assault with these pickup trucks. So once again now, felony murder, we're back to our but-for situation. So but for them attempting to strike him, cut him off, run him into a ditch, impede him, run up next to him. I mean, Mr. Arbery's just running down the road, and they pull up with a pickup truck right next to him and start yelling at him. Stop, stop, we want to talk to you. So at that point, just that alone, is that an action that would put somebody in fear? I mean, total strangers have pulled up next to you. You don't have a car. You're running. That's a question for the jury. Now, the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks, the state feels Not a problem. Proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. Did it play a substantial and necessary part in causing his death? Yes. Now, as Mr. Hogue pointed out, at the time of his death, the white pickup truck, which had already been used offensively against him, trying to falsely imprison him on Burford, and then once again coming down Holmes Drive, goes ahead and passes Mr. Arbery. We know this, okay? Because what do we have? We've got Mr. O'Brien on the video. Mr. Arbery suddenly turns around. Now, whether you can see the white pickup truck or not, he suddenly turns around and runs back down. Mr. Bryan goes up, Mr. Bryan turns around, he comes back up, and the video's there, and what do we have? That truck is parked at the end of the road. Based on their statements, Agent Dialis testified they went up Zellwood and came down Holmes. That means they passed Mr. Arbery once again with that white pickup truck. He is pinned between the two of them, the black pickup truck and the white pickup truck, and then the white pickup truck passes him when he turns around and then parks in front of him. That is the aggravated assault. But for them using those pickup trucks in that manner, he would not be dead. Because he's trying to run up Holmes, and the white pickup truck's coming. He runs back down. Now Mr. Bryan's at the top of Holmes, and the white pickup truck's at the bottom of Holmes. He is pinned. Greg McMichael said he was trapped like a rat, and he knew it. That was what Greg McMichael said. So when he's trapped like a rat between these two pickup trucks, did that substantially, materially, did that play a substantial and necessary part in causing the death? It was absolutely necessary, because they had him between these two pickup trucks. They caused him fear. Actions put him in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury with the pickup trucks. And at this point in time, as a party to the crime, they've stopped their pickup truck. But Mr. Bryan hasn't stopped his pickup truck. Not at all. He is coming up behind Mr. Arbery. He is revving that engine. You can hear it on the video. And as a party to the crime, they can see that pickup truck coming. Seeing that pickup truck coming didn't stop Travis McMichael from pulling up that shotgun and pointing it at Mr. Arbery. And then he tracks him around and then shoots Mr. Arbery. The fact that Mr. Bryan and the McMichaels, as a party to the crime of the use of that pickup truck at that moment, it becomes felony murder for the aggravated assault with the pickup truck. The state will argue, of course, that the use of the pickup truck the entire time, but for that, he wouldn't have been where he was. But for all the actions that the McMichaels took in their white pickup truck, Mr. Arbery would not have been where he was and would not have been trying to escape this particular attack and assault. So we ask that you deny the directed verdict on counts 3 and count 7. Then we have, of course, count 4 and 8. This was the fourth one that Mr. Hogue mentioned. I'm going to pause for some water, Judge. Count 4 of the indictment, count 8 of the indictment. In violation of the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery, did unlawfully confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority. To wit, said accused did chase Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood, and did confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery on Holmes Drive using said pickup trucks. Greg McMichael's statement: he was trapped like a rat. He was trapped between the two pickup trucks. State has gone ahead and proven count 8. So how did that materially, substantially, and necessarily cause the death of Ahmaud Arbery? Because he's trapped between these two pickup trucks. He's right there in Holmes. He's running toward a man pointing a shotgun at him, and that man is relentless. He doesn't give up. He doesn't stay on the side of his pickup truck. So here we've got the ultimate confinement. And Judge, the ultimate confinement is death. Here he was ultimately falsely imprisoned because he was shot right there. Ultimate false imprisonment. But what they actually did is when they put Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension, fear of receiving bodily injury with the pickup trucks, they had him trapped like a rat. Once again, fight or flight. All he did was flee from these people. All he did was try and get away. But according to Greg McMichael, he was trapped. Greg McMichael is standing in the back of that pickup truck, yelling at him, "Stop, goddammit, stop." He previously told him he was going to kill him. He was going to blow his effing head off. So at this point in time, if he had not been falsely imprisoned and trapped between these pickup trucks, he would not have been shot. The killing is the ultimate confinement. And I get that the defense is saying, well, he had options and he should have run this way and he could have run that way. Well, they're parked right in front of that driveway. They didn't actually go up to the stop sign at the end. They parked in that driveway. He was going around this side. There's a driveway to a house right there. He comes around the very front of it. They want to make it seem as if he's the one at fault for not continuing to run. He's the one at fault because they made him afraid. He's the one at fault because he didn't want to get, I don't know, it would be speculation, but nobody wants to get shot in the back with a shotgun. He's already been told they're going to kill him if he doesn't stop. So at this point in time, falsely imprisoning him there and keeping and confining him there substantially and necessarily caused his death. Blaming him for not continuing to run on or him utilizing his options to defend himself is not really, how do I put this? What Mr. Arbery chose to do and his intent is not relevant. The acts of the defendant are that's what's relevant here. And trapping him like a rat between two pickup trucks, one of which he was actively running away from as it pursued him, forcing him towards the white pickup truck and Travis McMichael and his shotgun, that was actual false imprisonment because he never ever got away from them on Holmes Drive. He was killed. So it substantially contributed to his death. When we look at counts, so we ask you to deny the directed verdict as to 4 and 8. When we look at counts 2 and 6, once again, 2 being felony murder based on the aggravated assault with a shotgun. Count 6 is did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a 12-gauge shotgun. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. All right, so, Judge, I hear what Mr. Hoag's saying, that pointing the shotgun at him where it's up against here is an aggravated assault, and it is. And if he had never fired at him, if he'd just done that, he'd be guilty of aggravated assault. However, as you know, our Supreme Court has recently told the state, you can't go charging different moments in time in a continuous action. They've told us that. They said you can't do it. It's all one aggravated assault. There has to be an intervening factor, meaning, I think the one case that we're talking about is, it was an aggravated assault on a woman, boyfriend, girlfriend, and he went ahead and slashed her face. So we've got aggravated battery. Then there was an intervening time period where she got away from him. Then he went up and I think he stabbed her in the neck. Those were two separate things solely because of the intervening time factor. But the courts have said, meaning our Supreme Court has held, it's all one thing. But in this particular case, the state's not contending that it's two separate aggravated assaults. It's one aggravated assault when he pulled the trigger and shot him. So I just want everybody to be really, really clear. The state is arguing the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. And he attempted to cause a violent injury to the person when he shot him point blank in the torso with that shotgun. They are all parties to the crime of this. Because Greg McMichael's already threatened to shoot him with a, stop or blow your effing head off. Mr. Bryan sees that shotgun, sees it come out, sees exactly what's going on. We might not see it on the camera, but he's driving the truck and he's driving Mr. Arbery right towards that man with the shotgun, helping him to go ahead and commit this crime. So at this point in time, we've got the aggravated assault. Here, Travis McMichael actually pulled the trigger. Greg McMichael helped and encouraged Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael grabbed his shotgun in his driveway decision at his house, chose to bring that shotgun along, and Greg McMichael knew it. There's absolutely no evidence that Greg McMichael told him not to bring it along. Don't bring that shotgun. Nothing like that. Greg McMichael got into the truck with his son knowing he had that shotgun. This is circumstantial evidence. Greg McMichael's in the truck with Travis McMichael the entire time that he has this shotgun, both in the pickup truck, and then when Greg McMichael gets in the back of the pickup truck, Greg McMichael's yelling at Ahmaud, stop, stop. Greg McMichael's giving Travis McMichael, directions, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off. In the moment that Travis McMichael is outside, Greg McMichael can see he's got the shotgun. Stop, goddammit, stop, is what he's saying to Mr. Arbery. That is helping, intentionally aiding and abetting, knowing full well that the shotgun is being pointed at Mr. Arbery. And it's kind of encouraging. It's tacitly basically authorizing this and encouraging him, because he's not telling his son to stop doing that. You don't hear put the shotgun down. You don't hear what the heck are you doing? Don't do that. You hear stop, goddammit. Travis McMichael is driving. And the one thing that's kind of important here, Judge, is that Mr. Hogue, when it came to Greg McMichael's statement, actually asked Parker Marcy a question. And it was unobjected to by Greg McMichael's counsel, but I know the court noticed it, I noticed it. It was my intention, and I know it was my son's, to arrest him or at least to get him identified. There was no objection from Travis McMichael. So at this point, what's before the court, unobjected to by Travis McMichael's counsel, is what their intentions were here. And of course, they're going to argue, well, it was to arrest him or at least get him identified. So if this is Travis McMichael's intention, it was Greg McMichael's intention, and that's what they were doing, and they were doing it at the point of a shotgun. With regard to Mr. Bryan, Mr. Bryan never called 911. Mr. Bryan continues forward recording despite the shotgun coming out. Mr. Bryan says absolutely nothing on the recording. He doesn't go, oh my God, there's a shotgun. Oh my God, what's he doing? He doesn't, like I said, swerve out of the way and into a ditch. He doesn't put it in reverse and back up so he's out of the line of fire. He pulls forward and accelerates despite the shotgun coming out. Doesn't slam on the brakes, does not protest, does not yell, doesn't honk, doesn't do anything but keep driving forward, driving Ahmaud Arbery forward. We get to this location by Mr. Bryan pursuing Mr. Arbery, because as we saw in the video, Mr. Arbery had actually run away from the white truck again. Mr. Arbery runs, we see that. He's going down homes towards Satilla. Mr. Bryan goes up and he turns around. At this point, we actually see Mr. Arbery back at the blue mailbox, having turned around, being forced to run back toward the white pickup truck. Therefore, he helped by chasing Mr. Arbery toward the white F-150 pickup truck, despite Arbery's obvious attempts to get away from the white pickup truck. But he encounters Mr. Bryan in the Silverado, so he has to run back toward the white pickup truck. Once again, a party to the crime in making this happen. And we all know that even if your finger is not on the trigger, you can still be held responsible. I mean, we all know that the getaway driver who doesn't go into the convenience store is just as guilty as the guy who goes into the convenience store and pulls the trigger, because he's there to help make it happen. Help make it happen. And here we have Travis McMichael actually pulling the trigger, Greg McMichael helping to make it happen, and William Bryan helping to make this happen. Because without their help and assistance, without Greg McMichael, especially his encouragement, Travis McMichael would not necessarily have been able to complete this had not Mr. Bryan driven Mr. Arbery toward the parked white pickup truck. If Mr. Bryan had actually kept going and up around Zellwood, or had left, Mr. Arbery would have been able to keep running up Holmes and maybe get to Zellwood and Satilla. Thus, Mr. Bryan confining him there contributed substantially and materially to the felony murder and the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. So we ask that you go ahead and also deny the directed verdict for counts 2 and 6 of the indictment as to Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael. Did I miss anything? Thank you, Your Honor.
Any final word from the McMichael defendants on their motion?
Yes, just very briefly, Your Honor. Can you hear me from here? Citing the language in State v. Jackson, 287 Georgia 646, 2010, Georgia Supreme Court case, Justice Namias. We have also said that proximate cause is the standard for homicide cases in general, and then he cites cases and is quoting from Wilson v. State we set out the following test for determining causation in homicide cases. Where one inflicts an unlawful injury, such injury is to be accounted as the efficient, proximate cause of death, whenever it shall be made to appear either that, and there are three subparts. 1, the injury itself constituted the sole proximate cause of the death, or 2, the injury directly and materially contributed to the happening of a subsequent accruing immediate cause of the death, or 3, the injury materially accelerated the death, although proximately occasioned by a pre-existing cause. That one doesn't apply here. So the proximate cause issue in counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 is at the heart of our motion, and I think the state's failed to make that connection between the underlying felonies that are named in counts 6, 7, 8, and 9, and the accruing death based on this test from this case. And of course, that's a completely different problem than the malice murder, and I won't say anything more about that. So that's our response to the state's, our reply to the state's response.
I'm sorry, Judge, may I distinguish that case, having just heard it, not knowing it in advance? That case was a co-defendant felony murder case, meaning a whole bunch of people went in to commit a crime, and the victim fought back, and it ended up with one of the co-defendants murdered. So they're talking about proximate cause for the armed robbers, one armed robber being responsible for the death of his co-armed robber. That's what that case is about, not this sort of situation.
Well, I will just add that the next paragraph says, consistent with this general rule, which I just read, we have held in many cases and for many decades that the proximate causation is the standard for murder cases prosecuted under the murder statute codified at OCGA 1651. The particular facts of this case are immaterial. It's the rule that I'm talking about.
Mr. Goff, on behalf of Mr. Bryan, any directed verdict?
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, first thing I'll do is I'll formally adopt the very cogent arguments made by co-counsel in this case. And without tracking through those, but for Beth Brigmo giving birth to Roddy Bryan, God rest her soul, many years ago, but for that, Roddy Bryan wouldn't have been out there that day in his pickup truck. When we use this but-for causation, that there's a lot of baggage that comes along with that, and with all due respect to Ms. Dunikoski, it feels like they are stretching that term beyond recognition. The legal standard is proximate cause, and we'll come back to that in a moment, but when you look at it as proximate cause and not simply reducing it to two words but for, I think the court understands why the defendants are here making these motions. Your Honor, with respect to count 1, malice murder, I'm really at a loss here to understand, but it was the state that decided to present what we sometimes call a kitchen sink indictment to the grand jury, where every defendant is charged in every possible way with every possible crime in this case. That was a decision the state made, and I certainly appreciate the challenge to the court in trying to assess these issues. As I look at the malice murder charge, there is no contention that Roddy Bryan shot anybody. There's no contention that Roddy Bryan tried to shoot anybody. There's no contention here that Mr. Bryan is acting as a principal. This is, if I misunderstood Ms. Dunikoski, I'm sure she'll correct me. The entire theory here is aiding and abetting, third section of that statute. And where is it that Mr. Bryan is intentionally aiding and abetting the shooting? Because he's not. Now, maybe some decision came out of the Supreme Court last week or last month that I'm unaware of. But when I went back through Kurtz last night, or it used to be called Kurtz, Offenses and Defenses in Georgia, and the section on parties to a crime, I know the court knows the treatise that I'm talking about. You know, they list like 30 different ways that you can be a party to a crime, that you can be aiding and abetting in a murder case. But none of those are like the case before this court, which is why, although Ms. Dunikowski has cited this court well over 100 cases in oral argument, probably thousands of cases, and all the pleadings that have been filed and motions that have, and responses going back and forth, Ms. Dunikowski cannot cite to you a single Georgia case that is remotely comparable to the one that we have before the court. This isn't the case where Mr. Bryan is driving down the street in his pickup truck and Travis McMichael is standing in the back of it shooting at Mr. Arbery. This isn't that case. There is no case, and she can cite no case remotely close to this one. The closest cases that I've been able to find, and of course they're referenced in there, in what I call the distraction aiding and abetting cases, in which one person intentionally distracts another person while someone else behind them either takes a knife and stabs them with it or shoots them. I call them distraction cases, where you're aiding and abetting by distracting. There is no evidence and no suggestion here that Mr. Bryan's conduct has somehow distracted Mr. Arbery. He's well aware of the pickup truck in front of him from the video. He's well aware from the video that they are both armed. So, and Mr. Arbery is not shot with his back turned. That might pose a different and a closer question for the court. But in this case, unless Ms. Dunikowski can cite some Georgia case suggesting this, which I still don't understand, theory of aiding and abetting the shooting of Mr. Arbery, there simply is no malice murder case here. And, you know, co-counsel points out some pretty good cases on what the mens rea is required here. Where is any of that for Mr. Bryan? There's no malignant heart in this case. There's nothing from which that could be presumed. And, you know, that takes us back to the whole concept of a citizen arrest. If I understand the state's theory here, the state contends that the McMichaels, and I believe they're contending that Mr. Bryan was assisting them or aiding them in attempting to make a citizen's arrest, which in the opinion of the state was not authorized under Georgia law. And that may be true, Your Honor. But the fact that Mr. Bryan aided and abetted a citizen arrest, if he did that, doesn't establish malice in this case. It doesn't establish an intent to aid and abet an intent for a shooting. You know, and Your Honor, I would urge the court to ponder the larger implications of the legal ruling that the state is requesting here. Because in this one case, it might serve the interests of the state. But in the larger question, if 10 police officers respond to a call, 10 police officers pull their cars up around a scene, and they're there, maybe they're still moving, Your Honor, and inexplicably, a police officer discharges his weapon and shoots the person that they're after in the head. Maybe they had probable cause, maybe they didn't. But are we going to try every police officer who's present at the scene of an attempted arrest for malice murder because somehow in aiding and abetting an attempt at an arrest, lawful or unlawful, that translates into aiding and abetting the shooting that follows? That can't be the law, Your Honor. And we shouldn't be creating special rules of law. There are already enough of those. We shouldn't be creating any more special rules of law for one case, because we know the reality is that these things have unintended consequences and they take on a life of their own. We don't need to start down this theory that anybody who's attempting to arrest someone, which after the last legislative session is pretty much limited to police officers, that anytime police officers are attempting to arrest somebody, particularly if they're attempting to do so unlawfully, that they're aiding and abetting the arrest, lawful or unlawful, is aiding and abetting a shooting or other unlawful use of force that follows. There is no malice murder case as to Mr. Bryan. There is no authority for this case. Your Honor, the state wants to talk about but for. I want to talk about intervening factors. And before I do that, Your Honor, I would, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm just not smart enough to keep up this Dunikowski here, but the way Ms. Dunikowski is presenting this malice murder argument to the court is, in essence, collapsing malice murder into felony murder. What distinction is left here between malice murder and felony murder when Ms. Dunikowski makes these arguments? Because it's winding up being the same thing. Well, you know, he intended to shoot, therefore he intended to kill. Or he intended to falsely imprison, he must intend to shoot. How do we distinguish at the end of the day with the arguments made by the state between malice murder and felony murder? Your Honor, this is a case, and this feeds into the severance issue. And with all due respect to Ms. Dunikowski, I would humbly suggest to the court that if Ms. Dunikowski continues to proceed along this line with malice murder, and we go into the defense case here, we are going to have, at some point, antagonistic defenses that cannot be overlooked. The state, as I understand it, has not submitted a charge on manslaughter. My understanding that learned co-counsel from the McMichael defendants have not submitted a jury charge on manslaughter. And part of that, I think, well, there's different strategic reasons why people do things, but my point to Your Honor is, in terms of proximate cause, do we not have not one, but two intervening factors here, factors that are not reasonably foreseeable to Roddy Bryant? Maybe logically foreseeable in something that's conceptually possible, but not reasonably foreseeable in the sense that the law would imply. You have in the video, and unless I missed it, this part of the video the state contends is undisputed, uncontradicted. In the video, at the last minute, you see Mr. Arbery, instead of turning right towards the exit of Satilla Shores, he turns to the left. Now, it's not for me to judge or question why Mr. Arbery does the things he does, but when he turns left instead of right, regardless of his justifications or his reasons for doing so, that is an intervening cause, an intervening circumstance, I submit, under Georgia law. And at that point, it's not foreseeable to Mr. Bryant. It's not foreseeable that just like on the street with the police officers, suicide by cop is not reasonably foreseeable, nor is suicide by citizen's arrest. When Mr. Arbery turns towards Mr. McMichael, that is an intervening circumstance that breaks any causative chain here with respect to the shooting and death itself. Likewise, and I'm certainly not taking sides in this. It'll be for the jury and for the court to determine the guilt or innocence of the McMichael defendants. But at the same time, you have a second intervening factor. The first intervening factor is Mr. Arbery pivoting to the left instead of heading for the exit. The second intervening factor is Travis McMichael discharging his weapon. And I'm not questioning why Mr. Arbery is doing what he's doing. I'm not questioning why Travis McMichael is doing what he's doing. But what I'm saying is you have a second intervening factor, which is the choice of Travis McMichael to discharge his weapon. It doesn't really matter for purposes of evaluating count one malice murder if the court can see that whoever's in the right here, whoever's in the wrong, whichever party is using excessive force, maybe both parties are using excessive force, maybe there's some kind of mutual combat theory to be had out there. But from Mr. Bryant's perspective, in terms of proximate cause, in terms of what's reasonably foreseeable to him, none of these things are reasonably foreseeable. And I think the court understands the consequences if the court were to go down any other road. And if we're going to persist with this issue, we're going to wind up in a severance posture. It may be premature. We haven't heard whether any of the other defendants have testified yet. But I would submit the easiest way to resolve the severance issue is to grant the motion for directed verdict for Mr. Bryant as to malice murder. Moving on to count 2, felony murder, which is tied to count 6, aggravated assault to a shotgun. Again, the arguments come down very much the same way, because the state's position on malice murder is essentially, although not in so many words, collapsing into felony murder. Where is the intent on the part of Mr. Bryant to facilitate an aggravated assault with a shotgun? Again, it's one thing to say, if the state contends that's what the evidence shows, that Mr. Bryant is attempting to assist in a citizen's arrest, aiding and abetting a citizen's arrest. But there's nothing reasonably foreseeable about killing someone in a citizen arrest. Just as on the street, there's nothing reasonably foreseeable to police officers when a fellow officer, without cause, discharges a weapon, in these days maybe even a taser, and kills somebody. Again, there is no proximate cause, and there is no mens rea, there is no aiding and abetting the shooting. Now, Ms. Dunikowski wants to make a big deal of the fact that the gun is visible, that Mr. Bryant's truck is still moving, although obviously at a slow rate of speed, and therefore because he doesn't run in a ditch or he doesn't back up, that he somehow is now joining in the shooting. But again, I think as I understand it, the state's position is pretty clear, almost uncontradicted, that this is a purported attempted citizen arrest. Again, in the context of a citizen arrest, is the fact that Mr. Bryant is maneuvering his truck, and positioning his cell phone to follow Mr. Arbery and document what Mr. Arbery is doing. How does that circumstance, whether he's traveling at 2 miles an hour, 4 miles an hour, or 6, how does that establish his aiding and abetting the shooting itself? Because Mr. Bryant only has knowledge of the existence of the weapon, as we see on the video, at the very last moment. And still, at that time, from Mr. Bryant's perspective, even if he's attempting to aid and abet a citizen arrest, that's not the same thing as aiding and abetting a murder. I mean, would it be any, it's the same thing, Your Honor, whether Travis McMichael is shooting him or not, or whether he's pulling out a club and beating him on the side of the road with a billy club like a police officer would do. Again, how is Mr. Bryant's assisting, if that's what it is, in a citizen arrest, showing that he's attempting to aid and abet the shooting, aiding and abet an unlawful, excessive use of force in the making of an arrest? That's just not there. That's just not Georgia law. And again, the state says the jury should consider the fact that they had their guns drawn. Okay, well, how is Mr. Bryant, again, to know that they have any intent in drawing a weapon, whether it's in the down position, the up position? I'm not a use of force expert, but whatever position. Again, how is that telling Mr. Bryant that they intend to use excessive force, that they intend to kill him, that they're not trying? Maybe that's the state's theory, that they weren't really trying to make an unlawful arrest. They were just looking for an excuse to kill him, or they were just waiting for the opportunity, notwithstanding the fact that they've had lots of opportunities to shoot this gentleman over 5 minutes. He's clearly, in terms of proximate cause, when you look at the video, you see Mr. Arbery. He's well within range. He's well within shotgun range. He's also well within range of Greg McMichael's handgun at the time that Mr. Bryant is pulling up. From Mr. Bryant's perspective, he didn't have any reason to think they were trying or intended to hurt these people. They had ample opportunity to do that long before he got there, long before he pulled up. Again, I'm asking the court to grant a directed verdict on count 2, felony murder based on the underlying count 6, aggravated assault with a shotgun. Count 3, felony murder, aggravated assault with a pickup truck. Your Honor, although the statute defines the grounds for a directed verdict, I believe Ms. Dunikowski has acknowledged that it's not that simple, that the standard essentially goes back to Jackson v. Virginia. It's not just whether there's quote-unquote any evidence to submit something to a jury. There has to be sufficient evidence from which a rational juror could find guilty under reasonable doubt. There is a severe lack of evidence in this case. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryant intended to do so. What they're doing is they're basing that on words, and I'm going to incorporate here, for purposes of the motion for directed verdict, the arguments made in connection with the special demurrer in this case. And of course, those have also already been addressed to some extent by counsel for the McMichaels. Your Honor, there's no witness. There is no witness to what Mr. Bryant did. There's no video of an aggravated assault. It's all contradicted by the physical evidence in this case. And I don't have the citation in front of me, but with respect to aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, I think the case law, there is a case specifically out there that says speculation as to aggravated assault is inappropriate. And there are some times when there's insufficient evidence and where the jury is basically being asked to speculate as to what happened. And this is that case, Your Honor. And with terms of felony murder, again, you get back to the same issue. Assuming for the moment that Mr. Bryan was committing an aggravated assault with a pickup truck down on Burford, how does that establish, how is that the proximate cause of a felony murder that takes place down on Holmes Street later? And for the jury to be able to return a verdict, because of the way this indictment is phrased, the jury can return a verdict of guilty without specifying where it takes place. How do we know that the jurors, certainly all 12 of them, have made a decision as to that? Because without that, how can they make a determination as to proximate cause? This is a huge problem. And I'm going to get back to count 7 in a moment. But in terms of felony murder, there's just no proximate cause here. It's not reasonably foreseeable. And it's a huge stretch to say that what Mr. Bryan is doing out there in his truck is causing the death. In fact, I think the McMichael lawyers have already pointed out that their truck is stopped. It's not even moving. And Ms. Dunikowski talks about revving the engine, but I think the video speaks for itself. Certainly Mr. Arbery is not assaulting at this time. Your Honor, there's no proximate cause. There's insufficient connection to the death. I'm going to turn to count 4, felony murder, which is based on false imprisonment. Your Honor, I do believe that there was a special demurrer filed in this case previously about false imprisonment. And if I recall, the court cited a case, and I don't have it in front of me, about you can imprison with a pickup truck. My recollection of that case was a case where not just where someone was being chased, but where they actually were struck and went over the hood, and then the person in the car got out and did a stabbing. That's certainly factually distinguishable. But again, what is it if the false, at the time of the shooting, there is no false imprisonment, Your Honor. At the time of the shooting, Mr. Arbery, to borrow a football phrase, has broken containment. He is past both trucks at that point and has a clear line to the exit to the neighborhood. So I don't understand how you have how you can have proximate cause between a false imprisonment, if that's what it is, and the shooting itself. And because there isn't. I'd also contend, notwithstanding Georgia law to the contrary, that false imprisonment is not the kind of felony that will support a felony murder charge. There are other jurisdictions that disagree with Georgia, and that can, under their laws, they do not view false imprisonment as a violent offense. That would be a felony you could base a false imprisonment on. I certainly want to preserve that argument, because it's just, I guess the best way to phrase it in terms of Georgia law is false imprisonment really is more like a status offense than it is a violent offense. And in that respect, it should not be the underlying felony for a felony murder charge. We still have issues with the mens rea. We still contend that the false imprisonment is unsupported factually. But again, in terms of foreseeable, how is the shooting, Your Honor, reasonably foreseeable to Mr. Bryan, assuming that there is a false imprisonment? How is the shooting itself? It's one thing to say that Mr. Bryan aided and abetted a false imprisonment. That's not the same thing as saying he aided and abetted a shooting. And that, again, goes back over ground I think I've already covered, and I won't do that to the court again. Count 5, felony murder. Again, we contend that criminal attempt to commit felony murder is not the kind of offense upon which a felony murder charge can be predicated. We would suggest to the court that is even a step further removed from false imprisonment itself, and that furthermore that the attempted false imprisonment is not the proximate cause, again, of the shooting or death of Mr. Arbery. There are real problems there with the causal link. Count 6, aggravated assault with a shotgun. Again, there is no aiding and abetting for Mr. Bryan. Aiding and abetting a citizen arrest, even if unlawful, is not the same thing as aiding and abetting a shooting. And I won't go back down that ground any further. Count 7, aggravated assault with the trucks. Co-counsel has already spent a good bit of time addressing this. I've addressed it in the special demurrer. It's troubling to me that the state comes in here when 3 police officers, Your Honor, 3 seasoned police officers, well, 2 well-seasoned, 1 we could argue about, all interview Mr. Bryan, and that's the basis of this count, is Mr. Bryan's statements himself. There's no other evidence other than that in this case. And all three of these officers interviewed Mr. Bryan, or talked to Mr. Bryan at length. All 3 summarized those interviews. None of them refer to Mr. Bryan's conduct as an aggravated assault. None of them do that because it's not there. The jury, Your Honor, is required to get to the truth of the matter. It's not just the words that Mr. Bryan uses, which anybody's words can be twisted out of context. It's the context in which they're given. It's the meaning that's meant to be conveyed. And it's clear from the testimony of the state's own witnesses that that meaning is not there. There is no aggravated assault with Mr. Bryan. And I'm jumping back and forth here, I guess, make sure where I am. Your Honor, the evidence is, in terms of the speed, for example, that while the state refers to Mr. Bryan as chasing, that the evidence is on the video is at 2 miles an hour. Your Honor, with respect to count 8, the false imprisonment, the indictment alleges, and the state is stuck with the language in the indictment, that that the confinement and detainment occurs on Holmes Drive. But the evidence that the state is relying on is coming from Burford, and he can't be convicted at this point of that. And how the court would charge the jury, I have no idea. Your Honor, on count 8, the false imprisonment, I talked earlier about the breaking containment. There is some Georgia case law out there, and for example, I guess this is the best analogy I can come up with here. In a bank robbery, when an individual committing a bank robbery pulls out a gun and tells everybody to get down on the ground, under Georgia law, that is a false imprisonment because they get on the ground. But this case isn't the case where they get on the ground. Mr. Arbery never submits to being arrested. And in this case, this is what the state is pursuing here is the equivalent to someone in a store saying, everybody get down on the ground, and the person just continuing to run right out the door. That's what we have here, and that is not a false imprisonment under Georgia law. And again, if Ms. Dunikoski has a case citation for this court to any Georgia case that is remotely factually close to this one, I'm sure she'll present it, but I can't find it. Your Honor, attempted false imprisonment, that's count 9. We contend that the evidence is simply insufficient to submit that matter to the jury. Moreover, we think the evidence that was presented during the state's case in chief shows affirmatively abandonment. That Mr. Bryan has abandoned this chase, as they call it, and the video itself, I think, demonstrates that at the time of the shooting, Mr. Bryan is simply a witness to the shooting itself and to those events. And under those circumstances, we believe that he is entitled to have an acquittal as to count 9 and all the other counts in this indictment. We would ask that a directed verdict be granted on all counts and that Mr. Bryan be released forthwith.
Before the state responds, could we break briefly for restroom?
Yeah, it's going to take a 10-minute recess. So let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 10 of. Thank you.
And what happened was Mr. DeFleur opened the door when she started paying him $200. So then it was like, Aaron and both. Right. Right. So, last night when I seen you, and everybody was like, John will never come on the platform. Yeah, because he had no. You ain't see that. Every time I went at Don Russell ass, and I'm asking questions that he was scared to answer, that the boss get jumped in. Like I told the boss, like himself, nigga, if you say I threaten motherfuckers, nigga, I threaten you. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no, 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 listen, listen, listen. I was getting that time for the shit that she was doing. And I ain't gonna lie. Time is a shit star, man. Now to see now, now to see check it. You don't know what all was going on. This all started over on another platform. And and I told Ty, like, we can have a difference of opinion, but just be respectful. And then she gonna say, R. Kelly gonna die. Hold on, hold on. That was what I had to show. What's a rap? What's a rap? I ain't never fucking with you. I ain't never fucking with you. Oh, well, damn.
Goff talked a lot about citizen's arrest, and that being the defense in this case, but there hasn't been any evidence that anyone was making a citizen's arrest. Citizen's arrest was never said by any of these three defendants at any point in time. The evidence that's been presented is that Mr. Bryan and Mr. Gregory Michael never once said, we're making a citizen's arrest, that we're placing him under the arrest for the crime of this, that we saw him commit a crime that day. That was not it. It was all, we wanted to stop and talk to him, and then we wanted to detain him. In fact, Mr. Rubin said in his opening statement that the intent was to detain him so that the police could show up and do whatever they were going to do after the detention. It's not citizen's detention, it's citizen's arrest. So while he talked about that, that is really not something to be considered in a directed verdict motion. And just because a set of facts hasn't yet been specifically identically brought before a court, these sets of facts, no two cases are going to have the same set of facts. They're just not. And so the fact that there is felony murder based on false imprisonment case law out there, where someone has been found guilty of felony murder based on false imprisonment, someone's been found guilty as a party to crime based on aggravated assault with a shotgun, someone's been found guilty of party to a crime for aggravated assault with a motor vehicle. Those cases are out there, maybe not with these specific facts. So that argument doesn't really hold water either. In this particular case, when it comes to Mr. Bryan, and this will apply for all of the charges here, once again, it's party to a crime, and that means intentionally aid and abet. His statements to Agent Seacrest, and actually at the scene to Officer Minshew, were about, I thought they had done something, I thought I was trying to help them get this guy, false imprison this guy, capture this guy. And that was what his intent was. It was to falsely imprison this particular person, and he intentionally used his vehicle to go ahead and do that. Both on Burford, when he intentionally committed an aggravated assault, putting Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury as part of his attempt to falsely imprison him on Burford. Those two things contributed to his death, because but for those things happening, Mr. Arbery would still be alive. So it is, as the pattern charge will be given, his actions played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, because without him doing those things, Mr. Arbery would not have been trapped like a rat over on Holmes Drive between the two pickup trucks. As we noted before, malice chased him through the public roadways in the pickup trucks, tried to stop him, cut him off at the pickup trucks. He drove him into a ditch. He assisted pinning him between the two pickup trucks, trapping him like a rat between the two pickup trucks. Mr. Arbery had not threatened anybody, had shown no aggression. Mr. Arbery had no weapons. He was totally unarmed. And here, Mr. Bryan never called 911. He continues pursuing Mr. Arbery. Mr. Bryan never says anything on the recording. He pulls forward despite the shotgun coming out, despite the shotgun being pointed at himself, doesn't slam on the brakes, doesn't yell, doesn't protest, doesn't honk, just keeps driving forward, driving Mr. Arbery forward. He helped to get Mr. Arbery to this location by redirecting him up Holmes. The most important thing is when you have common criminal intent, and here the state's position is that as parties to the crime, there's common criminal intent to attack Mr. Arbery via false imprisonment, aggravated assault with the pickup trucks, aggravated assault with the shotgun, and false imprisonment ultimately on Holmes. And that common criminal intent to do all those things, not necessarily the conspiracy. I'm not talking about conspiring in advance and coming up with a plan as we sit around the kitchen table. We're talking about what they actually did, acted in concert with each other. The white truck came down Holmes. Mr. Bryan was going up Holmes. Mr. Arbery had already turned around and was running back, and the white truck passed him. Mr. Bryan did not abandon this. He turned around. He kept going, and then he accelerated to catch up to Mr. Arbery, passed the blue mailbox, saw the shotgun, and kept going. Common criminal intent, which resulted in malice murder, resulted in all the felony murders. All of his actions did substantially contribute to the death of Mr. Arbery, and they were necessary, because without those actions, Mr. Arbery would be alive. We ask that you deny the directed verdict for all of the counts as to Mr. Bryan. Thank you.
Any final word from Mr. Bryan?
Your Honor, when the state is constrained to acknowledge that they have no legal authority for their position, for example, on malice murder, then I think the court should take seriously the motion to grant the directed verdict. There is no malice murder case against Mr. Bryan. With all due respect to the state, there never was. There are some other issues in the case that are more challenging and more troubling, but that's an easy call. I think it's an easy call on count 2 felony murder for Mr. Bryan only. Again, the state has no fault. It doesn't even pretend to give an explanation as to how Mr. Bryan, thinking that he's aiding a citizen arrest lawfully or unlawfully, how that translates into an intent to shoot or an intent to injure. And it's deeply troubling to me that the state can't have the candor to acknowledge to the court that maybe in retrospect, counts 1 and count 2 as to Mr. Bryan were not well thought out. There's no proximate cause. There's no reasonable foreseeability here. I'm impressed with the argument that was made, but still, Mr. Bryan is entitled to a directed verdict, certainly on count 1, almost certainly on count 2, and arguably as to every count in the indictment. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I apologize profusely. I had pulled up the case and I forgot to cite it. And it is both the state of Georgia, well, Moore versus the state and Milburn versus the state. It is 311 Georgia 506. And in this particular case, a group of men wanted to rob a drug dealer, and one person stayed downstairs to keep the boyfriend away while they went up to go ahead and search the apartment. Unfortunately, the girlfriend was in the apartment, and the two that went up there, one executed the girlfriend. They came downstairs. The state obtained a malice murder conviction on the man downstairs who simply kept the boyfriend from protecting the girlfriend upstairs. And that is a case that does show someone who doesn't have their finger on the trigger, who's downstairs doing some other action, the same sort of criminal intent, which we feel that's here, same criminal intent to falsely imprison, aggravated assault with the trucks and with the gun, can be convicted of malice murder. And that's the case we cite too. I apologize for not having brought it up earlier.
Mr. Crowe.
Sorry, was there a citation for Milburn, or are we abandoning that at this point?
No, Moore and Milburn are co-defendants, and it was a combined case, and
Okay.
so it is the same case. 311 Georgia 506 out of Cobb County, 2021.
Again, Your Honor, that case doesn't even get close here. That is in line with the other cases, what I call the distraction line of cases. It's basically the same thing. In this case, it's distraction plus, in that the person who's being charged is holding, basically, a third party who could otherwise and would otherwise go to the defense of the person who's killed. Mr. Bryan is sitting out there in his truck armed only with a cell phone. He's not holding anybody back. He's not saying, Mr. Albenza, you stay back there. There's nobody else on the scene. This is a case where someone is actively preventing this. Moore v. State is a case where someone is actively preventing a third party from coming to the aid of the person being killed upstairs. That is completely irrelevant and totally off base. And again, Your Honor, if that's the best the state can present to the court, then I think the court is constrained to grant the directed verdict as to count 1.
All right, I've heard the arguments and presentation of counsel on the motions for directed verdict under 1791A, the court considering the appropriate standard after the state's rested. is denying the motions for directed verdict of the McMichaels defendants, the collective motion made by Mr. Hoag, as well as Mr. Bryan's motion for directed verdict as presented. The court also has the demur to address. So the court, having reviewed the demur, it looks like it does raise a slightly different issue than what had been presented previously in the demurs that have been filed, specifically the contentions that count 7, and this is paraphrasing, combines multiple violations or different violations under the same statute in a variety of ways with numerous defendants. This is the allegation. In such a manner that cannot be reasonably countered at trial. And I've reviewed count 7, which does apply to all 3 defendants. It's the aggravated assault. In this particular case, the defendants are charged as parties to a crime. Having reviewed the language of the indictment itself, it is in the conjunctive. Court, looking at cases such as Moore v. State, 319 Georgia App 696, and Straker v. State, 259 Georgia App 904, as well as Muhammad v. State, 307 Georgia 89. After considering the submission of counsel as well as arguments made, denies the demur. The next matter I have before the court is the defendant's presentation of evidence and choice to testify. So what I'm planning to do is get into Mr. Bryan's opening statement and then get right into evidence. I'm assuming we would start with Travis McMichael, or I didn't know whether there was going to be a combined presentation. Has there been any discussion about that?
Joe, we're going to begin with our witnesses, and so to the extent that they serve both Travis and Greg McMichael, they may or they will. And I think that we will be handling all of the witnesses for that joint kind of presentation.
I'm just trying to think of how that then is presented as we get started with the jury.
And it would probably be something to the effect of we rest, and then if the
adopts.
Hoags need to do anything, then they could, or they would just say we also rest, and then Mr. Bryan.
Okay. That makes sense. I understand how we'll present it then. Then I guess with that being how we're going to move through this. Go ahead, Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, we do have 2 matters to put on the record before we bring the jury back in.
Let's get through what I'm trying to get through that. What I'd like to do then is, has there then been discussion, counsel for Travis McMichael, about his right to testify and his intent with regard to testimony in the court?
Yes, we've discussed with him that he has the right to testify or not. He has expressed to us that he understands that very clearly, and he will elect to do so or not do so. The court certainly can inform him that he has the right and that he's presumed innocent and all that, but we've discussed that with him already.
All right.
The court wants to make sure he's informed, right?
Right. I want to make sure he's informed. So generally what I'll do is swear the defendant in and walk through a few questions to make sure that I'm comfortable with his understanding of what his rights are, since it is his decision and his decision alone to testify. Right. So that's the court's general course. We can do that. I guess what you're saying is at this point, no decision's been made, or there has been?
We're asking the court not to ask him if he's going to testify or not, but the court can inform him of his rights.
Okay. Well, I might have to circle back then as we get into the evidence just to make sure that I'm clear about where we are, but I would like to generally make sure that that discussion has occurred.
Yes, Your Honor, same thing. We have made Mr. McMichael abundantly clear, and of course he already was aware of his rights, the dangers, the pros, the cons, and he understands that it is his decision to make, but we would not be allowing, respectfully, the court to inquire of him of that decision until he's made that decision. He'll either take the stand or he won't, and that will inform the court and the rest of the folks of what decision he's made.
Well, I'm going to wait then to swear the defendants, my understanding, then the well, no, let me just do this. I'll make it a much more general inquiry then, just to make sure that the defendants have had that opportunity. If they wish to take any additional time, they can do so. All right. All right. Let's do that then. What I'm going to do is just swear each one of the defendants in for the limited purpose that I just described, and we should move through this relatively quickly. So, if I can get all three defendants just to please stand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. I do. That's a yes or no. I do. All right. Travis McMichael. Just want to make sure that you understand before we get started that I have no opinion on this whatsoever. The only reason that I've sworn you in this morning is to make sure that I have a understanding of your knowledge with regard to your right to testify in this court. I'm going to ask you some questions. None of those questions are intended to ask what specifically you have discussed with your lawyers. You have a privilege with your lawyer. I want just some basic understanding of what you know about your right to testify in this court. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What is your highest level of education?
12th grade graduate high school.
All right. And I understand you have already spoken with your attorney already about your right to testify in this court.
I did.
And you understand that you do have a right to remain silent in this court?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what that means is that you have the right not to take the stand and testify, and nobody can make you testify in this court. Do you understand that?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
The right to testify in this court before this jury is your right, and therefore it ultimately is your decision and your decision alone whether you do or do not testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
No matter what your lawyer may have told you, and again, I don't want to get into any of that, ultimately it's your choice.
That's correct.
You understand that if you do testify, you'd be treated like any other witness in this court, which means that not only would you be able to testify on direct examination with your counsel, but you would be subject to cross-examination by the state.
Yes, sir.
Do you need any additional time to speak with your lawyer about your right to testify in this court?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. McFarland. Again, I have no opinion either way. You understand that. I won't go through all that prefatory that I just did with Travis McMichael. Again, I'm just trying to ensure that you understand what your rights are before this court. With regard to your education level, what's your highest level of education? Okay.
Some college.
And I understand you have already spoken with your attorney already about your right to testify in this court.
I have.
You understand you do have a right to remain silent.
Yes, sir.
And that what that means is you do not have to take the stand in this court. And I probably should have mentioned when I was going through this with Travis McMichael, if you choose not to take the stand in this case, the court will instruct the jury that they can't hold that against you in any way. Again, lawyers, you've had this discussion with your lawyers. You understand, though, ultimately is your decision and your decision alone whether or not you do or do not testify in this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you had a full opportunity to discuss the matter with counsel?
Yes, sir.
Do you need any additional time to speak with counsel? All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Bryant. Again, what is your education level?
12th.
And again, you do understand that you have a right to remain silent in this court,
Yes, sir, I do.
that you cannot be compelled to testify before the panel if you don't wish to.
Right, yes, sir.
You can testify before the panel, you understand that?
I understand.
And the decision to testify or not testify is ultimately your decision and your decision alone,
Yes, sir.
no matter what you may have discussed with counsel.
Yes, sir.
And did you have a full opportunity to discuss with counsel your right to testify before this court?
We have.
And you understand that if you do testify before this court, you'd be treated as any other witness, which means that the state will cross-examine you.
I understand.
And you understand that also if you choose not to testify, the court will instruct the jury that that cannot be held against you in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you need any additional time to speak with counsel about your right to testify in this court?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goff, you indicated you had 2 matters before the panel comes back.
Yes, Your Honor. Since we last broached the subject, I would note that an individual that matches the general height and build of Pastor Mark Baker, a local pastor. I believe in jury selection, he was referenced by one of the jurors or potential jurors as having had the Attorney General of Georgia, Chris Carr, as a guest at his church where this case was discussed. I saw what I believe was that young gentleman, a pillar of our community, I would add, in the back of the courtroom yesterday, and I can't say that I see him now, but I thought I saw him out in the hallway. I would also note it's unclear whether he is a member of the Community First Planning Commission, one of the 21 black pastors. Of course, that is not just black pastors. There are other white pastors who've been in and out of the courtroom. I believe yesterday afternoon, I could be mistaken because I've never had the pleasure to meet her personally, but I believe our local rabbi, a white female, who's also been active in the social justice movement here, for lack of a better word, was present in the back of the courtroom. Given the court's rulings, and I'm not questioning the rulings of the court, of course, we're unable to document who actually is in the back of the public gallery, in the back of the courtroom. But then this morning, I believe, as much as I'd like to see him, I regret the circumstances, the Honorable Right Reverend Jesse Jackson is here yet again in the back of the courtroom. And there has been no indication yet from the state or anyone else that he is actually here in a capacity as a minister, given his remote location from this area. I am, again, separately and independently from any of the prior motions for mistrial, moving for a mistrial in this case. Again, the developments of yesterday afternoon and today, in conjunction with all that has gone before, reasonably called into question whether the defendant Brian can receive a fair trial in this matter, notwithstanding the best efforts of this court to ensure one. And we are therefore moving for, again, for a mistrial.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
We're not joining on mistrial, Your Honor, but I think that it's prudent to recognize the limitations that the court set for who will be sitting in these rows, and that we do have the overflow room for the general public. I think it's been made abundantly clear that the people who are joining the Arbery family are part of a larger conversation that is happening nationally, that has been funneled down into the community, and so they represent a national conversation that is for the conviction of the defendants. And for that reason, I think that they should not be present in the courtroom where the jury can see them and be reminded of the national conversation. That is an improper influence on the jury to the extent, and I'm sure that they would recognize throughout the course of their lives, that they have had this type of impact on communities nationally and locally. And for that reason, I think it's more prudent to have them join the public in the overflow public room so that the risk of influence isn't present. Thank you.
Greg McMichael joins Travis McMichael's motion.
That would be the remedy that we're seeking.
Anything from the state?
There's absolutely no evidence that these jurors are aware of any national conversation about the conviction of these defendants. So to say that this is having an influence on the jurors assumes facts absolutely not in evidence. The assumption that there's some improper influence because some people are sitting in the back of the courtroom, there's been no evidence of that. And we leave it to the discretion of the court, Your Honor.
All right. The court's denying the mistrial. I address Mr. Sheffield's point. During jury selection, these particular members of the panel, the entire panel, I should say, that was before the court over 3 weeks was extensively, I don't want to say examined because that makes them sound like witnesses, and I've equated that before, but they were asked quite a bit about their backgrounds as part of the vetting process for this jury. And in fact, a lot of that went further than this court may have thought necessary, but it did delve deeply into many beliefs that they have about what is going on in this community, as well as with regard to organizations such as Black Lives Matter and various other things. So that has been vetted through the court, and I'm comfortable that that process has resulted in a panel that is willing to listen to the evidence and only the evidence that is presented in this courtroom. I've already ruled upon the presence of certain individuals in the court. I'm not going to go back over that, but I'm denying the mistrial for the same reasons that I've done before. I will note that the court has put restrictions on what folks can actually wear in the courtroom. We're not doing any buttons or face masks or anything like that. Everybody is here complying with the court's orders. There is also a order in place that governs seating in the courtroom and seating in the overflow room. And as far as I'm concerned, that has been complied with. That's the court's order that I put in place about a week, maybe 2 weeks, could have been longer, before the trial started, to help address some of the concerns that were voiced prior to trial. So since everybody's complying with this court's orders, and since the court is comfortable that we have a panel in place that will listen to the evidence that is presented and not be influenced by factors that may or may not be appearing in the courtroom, and I'll note, just so that it's clear, I believe that the Reverend Jackson is in the courtroom. With all due respect to whomever Mr. Goff was addressing before, I don't know who that is, but the court's position, I think, has been made clear. All right. Are we ready to get the panel?
Not quite. The second motion, Your Honor. And that is a motion that relates back to issues that were discussed by the court with counsel before the trial started, I believe. And this motion is based on the developments during the trial of this case. We don't think the record is, at this point, adequately documents whether jurors have been contacted or otherwise exposed to improper influences. I think that it's probably at this point insufficient to just let the jurors bring matters to the attention of the court. It's probably something for the balance of the trial the court should consider inquiring on the record, or however we're going to do that to preserve the record. When we actually prepared the written motion that was filed on the matter the court's already addressed this morning, the ingenuity with which individuals over time, from the anti-civil rights organizations to organized crime to whatever, there just seems to be so innumerable ways to influence jurors. Sometimes they're not even aware of it. Sometimes it's not even clear till after the fact. We think the court, it's incumbent on the court to better document the situation with jurors on a daily basis. And in support of that, I would start by go ahead and tendering as an exhibit. I was kind of surprised it didn't come up during Officer Rash's testimony, but he wasn't my witness. Madam Court Reporter can mark this as whatever exhibit next is for Mr. Bryan, and I'm going to provide a copy to opposing counsel. Hopefully there'll be one left for me when I'm done. Your Honor will recall the testimony of Officer Rash at the very conclusion. I believe it was the last question or two on redirect from Ms. Dunikowski. She asked Officer Rash whether there was some litigation and whether it would affect his testimony. And of course he said no. And of course he's subject to recall, and whether we go back to Officer Rash or others go back in rebuttal is not for me to say. But there is in fact a federal civil lawsuit involving Officer Rash and the defendants in this case, as well as District Attorney Jackie Johnson and Waycross District Attorney George Barnhill, filed by Wanda Cooper in her individual capacity as administrator of the estate of the decedent Ahmaud Arbery. That complaint, and it's copied you're reading left to right instead of right to left on the page numbers, Your Honor. But basically, this is a lawsuit that spans 45 pages and approaching 300 paragraphs. Your Honor, it is a suit essentially making claims that are substantial. I would also note, and we certainly can try and print stuff online, I think it's pretty much common knowledge at this point, at least in Brunswick, that the 223 Foundation raised or claims to have raised $2 million for the estate of Mr. Arbery.
Where are we going with this?
I'm going, Your Honor, that this is a case in which there are a lot of resources out there, and there's a lot of things in play, and we think that, for example, the same lawyers involved in this case just settled for $27 million a lawsuit involving George Floyd. There's a lot of money floating around out there, and I'm not saying that anybody's using that money improperly. I haven't alleged that. But I am suggesting that under the circumstances of the case, that it would be appropriate to heighten at this point, based on the developments as the case has progressed, the court's inquiry or protection of the jurors from improper influence. I would note that none of us, including the state, no one has asked to sequester this jury. And I'm not asking the court to do that now, but we do have an unsequestered jury. And I think that under the circumstances, given the history in the George Floyd case, and I don't mean any disrespect to Mr. Floyd, I guess technically I should call it the Chauvin case, issues arose, things that came out after the fact involving, I believe, one of the jurors, issues involving elected officials, consciously or unconsciously, perhaps influencing a sequestered jury's verdict. I think there's enough basis in this situation, and given the developments during the trial and what is anticipated to be a massive event outside the courthouse in the morning, that the court step up the efforts taken by the court to ensure the sanctity of our jury process. These jurors have certainly never been exposed or involved in a case like this before. So I've made my motion.
This is the same motion that was made by Mr. Holm earlier in the case. The court initially indicated that we use that process, but the court and I informed counsel that I'd reconsidered that process and that I was comfortable with the way the court has been moving forward here, which is every evening before we break, making very clear and repeating the court's instruction with regard to any outside influences and asking that they be reported immediately upon their return. I have not received any of that from the panel, and the court's position remains that there are safeguards in place to ensure that that is not occurring. I understand counsel's concern, and that is the reason we're asking, or I'm telling them every night, what the court's specific instructions are with regard to any outside influence, discussion in the case, picking up newspapers, addressing social media, addressing anybody talking to them, addressing anybody actually speaking in their presence of hearing, and reporting that back to the court. That's why they received that instruction. So the court intends to proceed that way.
And for the record, they don't think I tendered a copy of the federal civil law. So I gave it to the clerk, and I can see the blue tag on it. And Your Honor, the federal civil lawsuit has been tagged, identified as Bryan Exhibit number 51? 51.
Any objection?
To that at this time.
No, Your Honor.
No, you're right.
I think you'd rather I give this to the clerk.
And do one more from Greg McMichael.
No objection.
It's admitted. All right. I understand then. Mr. Goff, are you ready for your opening statements?
I believe we are, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go ahead and get the pen. And Mr. Goff, just to zero them in, I'm going to remind them that you had reserved your opening statement to the close of evidence.
Yes. Bailiff assist Ms. Verghese, a chair over there by the equipment.
citizen one.
All right, please.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're back here at 10 o'clock. Thank you for your patience. We're just addressing some matters before the court. We are ready to proceed with the case. With the state having rested, Mr. Goff had reserved his opening statement on behalf of Mr. Bryan. So the next portion of the case will be the presentation of opening statement on behalf of Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we good? One moment, Your Honor. Oh, okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I think it's still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, my name is Kevin Goff. I don't represent any McMichael defendants. I represent Roddy Bryan, this gentleman over here in the corner. And opening statement is an opportunity for you to give a preview, or in this case, overview, of what we expect the evidence to be in this case. I know it's getting close to lunch. I'm not going to try and go into every detail. That could take all day. But I would like to highlight for you what we believe is some of the important evidence for you in arriving at the truth here and in arriving at a just verdict for Roddy Bryan. I'm going to begin from Roddy Bryan's perspective. And during our case, in our case, Mr. Bryan has no obligation to present any case. But during the presentation of our case, we expect to publish this exhibit to you, which you may or may not remember from earlier in the trial, or a portion of it. Roddy Bryan, on February 23, 2020, is working on his porch, front porch, minding his own business. And you can see Mr. Bryan there. Somewhere in that video, I can't see it right now, but there's a hammer somewhere behind Mr. Bryan. Matter of fact, you can just go ahead and play the video. You can see Mr. Bryan is working on his front porch. There's certainly no evidence that he's communicating with anybody else. There's no evidence that he's listening to any police scanners. There's nothing to suggest that he's participating in anything other than what it looks like. Repairing the front porch to his house. I can't tell if he's reaching for his hammer at that point, but it's there behind him, between him and the door. Oh, that's his tape measure, I'm sorry. And at some point in this process, the evidence shows, and you can see how big the yard is, and it goes off to the side, and you can see a tree in his front yard that's providing a lot of shade at this point in time. Mr. Bryan catches out of the corner of his eye something that's different. And as he moves to get a better view, of course, he sees Mr. Arbery, and then he sees a truck catching up to Mr. Arbery. And there are words exchanged. Mr. Arbery, this is to me, this is important. the evidence does not show that Mr. Arbery has reached out to Mr. Bryan. You know, there's been a lot of talk about driveway decisions. There's been a lot of talk about assuming the worst in people. And at this time, we're going to pan to the still. And the still is going to be exhibit during the defense case, we'll be publishing this picture, which is marked as States 139. Now, we're not going to get into a big discussion about what Mr. Bryan does or doesn't know right now. The point is, as Mr. Arbery is running up to and past Mr. Bryan's home, this is, with all due respect, it could be something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. There's nothing menacing here. There's nothing dangerous here. Now you have to add in, this is a picture taken on a different day by law enforcement, but you have to add in Mr. Bryan, as you just saw in the previous video, working on his front porch. In this picture, the garage door is open. You can't see, but you do see in the other evidence in the case, Mr. Bryan's pickup truck parked in the driveway facing out with lumber in the back of it. And Mr. Arbery is the one who's coming up the street. Mr. Bryan's listening to music and obviously oblivious to what's going on that morning. Mr. Bryan has the opportunity before Mr. Arbery has the opportunity before Mr. Bryan even understands what's going on to say and speak out, help, call 911, there's crazy people after me. That doesn't happen. What Mr. Bryan sees from his front porch is an encounter that's, I believe, caught on the other Night Owl video. As we do that, Mr. Bryan hasn't assumed, the evidence would suggest that Mr. Bryan hasn't assumed the worst about anyone. That Mr. Arbery, for whatever reason, has assumed the worst about Mr. Bryan. Because if he's in distress, if he, in fact, is feeling threatened, he has the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Bryan. The evidence would suggest, and you saw the drone thing yesterday, which for all its limitations, shows you it's a fairly big neighborhood. There's a lot of houses on this Sunday afternoon. There's no evidence that Mr. Arbery ever reached out to help, for help, either to Mr. Bryan or anyone else in that neighborhood. But from Mr. Bryan's perspective, when he sees Mr. Arbery come by and he sees this truck, and I believe the truck is visible in this video, he's responding to what he's seeing. And what he's seeing is someone who's not asking for assistance and not asking for help. Now, you know, there's been a lot of talk about folks in this case and their motivations. I'm looking at it from the perspective of Roddy Bryan. Roddy Bryan, the evidence shows, knows the people who run by his house because he sees them. 4 or 5 of them. But the evidence shows that he's never seen Mr. Arbery before. Now, to be fair, it's a big neighborhood. And intuitively, the evidence would suggest Mr. Bryan knows the difference between running to something and running from something. But in this case, there's really no mystery. But when Arbery passes Mr. Bryan's house, with all due respect, we know why. And I think that we can discern that from the evidence. Now, on the second Night Owl video, of course, you can see Mr. Arbery, stop there, or go back a second. Okay. Obviously, something's taking place on the street. And then, what is Mr. Bryan's response? Because it's been suggested that Mr. Bryan is something other than who he is, and partly that's based on the words that Mr. Bryan himself uses, because he's not always the most artful. But I would submit to you that the videos don't lie. It doesn't matter whether Mr. Bryan said he was walking on one day or running the next. We can see from the Night Owl video that Mr. Bryan, I think as the police officer has acknowledged, is walking into his garage, walking into his house. He's not running. And he does that. He does so without a weapon. He's got a hammer on the front porch. He leaves the hammer behind. He walks into his house calmly, and he retrieves his keys. You know, actions oftentimes speak louder than words. And in this situation, the evidence shows that Mr. Bryan, in fact, had a rifle in his house on the day of the shooting. Mr. Bryan does not retrieve his rifle. He does not get his rifle. The evidence is that Mr. Bryan does not even possess a handgun, but he does possess a rifle. He leaves it. Nor does he go in the kitchen. He's not grabbing a butcher knife. He's not going in the garage. He's not picking up a machete. He walks out to his car with a cell phone and his keys. And that speaks volumes as to the intentions of Mr. Bryan on the day in question. Now, also, interestingly, and it's at the very end of the video, I think. I guess we'll just wait for Mr. Bryan to walk inside his house, and then he's going to come back out. And I think if you look at the timestamp, which we know timestamps aren't always accurate, but in this case, we have no reason to question it. It takes approximately 13 seconds for Mr. Bryan to leave the lower right-hand corner, go in the house, get his keys, and come back out. Stop right there, and get into his truck. Now, and I don't mean any disrespect to my client here, but it doesn't really matter whether Mr. Bryan says he's angled to the left, or he's angled to the right, or he's angled good, or he's angled not so good, or he's angled with more or less emphasis. We can kind of tell from this Night Owl video as to whether Mr. Bryan can accurately recall events, whether he can even do that on February 23rd. What do we know? When Mr. Bryan initially pulls up to the street, in fact, Mr. Bryan is angled to the right, away from Mr. Arbery. So any statement that's being put out there to suggest that he's angling to the left, well, that's just not what the video shows. Now, he does pull back. Go ahead, you can play the rest of it. He pulls back briefly. Well, okay, and that's the end of it. But as he pulls back, he's straight in his driveway. That's what the evidence, the hard evidence shows. So people trying to suggest things or read things into Mr. Bryan's words, my suggestion to you is your duty as jurors is to honestly seek the truth, to look beyond the words to the actual meaning that's intended. Now, I want to talk about the physical evidence in this case, because there's been a lot of talk or a lot of evidence or a lot of speculation about Mr. Bryan driving around the neighborhood. The physical evidence suggests, I would submit to you, that Roddy Bryan isn't out there like Evel Knievel. There's no evidence, for example, that he's tearing up his neighbor's yards. How do we know that? First, where are the pictures of all the damage done by Mr. Bryan's truck as he's going in and out of people's yards? There is no such evidence. Second, there's no evidence, and there will be no evidence, that neighbors complained or reported destruction of their landscape by Mr. Bryan. And that kind of makes sense. Anyone who's landscaped a yard knows how expensive that can be. And whatever has happened on February 23rd, and Mr. Bryan's been candid, he doesn't know exactly what's happened that day. But whatever's happened that day, if he's trucking through people's yards, tearing up their plants and their lawns, that's going to create its own set of problems. Now, we have I can't see it on these, and that's okay, but we have a deep, sometimes watery drainage ditch running along Merchant Burford. You do see it in some of the other videos that you've seen in this trial. And you hear about Mr. Bryan overshooting the road. The evidence shows another time he used the word crept out. Crept out good. Kind of hard to figure what that means, but what does the physical evidence tell us? Where is the evidence that Mr. Bryan left the road? We know that he said that he still had he could back up good. He still had his back tires on the road. We know that he didn't back down. He didn't go down into that ditch. However active the tense or the wording that he's using, we know that he didn't. Because there's no physical evidence, for example, that there's dirt or grass or anything on the underside of Mr. Bryan's truck. And again, we're talking out here where there's a ditch going down, and he's supposedly trying to run over Mr. Arbery. I think that's what the state tried to suggest. Where's the evidence that he did that? Because somehow he's not running through the ditch, and there's nothing on the undercarriage of his car. Interestingly, I don't know that there's a single picture out there of the front of Mr. Bryan's vehicle. In an aggravated assault case where Mr. Bryan is supposedly trying to run somebody over with his truck, we have lots of evidence, lots of discussion about the side of Mr. Bryan's vehicle. I think there's one picture of the back of his truck and not a single picture of the front. Now, is there any evidence to suggest that Mr. Bryan's Chevy Silverado is different from all the rest? That he must have a Chevy Silverado, must be built like for flight or something, because it's all smooth on the front. There must not be a grill or a bumper or other things, because the physical evidence is inconsistent with what is being presented to you in this case. Context is key here. Does the evidence show, what does the evidence show? How hard can it be? Where is the evidence of someone who is evading and eluding who cannot go off-road? Is there any reason, does the evidence suggest that Mr. Arbery could not have walked off of the road onto a neighbor's lawn, onto Mr. Bryan's front lawn, and cried out for help? Is there evidence that he couldn't have stood behind a tree or so much as a mailbox? Does the evidence suggest that Mr. Bryan ever did or was even prepared to leave the path of the road, to leave the road? Is there any evidence that anyone did that or was prepared to do it that day? And, you know, let's talk some more about physical evidence. There's no evidence from Roddy Bryan's truck's computer system. You've heard testimony about that. We may hear more about it. But you have heard Mr. Bryan's statements, and we'll play portions of them again before this case is over. Mr. Bryan cannot know, for example, as he speaks to Officer Minshew on the side of the road in the moments after the shooting, he can't know whether the computer chip in the truck has recorded the information. Obviously, that's something that motor vehicles do. That's why the police looked at it. He doesn't know that. He doesn't have time in the seconds before Officer Minshew arrives on the scene to go be manipulating or configuring his motor vehicle's computer chips or the data that's stored on it. Where is the evidence that he even attempted to do that? Now, we know that it took months for the police. The evidence is that it took months for the police to go and examine that chip. And by that point in time, the evidence has been lost. But there's no evidence that that's the result of deliberate acts on the part of Mr. Bryan. When Mr. Bryan is talking to Officer Minshew on the side of the road, he has no way of knowing what that evidence is going to show. Where is the physical evidence on the roadway, on Burford, on Holmes? Where is the physical evidence of Mr. Bryan driving aggressively? Where are the tire tracks, the brake marks, or the skid marks for all the times that Mr. Bryan has supposedly stopped short or changed direction without destroying any landscaping or mailboxes? Where is the evidence on the roadway itself of any aggressive driving? Now, there's been testimony. Mr. Bryan's never denied that he attempted to block the path of travel of Mr. Arbery. That's never been denied. You've heard Mr. Bryan acknowledge that on February 23rd on the side of the road, down at the police station, later with the GBI. But the manner in which that's done, where is the evidence that that's done in an aggressive manner? it's been suggested that Mr. Bryan tried to run over Ahmaud Arbery as he comes back in front of his driveway. Now, when we last see Mr. Bryan's truck in the Night Owl video, it's already at the end of the driveway, sticking somewhat out in the street far enough that he can see around the bushes that would otherwise obstruct his view. That looks like a two-lane road to me. I guess we could ask one of the witnesses about it, but generally these roads are about 10 feet across. How is Mr. Bryan going to accelerate from a stop when he's already in that road? And he's going to jump out there and try and hit Mr. Arbery. But we know the physical evidence is inconsistent because Mr. Bryan has to stop his vehicle before he completely leaves the road. He has to stop his vehicle so he doesn't go down in that ditch and hit the front of his car to the far side of it and go through it and pull back up. Where is the physical evidence to suggest that Mr. Bryan did anything more than what he said, creep out of his driveway to try and cut off Mr. Arbery? The physical evidence is inconsistent with the kind of aggressive driving implied in this case. What about the lumber in the back of Mr. Bryan's truck? That's evidence in this case. Kind of hard to see at the moment, but right around there you can see lumber in the back of the truck. Now, if you cross-reference that to the first Night Owl video, I'm not going to ask her to go back and play that again, but if you cross-reference it, those appear to be, if the ones in the truck match the ones on the porch, they're 2x8s. On the scene afterwards, have any of those been lost? Is there any evidence of a 2x8 going through the back of Mr. Bryan's windshield? Do we see that at the scene? Is there any evidence that Mr. Bryan had to drive back around the neighborhood, picking up various things that flew out of his truck during this aggressive maneuvering? There's no evidence of damage to the bedliner or to the tailgate. There's not even a scratch attributable to the supposed acrobatic maneuvers implied by the state. Did they attempt to fingerprint the lumber to see whether Mr. Arbery attempted to liberate a 2x8 from the back of this truck? Nobody is looking for this evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason nobody's looking for it is because it's clear, the evidence is clear from the context of all Mr. Bryan's statements, that he never attempted to assault Mr. Arbery with his motor vehicle. The evidence shows that any attempt to describe Mr. Bryan as having engaged in that behavior would be shamelessly twisting words. No witness will testify that they saw Roddy Bryan driving aggressively or recklessly. No neighbors will testify to that because it didn't happen. We have no videos of aggressive driving. Certainly not Mr. Bryan's video, where he's moving at 2 miles to 3 miles an hour. We have a neighborhood chock full of security cameras, but there is not evidence from any of those cameras showing any aggressive driving on the part of Mr. Bryan. Take that down. Now, I can't presume what anyone else is going to do in this case or any other lawyer or lawyers, but based on the opening statements of Travis McMichael's counsel, I think the evidence is going to be that Travis McMichael will testify about the events of February 23rd. And a lot of that conversation probably doesn't involve Mr. Bryan. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan was present on February 11th during previous encounters between Mr. Arbery and other defendants in this case. There's certainly no evidence that he's ever spoken to Larry English, although he's told the police he's on this Exit 29 Facebook page, which does apparently cover these matters. But we want you to focus, from Mr. Bryan's perspective, not on all this stuff going on down at 220 Satilla. We want you to focus on what Travis McMichael is going to tell you about Roddy Bryan. Based on the opening statement, we expect Travis McMichael will testify that he really didn't know Roddy. That Travis McMichael nor his father sought Roddy Bryan's help, nor that they communicated with him about the English situation or crime in the neighborhood or about anything else prior to the shooting on that day. I believe, if I recall Mr. Rubin's opening statement correctly, Travis McMichael is going to testify that he observed not Roddy Bryan attempting to run over Ahmaud Arbery. That would be a crime. What Travis McMichael has observed, consistent with the statements made by Roddy Bryan at the scene, moments after the shooting, later that night, and subsequently with the GBI, consistent with those statements, that Travis McMichael saw Mr. Arbery acting aggressively, trying to get into the vehicle of Roddy Bryan. Now, that is an important consideration. It may be more important in one way for other defendants in this case. But in terms of Mr. Bryan, it helps inform why Mr. Bryan is engaging in the behavior that he does, to understand the context behind the words that Mr. Bryan has used in these interviews with law enforcement. The evidence is that when Mr. Arbery tried to get in his truck, at least the time that Mr. Bryan was aware of it, that scared Mr. Bryan. He pulled up fast, the fastest he's gone during this encounter, putting distance between himself and Mr. Arbery. Because it's dawned for the first time on Mr. Bryan that this situation is more fraught with peril than he might have realized standing on his front porch. That's important because when you see the video, it helps inform why he's doing the things he's doing. And when he says that he's keeping a distance from Mr. Arbery in everything that follows, it makes sense. And it will inform your judgment at the end of this case. Now, there is a key piece of evidence in this case, obviously, the now famous video. And relax, I am not going to replay the video yet again. We did that just yesterday afternoon. I'm not going to do it again. But the evidence in that video is consistent from the perspective of Roddy Bryan, is not conspiracy. It's chaos. We can look at these maps, we can look at these diagrams, these drones, for what they're worth. But the evidence shows that this so-called evidence is speculative in nature. And we know that. And it's mistaken in various respects. But we know from the video itself what Mr. Bryan is doing on that day. Now, we're going to play something else in a moment. But there's two things I want to remind you about the video. I'll try and move faster. Two things. First of all, the evidence shows that Mr. Bryan is not trying to run Mr. Arbery down. You can see him pacing him, following him at what the speedometer shows to be 2 to 3 miles an hour. Second, in the final moments before Mr. Arbery's tragic death, the evidence, the video, shows Mr. Bryan's efforts to track Mr. Arbery's movements prior to his tragic death, to keep him in view. And that focus is predominantly focused to the right, towards what would appear to be, from Mr. Bryan's view, the logical exit or escape path for Mr. Arbery out of the neighborhood, consistent with other evidence suggesting that Mr. Bryan was at that time attempting to take a video and record Mr. Arbery rather than shoot him or hurt him or be a party to that. There's scant evidence in this case that Mr. Bryan attempted to conceal or minimize his involvement in the events of February 23, 2020. There's no evidence that he sought to justify his actions on February 23, 2020. Probably because his actions on that date were not called into question by any of the police officers that spoke with him. Mr. Bryan, the evidence shows that Mr. Bryan didn't attempt to defend himself. He didn't try to justify himself. he was unaware that he had any reason to do so. Now, I want to talk briefly about what's probably the most important evidence from Mr. Bryan's perspective in this case, and that is the body cam of Officer Minshew, where Mr. Bryan is talking about this incident in the minutes afterwards. And he's given opportunities to minimize his involvement in the events of this day. And I'm not going to play it yet. We're only going to play one excerpt. We're not going to have 1,000 breaks in this. But you have heard the testimony that Officer Minshew gave Mr. Bryan an out, gave Mr. Bryan an obvious opportunity to minimize his involvement. So you're just a passerby. What does Mr. Roddy Bryan say? Oh yeah, let me go home. No, he says not exactly. Because he doesn't know what he is. And he's honest enough with the police officer to convey that. Now, at another point, there's a question, should Roddy have been chasing him? The answer is, I don't know. We'll discuss some of these issues more in closing, but the evidence would again suggest that this is not somebody who's trying to minimize his conduct. Mr. Bryan says on February 23rd that he acted instinctively. The evidence shows that he was candid, that he can't articulate exactly why he did what he did, other than his general awareness of what was going on in the neighborhood, what had happened to him and his family, and what he sees that day. Now, there's been a lot of speculation about this video and about why it's being taken and how much video there is or videos there are. And I think the demeanor of Mr. Bryan is also evidence for this jury to consider. And we're going to play a brief portion of that. Okay. One more, Your Honor. Well, looks like we won't be playing that excerpt from the video, but we do intend to play that. And Mr. Bryan didn't come up with this theory that he's trying to document what's going on when he spoke to Agent Sechrist. Officer Minshew speaks with him on the side of the road, and you're going to get to hear that because we're going to publish that to you during a presentation of our case. And Mr. Bryan is the one who tells the officer he's got it. He thinks he's got 2 or 3 videos. He doesn't know what he has because he hasn't had time to review it in the moments before the officer arrives on scene. And he invites the officer to sit in his car, not bragging, not boastful, not seeking attention, simply trying to help the police understand what's going on. And he tells you he doesn't even know what's there, but you get to see that in this case. And the police officer, Officer Minshew, is talking to him right there on the video, says, well, why'd you take it? Because I thought Mr. Arbery was going to get away and I wanted to document it for the police. That's not something that was created by lawyers months later. That's something Mr. Bryan says that day. Do we have the loud? Okay, well, we won't be playing that one either this afternoon. All right, and that's my fault. There's an excerpt from the interview of Mr. Bryan with Mr. Lowry that you will hear during the defense case in chief. It was suggested earlier that Mr. Bryan wished that he hit Mr. Arbery, suggesting that he wanted to hit Mr. Arbery or intended to hit Mr. Arbery. And while you can look at those words on a sheet of paper and you can see them, when you see Mr. Bryan in the interview room, saying those words, the evidence will show that Mr. Arbery didn't have any intent to strike Mr. Arbery. That after the fact, sitting there with the police officer, looking back, hindsight sometimes 20/20, that if he had hit Mr. Arbery and stopped him, that he might have saved his life. And when you see his demeanor and you put the words to it, the evidence will show that Mr. Bryan did not intend to harm Mr. Arbery, never intended to harm Mr. Arbery, that he regretted Mr. Arbery being injured. And looking back, he wished he had done more or done something better or different so that Mr. Arbery would not have been shot. And again, the context is the key. Now, I'm going to suggest to you that clip and the other evidence suggests that Roddy Bryan legitimately struggles to find the right words in this case, that he struggles at times to convey the meaning, the truth behind those words. There is no evidence that Mr. Bryan is some kind of clever wordsmith, that his statements to the police that day are clever wordplay. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan is playing word games with the law enforcement officers. He's legitimately struggling. And your job as jurors is to honestly seek the truth. Your job is not to play gotcha games with one party or another. And we think that the evidence shows, in context, Mr. Bryan had no intent to strike or injure Mr. Arbery. But if you look beyond his actual words, you'll see that. Now, the evidence is that Mr. Bryan, or will be that Mr. Bryan did not call 911. And maybe he should have. But we believe the evidence shows under the circumstances that he could reasonably assume that someone else did. Maybe he should have stayed on his front porch. It's been suggested that Mr. Bryan, acknowledging that his life would be so much easier if he had stayed on his front porch, that somehow that is a consciousness or acknowledgement of guilt. I think when you look at those words in context, you can see that they are anything but. The evidence will show that the key evidence in this case, the video that Mr. Bryan took on the day in question, that Mr. Bryan is the reason we have that evidence, because for whatever reason he turned around and went back. It was Mr. Bryan who produced not just the video, because if he was trying to minimize his involvement in this case, that cell phone could have wound up in the marsh long before anybody even realized it mattered. That didn't happen. The evidence is it's Mr. Bryan who alerts everyone to its presence. Even then, what's the second most important piece of evidence in this case after the video that Mr. Bryan makes? I would respectfully submit to you that it's the night owl video of the truck passing in front of his house with Mr. Arbery. Again, that's Mr. Bryan producing the evidence. Matter of fact, I think the evidence shows, or will show, that the police, the Glenn County Police Department, somehow, in canvassing the neighborhood, missed his house, probably because he wasn't home. Nobody knew it was there. The evidence doesn't show Mr. Bryan attempting to delete anything from his cell phone. We've got all these forensic people from multiple police departments looking at this thing over and over. Likewise with the night owl video. It's Mr. Bryan who brings these police officers to his house where he lives, invites them in. And they can't get the video. But that's okay. No, you can come back later. I don't need my lawyer here. You can come back. Whatever you need, you can have it. It's Mr. Bryan that is responsible for that evidence being before you in this case. But that supposedly is evidence that Mr. Bryan is trying to conceal something or hide something or minimize his role in this case. And ultimately, you're going to have to decide what the truth is. You know, It wasn't some slick lawyer on the side of the road on February 23rd advising Mr. Bryan. You can see who's on the side of the road. It's in all these body cams. There's no slick lawyer counseling Mr. Bryan, unlike perhaps others. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan has a lawyer. There's no evidence of him calling any lawyers. If he called anybody, you know about it because they've got his phone. It was Mr. Bryan on his own with his 12th grade, whatever it is, education, who's making the decisions out there for the truth to come out and for the truth to be known. And you hear it in his voice on that day on the side of the road. He doesn't know anything about the law. He just has a gut reaction to try and do the right thing. And you hear that. It's not, there's no complicated legal strategy. Mr. Bryan made the decision to cooperate with law enforcement in an instant on the side of the road that day. Never looked back and continued to cooperate with law enforcement all the way to today. It's Mr. Bryan who invites the police in his truck. Officer Minshew sits with him in his truck and looks at the evidence for the first time. He's inviting people to his house. He's given them his truck over and over again because he's trying to hide something. Now, on February 23rd, Roddy Bryan put his fate in the hands of the Glenn County Police Department. He put his trust in law enforcement officers that he did not even know. He put his trust in our government to do the right thing. That's what the evidence shows. And now he finds himself here before you, and he's placing his fate in your hands. And if the evidence is as we expect it to be, we're going to come back and ask you to return a verdict of not guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a little bit of a disjointed morning with your movements. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch, though. We're going to break until 10 past 1. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you at that time for the continuation of the case. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves during the break. Thank you.
All right, from Derek.
All right, we'll be in recess until 10 past 1. Thank you, everybody. Oh,
Can I bring up one quick matter?
yes. I should have gone around, but yes.
That's okay. Usually you go. Judge, I couldn't help but notice as I'm sitting in this chair, juror number 12, and I've watched her before nodding off during the presentation of evidence, noticed it in my opening statement, noticed it again in Mr. Bryan's opening statement. I don't know if she's got, taking medication or doing, but she's eyes are closed, head is falling forward at times, and then she struggles to lift her eyelids. I would ask the court to keep an eye on her and ask me to let the jury stretch or stand up.
What I will do is I hadn't noticed that. I will go ahead and, you said 12? 12.
And
I'll keep an eye on 12. I'm going to ask the courtroom deputies just to keep an eye on her too, and we'll see what's going on. And I will make I'll make a comment not directed at her, but generally to the panel, that they need to make sure that they are paying close attention to the evidence, and if anybody is struggling with that, to help their neighbors and ensure that we can keep their full attention.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I should have done it. Anything to state before we recess?
No, Judge.
I assume that was it from Mr. Travis McMichael?
That was it.
And then Greg McMichael?
Nothing.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you at 1:10. Thank you.
Take to heart the sincerity of Mr. Chansley and the totality of these really tragic circumstances leading up in the 15 years prior to January 6th. And the commitment of the court appears to be clear to putting Mr. Chansley in a location, a facility, a camp that will certainly not be solitary confinement and certainly not be one that will involve individuals who are high risk or considered to be dangerous.
What family members did he have in attendance?
All of his family members that were in attendance were in virtual attendance. They did not have the resources to jet into D.C., pay for overnight accommodations, dining, etc.
Was there a bigger lesson for the defendants related to January the 6th and accountability and transparency and accepting of responsibility as the way forward?
So, yeah, it's a good question. The problem is you can't answer that question any more inefficiently than the government has inefficiently charged everyone under one moniker. So your question is to Jake. Yes. As to all defendants, all January 6th defendants are not the same.
But do you believe there's been prosecutorial overzealous activity by the government?
I think there has been mischaracterization from time to time by the government that reflects an overzealous overreach that occurs in a fashion which is designed to be expedient and send a message versus ensuring that justice is done, and there's a difference. January 6th was a tough event for our nation. We'll overcome January 6th. We have. What we have to overcome, though, is how we as a nation are dealing with those who are criminally accused by virtue of events occurring on January 6th.
Could you just repeat his position on the select committee?
I'm sorry?
With regard to the select committee, did you say that he would consider testifying, or that it's unclear?
I did not say that. What I said with clarity, and I'll continue to say it, is that I am not right now in a position to be able to answer inquiries regarding the committee.
Okay.
Mr. Chansley said that his mindset has changed since he was specific by traumatic. He really, though, didn't address the specific beliefs that led to people being on Capitol Hill on January 6th, that the election was stolen, or President Trump told them to march on the Capitol. What is his view on that point? Does he still support President Trump? Does he think the election was stolen?
President Trump is not someone that is important to him. The message of any political thought at this point, be it liberal, conservative, way out left, way out right, absolutely of zero importance. My client, for the first time in his life, is possessed of a very calming, real gut happiness that is caused by garnering an answer to a question that has plagued him his entire life. What was wrong? Why am I different from others? His focus is not on social media, comfort, or community. His focus is on what do I need?
Facebook, there's a page, I don't know who set it up, but there's it's Tiller Shores Neighborhood Watch or Facebook page. And I was either added on there or either way I was on there. And scrolling through Facebook, if you're not looking for it, if something is updated on there, it would pop up. And so in the evening I'm looking and a neighbor would pop up. Hey, we just had police came through. Somebody, the neighbor had somebody in their yard, or something was broken into, or something like that. So I'd see that, scroll through. And my mother was also on there, so she would, hey, did you see this? And I would look at it or something like that. And then also there's Exit 29. It's called the Exit 29. Let me stop you there. How is Exit 29 relevant as a location?
That was the area we were at. Exit 29 is the interstate exit, which is a couple of miles from the highway. And they had police scanners and stuff like that on there too, so you'd see stuff on there as well.
All right. Did you ever listen to police scanners or pay attention to notices from police scanners?
No, I did download it. If there was something going on in the neighborhood, I'd pop it up, but you never really catch it.
Did you and your mother and father ever caution one another about how you left your cars or how you would leave your things around the house?
Constantly.
Like in what ways?
She would constantly remind me and my father to lock our trucks, or we'd tell her to lock the trucks, but hey, you need to lock your car. I saw where somebody had their stuff broken into or stuff like that.
So as we're moving from late 18 into early 19, which I think the time period that you're talking about, how did you feel about what you were learning about crime in the neighborhood?
It was beginning to become a problem. It was definitely a problem, but it was starting to be a common occurrence, like I said.
Okay. Did you take any action at that time, other than what you've described by you and your parents talking about locking things up and keeping stuff out of your car that could be stolen? Was that about it?
That was about it, yes.
Did your parents appear to be concerned about the crime that was happening in the neighborhood?
Well, we would discuss it, but it was about the same level that I was on. Just, hey, make sure that our stuff is locked and secured.
And how old were your parents back in 1819?
Early 60s.
Early 60s, okay. Did you speak to ultimately any other of your neighbors in the neighborhood about crime in the neighborhood as we move forward from February 2019 into the summer? Did you begin to speak to people about crime in the neighborhood?
Yes, it was, like I said, we weren't searching it, but we stopped by, yes, I saw this or heard this or read that.
Can you name some of the people that you may have spoken to?
I know one was Matt Albenzi. He would stop by, see us at the yard, and it would come to it. I am sure there's another neighbor down there.
Was Kim Ballesteros a neighbor that you spoke to?
Yes, Kim Ballesteros was right across the street from us, and she had her purse stolen from out of her vehicle, I believe, and she told me about that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know when that was supposed to have happened?
It was summer of 2019, June, July, somewhere around there.
Okay. What about Randy Parr? Is he one of your neighbors?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to him about crime?
Yes. I told him what was going on around there.
Okay. Did you notice that your neighbors began to take certain actions around their homes based on the crime that was happening in the neighborhood?
Yes, about that time, around May, June, July, around there. You started noticing and hearing people starting to put cameras in their houses. It was, I can't remember all the people, but you go down the road, you drive down, still drive to my house, you see cameras on every, just starting to come up on every house. And also, people weren't coming out as much in the evening times either.
What do you mean?
Towards dusk, you used to see kids running around, older people walking dogs, stuff like that, and they started backing off. And people talk about people in the neighborhood that are these break-ins, people that are coming around these houses. They were just concerned about it, so they wouldn't come out as much anymore.
Did you begin to notice whether police cars were driving through the neighborhood or doing any patrols?
Yes.
And where would you notice that?
See them. You see them, or you can see it on Facebook. Somebody put, hey, saw, Clinton County Police came through, had the lights on, the side lights, or
be outside and see them, or, it was pretty obvious.
And did these types of activities give you any concern or cause you to worry in any ways?
It was concerning that nothing was done, that that they had to continue to be in the neighborhood. I was glad to see them in the neighborhood, but it's concerning that you have to have that constant presence.
Did you begin to get a sense about, in any way, the conduct of the people, the suspicious people, and the frequency of their visiting, or did you begin to get a sense of their actions and whether those had become bolder or they had become more frequent or whatnot?
It was, I'm not sure if it was getting more, it was staying frequent, but yeah, there was more stuff that was like, that was around the time that the purse was stolen. I heard that, let's say I heard a trailer was stolen or a boat or something was stolen at a point. Mom's telling me more frequently, she's hearing more things being taken, being stolen, and more suspicious persons lurking around that time.
All right. I want to move to a different topic. Have you ever had any law enforcement training?
I have.
Okay. Where did you receive that training?
In the United States Coast Guard.
And did you attend any kind of school to be trained for the Coast Guard for law enforcement purposes?
Yes.
What's the name of the school that you attended?
It was the basic boarding officer course, and then there was following extra classes with it, but it was at the Maritime Law Enforcement Training Center.
Where was that located?
Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay. Did you serve in the Coast Guard?
I did.
What was your dates of active duty?
March of 2007 to June or July of 2016.
In general, did you have duties other than law enforcement type duties in the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Can you name the category of the type of duty that you had?
Yeah, so my rating, which is my average job at the Coast Guard, I was a machinery technician, I was a mechanic. It was my 9 to 5, I guess you would call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did, other than going out and doing law enforcement type things, did you do any search or rescue type operations as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that part of the Coast Guard practice that you had in addition to law enforcement and doing mechanic work?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you, what are the types of law enforcement things that you did in the Coast Guard?
We did search and rescue. We go in there, and then if something would arise to that, if the rescue turned into a DUI, we did investigations on that. But it's
may be obvious, but what's a DUI?
Boating under the influence. We call us water cops. Guys on boats, mainly. But the counter drug.
What was that?
Counter drugs.
Counter drugs. Okay.
Yes, migration or immigration. Assisted Customs Border Protection, Drug Enforcement Administration, stuff like that.
I'm sorry, assisted who?
Drug Enforcement Administration, Customs and Border Protection.
Okay. Did you ever write violations or citations for people?
I did.
Did you ever work with local law enforcement when you did your law enforcement investigations on the water?
Yes, several times.
So what types of law enforcement agencies would you work with?
So we would work with local and state law enforcement, the sheriff's department, the sheriff's department were the two stations I was at, and then also state agencies like Florida Wildlife Commission or Georgia Department of Natural Resources or Mississippi Department of Natural Resources.
What is a high interest vessel?
High interest vessel is it would be like a cruise ship or a vessel with kind of like a historical importance, something that if somebody would want to do harm would choose that vessel than anything other, make more news, I guess. And then it's also called an HVA, which is a high value asset, which would also be dangerous cargo.
Did your activities as a Coast Guard officer involve you working with high interest vessels?
Yes.
In what way?
and security, making sure that we would set up zones to make sure that nobody that's wishing to do harm to it or that would impede its movement would get in the way. And we would actually enforce laws. You know, we had arrest powers to make sure that we can accomplish that mission.
Do you remember the name of the law enforcement course that you took at the Law Enforcement Academy?
Yeah, the basic boarding officer course.
Okay, and what essentially did that training authorize you to do?
It allowed us to make, it's called CES2.
All right, how do you break that down? CS2.
All right. It's an acronym. It's SEASII.
SEASII. Okay.
It was search.
Yes.
It's the big examinations.
Okay.
Arrest.
Yes.
Seize.
Okay.
Inspect.
Okay.
And inquire.
Okay. Seize 2.
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit about the components of your training that you had under this Seize 2 course?
Yes, so I'll give you, I guess it'd be best if I give you the law that gave me the, all right.
What is the law essentially that authorizes you to be a Coast Guard law enforcement search officer?
So it gave us the arrest powers.
Okay.
And everything involved with that was 14 USC 89 Alpha,
Okay.
which gave Coast Guard officers, petty officers, which I was,
All right.
warrant officers, and reserve of the same on active duty, the right to seize to, search, examine, arrest.
All right, so this here is the code section that gave you the ability to do these things.
And all vessels in U.S. territorial waters.
Okay. All right. Did this course have a law component, like a legal component?
It did. It did.
Arrest?
Yep.
Okay. And in terms of, did you also deal with the Fifth Amendment,
We did.
like due process, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn terms like probable cause or reasonable suspicion?
We did.
Okay. And what was your training about probable cause?
Well, the probable cause definition that we received was level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person.
All right, I'm going to write it down, so hold on. Level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Given the overall circumstances.
Given overall circumstances, okay.
To believe that a crime has been committed.
There's no spell check on these things, so I'm not sure how I'm doing just yet. Okay. Let me go back to a component perhaps of training. Did you have a component of your training called use of force?
We did, yes.
All right. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so use of force is the level of force needed to compel compliance in the safest manner. And then we had acronyms and everything for that too. We had a use of force continuum.
All right, hold on. All right, so use of force, and you said you have a continuum?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It was it's levels 1 through 6.
I don't want to spell continuum.
I don't either.
I'm dropping it. CONTINUUM.
Ian?
N-U-M.
2 years.
2 U's?
Yes.
We agree on that, 2 U's? We did, Jerry's nodding their head. Awesome. All right, so use of force continuum, what is that?
Yeah, so it was drilled into our head. There's 6 levels.
Okay,
And it goes from level 1, which is officer presence.
all right.
I'll just go through all of them.
Okay, what does that mean, officer presence?
Officer presence was what we call showing the flag.
Okay.
Being out there having the flag, the blue lights, just like a cop pulling up on you. You know, you have blue lights, the uniform, his presence, his demeanor, the badge, stuff like that. And it's usually compels compliance. Going to level 1, seeing the police officer or seeing somebody that's in authoritative figure usually is all it has to go to. People
To compel compliance to do what?
whatever is needed or asked from the officer.
Does it include talking?
Yes.
Okay, or making an arrest?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, what's the next level?
Level 2 is verbal commands.
Okay, what does that mean? It sounds pretty obvious, but what does that mean?
It was task direction and consequence, I believe. Yes, task direction and consequence.
Okay, so give us just a little bit of a working example of that.
So when you're in active duty or you're in law enforcement function, I would say, Mr. Sheffield, you move to the side for me. And if it didn't work to that, so you move to the side for me, or I will have to move you.
Okay.
Usually, you didn't have to go with that if you can.
Is there a physical component to this, or is it just you're talking?
No, that's it. That's just that's all it is. Verbal command.
With the purpose of obtaining what?
Compliance.
Okay, so that you can do what?
So I can do my job safely and effectively.
Okay, all right. Is it volume dependent, your voice?
Yeah, voice inflection and tone is definitely a key into it. Being on a boat, a shrimp boat or something like that, and loud engines and everything, if I have to talk to you, if I'm trying to talk to you like this, you can't hear me, you can get aggravated. But if I speak louder and my voice inflection is, hey, move over there, you might take it as I'm upset, and then this can escalate into something that we don't want. But if I take everything into consideration, go, excuse me, can you move over there for me?
Yeah.
It's you use it every day.
All right, you use the word escalate. Is it your goal to escalate situations?
No, absolutely not.
Why?
Because once you escalate, you don't know where it's going to go from there. You want to keep everybody calm and cool and be able to do whatever task is at hand safely and effectively.
All right. What is the next level after verbal command?
Verbal commands, theory. Control techniques.
All right, what does that mean?
It was anything hands-on, which had a low probability of causing connective tissue damage or injury.
And what's the point of it?
It was if verbal commands didn't work at that point, like if I said earlier, like, I will have to move you, it goes to the point where I have to move you. And I control you where I safely can get you to point A to point B, or it also goes into normal application of handcuffs, is to control you, the subject, without any harm to myself or to you.
Okay. What's the next level?
Level 4 was aggressive response techniques.
All right, what does that mean?
It was kicks, stuns, and punches, and the use of pepper spray, what we call OC.
Okay. And at what point does something like this become necessary?
So we had 2 types of subjects. Probably easier if I said it earlier, but level 1 through 3 would be, so you have passive and aggressive. You have passive compliant and passive resistor, and then active resistor and active aggressor.
You're talking about now you, or you're talking about the person that you're dealing with?
The person that you're dealing with.
All right, so say it again, please. The person that you're dealing with, you have levels?
Yes.
And you categorize them as?
There's passive and aggressive.
Okay.
And then broken into there from level 1 and 2. Level 1 is passive compliant, which would, hey, anything I ask you to, you do it.
That would be me.
That would be you, right?
Okay.
Then passive resistor would be, could go into level 2, level 3. Can you move over there for me? You don't. Can you move over there, or I'll have to move you? And then after I make that, you move. That could be a passive resistor, or if I
me with the judge sometimes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then normal application of handcuffs or if I have to put hands on you as a passive resistor.
Okay.
Level 4,
Yes.
it would be the kick, stones, and punches. It would be active aggressor
Okay.
at that point.
Someone who is,
Actively, that is trying to cause you harm.
okay. And what's the next level after 4?
Was intermediate weapons.
Okay. What does that mean?
With what we carried daily was the expandable baton.
All right. To be used.
For level 5. If you're coming at me, always, if you come and trying to harm me, you do kick, stones, anything like that, I'm authorized to use the baton.
Okay.
And it's to hit meaty portions of the body to cause you to stop from harming me or others.
And then level 6?
Level is deadly force.
Okay. Are you always moving from level 1 to level 6? Is this always moving through that progression?
Yes, it's fluid. It's fluid nonstop. Depends on what you walk into, what occurs during the situation. It can go from level 1 to level 6, or level 1 to level 4, or 4 back to 1. It's just constantly flowing. It depends on the situation and how whoever you're talking to reacts, pretty much.
Okay. I want to talk about the physical side of your training and experience that you've had with this type of thing.
Okay.
Okay. But before I do that, I want to ask you again about de-escalation. And to make sure, de-escalation. As it relates to that continuum, do you have any goals as it relates to de-escalation? As it relates to this use of force continuum?
You want to keep it as minimal as possible. You don't want anything to escalate.
Okay.
If that's
So you want the absence of escalation.
That's right.
Okay. Let's talk about, when you were with the Coast Guard, did you work with a team of others?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and your team ever do training as it related to these types of use of force continuums and search and seizure and arrest?
We did.
Okay. When would you do those?
It was required, minimally, it was required quarterly, which was 4 times a year. 4 times a year.
Okay.
But we'd have so many people, non-rates, which were E1s to E3s before they made rate, would be our boarding team members. And that during that training that I went to in Charleston, I was also a trainer. I was authorized to teach other Coast Guardsmen how to assist into boardings. So we would have new Coast Guardsmen coming to these boats and stations. So we were constantly training. It was probably minimum once a week, sometimes 2-3 times a week. Sometimes we dedicate a whole week to training.
All right.
And it went from physical levels 1 through 5, assuming like 6, obviously, to.
Would you practice level 1 officer presence?
Yes, and that was any time that we were on the water was obviously level 1.
So I guess my question is, would you practice these various levels?
Yes.
Okay. How would you practice some of these levels that start to get into physicality or higher verbal acuity?
In training?
Yeah.
So in training, we would, going into level 4 or whatever, we would actually have this thing called a red man suit. And we would, Fridays usually, we bring everybody together, and then we would have to teach the techniques of the proper way to do this, because take a baton and strike somebody in the head, that's obviously deadly force. We do not want that to happen, if, God forbid, if that comes to it. So we have to teach, you strike somebody on a meaty portion of the body, how to properly do this stuff, and the best way to do it is get out there and do it. So we would do red man training, which these guys would exercise this on each other. Level 4, level 5, we would do handcuffs, practicing normal application of handcuffs. And then the entire time, we're also doing level 1 and 2. And if, say, me and you were in a scenario that we built a scenario, it depended on, if you were the boarding officer, how you interacted with me would be how I would interact back with you. So if you came in without another acronym we used was called LEAPS.
Okay, what's LEAPS?
It's called listen, empathize.
How are you spelling it?
Listen?
Yep.
No,
I know how you spell listen. I got that one.
Okay.
I got that one. The acronym is?
Oh, LEAPS.
LEAPS.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's E?
So empathize,
Okay.
ask questions,
Okay.
paraphrase.
All right.
And yes, summarize.
Okay. And you were saying you would use LEAPS in your training? You would
Yes.
teach LEAPS?
Yes.
All right.
And that would go to, you go into a situation and you jump on a boat or a scenario like this that you get somebody that's distraught or very upset. Instead of going in, hey, calm down, I'm here to do this. There's other ways to do it. So, hey, what's going on? What's wrong? What happened? Well, then say you explain to me what's happened. My dog just died. You go to emphasize, yeah, I've had that happen too. It sucks. I'm sorry that this has happened. It then goes into.
You're saying empathize?
Mhm.
You just said emphasize. Did I mishear? Your empathy, is that what you're talking about? Having empathy with somebody?
Yes.
I wrote down empathize, but you just said emphasize. Maybe it was a slip. Okay, but you're saying you would try to share in one's experience?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then ask questions, ask what's going on with it. It pretty much de-arming somebody, and calming them down. Because once again, the whole goal is to de-escalate, keep anything from arriving.
All right, so is it that this can lead to de-escalation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Have you ever had to use officer presence on the job?
Yes, every day. Every day that we were doing it.
Did you ever use verbal command on the job?
Very much so, yes.
Did you use control techniques on the job?
I've had to.
Okay. Did you ever have to use one of your aggressive response techniques, using a baton to hit somebody on the meaty portions of their body?
Never had.
Did you ever have to use intermediate?
I did not.
Or deadly force?
No.
Did you have any training on hand-to-hand combat?
Yes.
Did you have any training on how to retain your weapon?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we carried, there's on regular boardings, if it wasn't, like I said earlier, an HVA or
HVA being
high value asset, which we would stay on the boat. And then we had automatic weapons for that. It's mounted, crew mounted weapons, what they call it. It didn't pertain, but for weapons retention is what we're talking about. We were trained on the personal defense weapon, which is our pistol. We carried an M16, and we also carried an 870 riot shotgun, which is a small 14-inch barrel shotgun.
Okay. And what was the type of training that you had about weapon retention? What was it that you were training one another to do?
It's how to.
Obvious, but
yes, it's how to keep your weapon from going into the hands of somebody that's trying to take it from you.
Is this something that you would practice?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What is the concern about not retaining your weapon?
That it would, one, that you would not be able to protect yourself in a deadly force situation, and also that somebody taking a weapon from you would use it on you or others.
Did you ever have any special training with a shotgun?
Yes.
Did it include how to retain it?
Yes.
Okay. Did it include how to use it to de-escalate a situation?
Yes, with any weapon, yeah. It was the same as the other weapons.
And explain that. Explain, how do you use a weapon to de-escalate a situation?
So in a situation like we would consider it in a level 1, which was officer's presence. In certain situations, like if you come on a boat and you have unaccounted for personnel, or they call known safety hazards, which would to have your weapon drawn, and sometimes a third eye, which was right here, or it was readily accessible where you didn't have to take it out of the holster. In their situation, that was still level 1 because it was officer presence. You see somebody with that weapon, that's officer presence. And then also, if you had to draw your weapon on someone other than that, was if there was a reasonable possibility that the use of deadly force may be authorized, which was another key component on that.
All right, tell me about that. A reasonable possibility.
Yes.
That deadly force, what?
May be authorized.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
Means, from the trainer we had, that if you go into a situation that you are not aware of, that you don't know if someone's armed or if they have made threats or made threatening gestures, and you have a weapon, it's obviously holstered or you don't have it out there, and they come towards you or make these threatening gestures, which was closing the deadly force triangle or the attack triangle, then you are authorized to draw that weapon.
All right. What is the attack triangle?
It's subject's actions, weapon, and opportunity.
Okay. Action, weapon,
yes,
and opportunity. And how does that work?
So say a scenario where you have threatened me. So you're threatening me, you put that under subject's actions. Weapon, what we're taught is everybody has a weapon. Hands, fists are a weapon. So in an attack triangle would be you're threatening me, you are close enough to attack, and then, which is the opportunity, and then obviously you make the threat or you make the gesture that you're going to attack, throw the fist back. That is at that point an attack. The attack triangle is closed, then I can use level, which would be level 4 or level 5 in that situation.
Okay.
And there's also a deadly force triangle, which goes into, which is subject's actions,
Yes, go ahead.
weapon, and opportunity. And then under weapons, maximum effective range, and if it's readily accessible.
You're talking about range. What do you mean by that?
If you have a baseball bat and you're 50 yards away from me, the weapon is no longer, it doesn't close the triangle because the maximum effective range is no longer there. You're not going to harm me with that bat at 50 yards. If you are 50 yards away from me with if I could see a gun on you and you're making the threats, the gestures, then deadly forces triangle is closed.
Okay. When I asked you earlier if you have ever been trained to use a firearm to de-escalate a situation. Is that something that you have trained to do? To use it to de-escalate, but not to actually shoot somebody with it?
Well, yeah, that was it. Under level 1, doing the having it out of holster, or having the draw down if needed be, if you thought that deadly force may be authorized.
When you say draw down, what do you mean?
To actually have it pointed at you, or at the subject or anybody that is causing the threat, or that may be the threat at that time.
And when you say draw down and point it at somebody, does that mean that you are in fact going to pull the trigger?
The possibility's there, but obviously you're trying to de-escalate the situation. So,
in your experience, can pointing a gun at somebody de-escalate a situation?
Yes.
How so?
If pull a gun on someone, they've realized that this is if it's threat or if you don't know what's going on in the situation and you pull a weapon on someone, from what I've learned in my training, that usually that calls people to back off or to realize what's happening, compel compliance.
Outside of your Coast Guard life and your Coast Guard work, did you own and carry firearms?
Yes.
Did you ever have to use those firearms before for protection?
Yes, I have.
All right, can you tell me about that?
One time.
Protection, relevancy.
It's relevant because he is carrying a gun in this case. He is carrying a gun, I believe, through his testimony will establish why. And the fact that he's had experiences with having to do this before informs him and informs the decisions that he makes as a person under these circumstances. So the fact that he's been in situations where he's had to use his gun to protect himself before informs his decisions on also February 23rd.
Relevance
It's
to
sustained.
what he did under these circumstances.
You're talking about something he was doing in the Coast Guard.
No, I'm talking about him as a private citizen where he's been out with a firearm, carrying a firearm before, where he's had to use it to protect himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take a step into the jury room, please.
All right for the jury.
I was following it as part of his Coast Guard training and experience. You're talking about something different?
Yeah, I transitioned, Judge. You may not have heard me. I said, all right, now I want to talk about outside of the Coast Guard, not law enforcement, Coast Guard, but you just in your regular life outside of Coast Guard. You own a firearm, you carry firearms, and have you ever had to use a firearm to protect yourself before? Outside of the Coast Guard, and you just as a regular citizen.
Is it reported or, I mean, give me a proffer.
He will testify that he's had two circumstances where a person has come up to him, one at an ATM, where he had to go towards his gun and it had the effect that he wanted on the person. They ran away, it deterred them. And the second, he was sitting in his car and a gentleman tried to carjack him and he had to retrieve his gun and take it out and it deterred the person and the person ran away. This has now then informed him of how using his gun can de-escalate situations in his private citizen life as well, and that it can have that effect that ultimately, can de-escalate the situation and protect himself.
From the state.
Well, neither of these instances involved the victim in this particular case. The fact that some guy came up to him at the ATM and I'm not clear on what he did with his gun, pointed it at this person or did something else, and being carjacked, I'm unaware of any police report where he reported he'd been carjacked at all. So I'm not sure if there's a 911 call here that we don't have access to or some police report that we've not been given regarding this. The state is unaware of both of these instances. And it's not really relevant to the reasonableness analysis that the jurors are going to have to make as far as. So in the past, when I've been robbed at an ATM or carjacked by someone, I defended myself with my handgun. So it's okay for me to pull a handgun out while I'm trying to force compliance for someone to talk to me? they're totally not equal on any level whatsoever. So I'm not sure about the relevance or how it comes into play in this case.
It sounds like it's something that may be addressed on cross-examination. I'll go ahead and permit it.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, we can go get the panel. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get back to the evidence. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes, thank you. We were talking a little bit about now moving away from Coast Guard duty and just being a citizen here. Do you own firearms?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to use your personal firearm to protect yourself?
I have.
Okay. Oh, Travis, yeah, put that toward
Thank you. Sorry.
Can you tell us a little bit about the circumstances of the first time?
Yes. So I was living in Pascagoula, Mississippi. I was stationed in Mississippi at the time. It was 2008 to 2012. I believe it was 2008 when it happened. Pascagoula got destroyed by Katrina, so there's a bunch of vacant lots and everything. One of them was a bank, and the bank was gone, but they had the ATM machine still in the vacant lot. It's next to the gas station. Coming through to get cash for, I think it was for the lunch for the station. I pull in, I see two younger males next to the side. Thought it was a little weird that they're paying attention to me and been paying attention to people going in and out near there. So I stepped out of the truck and went to the ATM. As soon as I went to the ATM...
Let me stop you. Did you have a gun on you at the time?
I did.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a 1911 U.S. Army service pistol.
Did you have a permit or a license to carry?
Yes, I had a concealed carry permit, and it was a concealed weapon.
Okay.
Everything.
All right, so you're at the ATM. What happened?
Yep, and as soon as I put my card in, the two males approached on either side. One of them told me to give me his money. All I did was pull up my shirt and showed that I had a weapon, and they turned and jumped the fence and was gone.
Okay.
I pulled the money out and went to work.
Okay. Did you call the police or report it?
I didn't call the police on that.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. What is the second time that you had to use your gun? I say use your gun. That time you didn't really have to use it, just showed it.
No, I just showed it. The second one was in Pascagoula as well. It was in 2011. And I was going into work. We had a high value asset coming in. So I was coming in at 8 o'clock. And road I was coming in on it was destroyed by Katrina. It was real dark. Everything was, it was the industrial side of town. And was stopped at a red light, had the windows down in the truck. And sitting at the red light, listening to the music on the radio, somebody came to the passenger door and popped the lock and was opening the door on me.
Let me stop you. Popping the lock meaning was the window down?
The window was down. He just popped it. It was a
Okay.
GMC, so it was right there. He popped it open.
All right.
And opened the door and started yelling. I was getting in the truck. So
What you said, he started yelling.
Yes, I don't know what he was saying, but it was he was yelling.
Okay.
And so I had the pistol between I had a holster between my seats, and I pulled the pistol out and pointed at him, told him to get out of my truck. He got out and ran off. Got to the station, and we had 3 reservists that were actually with the police department there. Told them about it, and I believe we had a report made on it.
Okay. All right. All right. I want to focus your attention back to Satilla Shores.
Okay.
Was there ever a time that you yourself tried to figure out if any particular person was involved in some of the crime that had been happening over that summer in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that circumstance?
Yeah, so around, I believe it was July, 1st of July, my neighbor at the time, Kim Ballesteros, she had her purse stolen, or told us that her purse stolen out of her vehicle. And so we neighbors talked about it. Yeah, this is something else has happened. A few days later, a week or so later, I was coming back from a fishing trip. I have a boat doing charters on the side, and I was actually coming back to my house with some clients on Fancy Bluff Creek. Do you have a?
I do have a map here.
Yeah, so
I have this up already. Fancy Bluff Creek.
Yep, under the bridge, the Highway 17 bridge. Yep, we got under there.
I'm just going to pull this back too. The state has a similar exhibit that they've used. This being the Google Earth image.
Okay. So yes, I was coming from the north and coming back down towards till Fancy Bluff to.
You were where?
Where your finger is?
On the water.
On the water,
Okay.
in my boat, yes.
Okay.
And got under the bridge and saw a bunch of trash, tarps, and there was an old tackle box down there, and just a bunch of trash under the bridge. So this looks like a homeless camp, and it's very close to the neighborhood. There's a trail that goes to it actually. Drove on by and started thinking that neighbor just had purse stolen. So let me check this out. This might be this homeless person, or if there is homeless people in there, these might be the ones going into the neighborhood. So got home, finished with the client.
So let me stop you there. When you say you got home, we don't see it on this map here, but does this connect coming up around over onto this side?
It does, yes. Fancy Bluff Creek joins Little Satilla south of the neighborhood.
Okay. So you boated around back to your dock?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So got back, finished with the clients, and told my father that hey, looks like there's a homeless camp under the bridge. You know, this purse was just stolen. I want to go see if there's anybody down there. I said, I'll join you. So we get in my truck. I carry a weapon everywhere. I got a concealed weapon, so I was armed. I'm not sure if my dad was or not. There was a trail. First, we tried on the neighborhood side of the road.
All right. So that being this side over here.
It probably, if you look at the
was there any
satellite
access point to drive over here?
There is a power line that parallels the highway between the neighborhood and the highway. It's an overgrown road, or it's an overgrown field.
Okay.
We couldn't get to it from there. These rocks and stuff is just too bad. So I drove across Highway 17 onto Fancy Bluff Road.
Okay.
And then there's a little four-wheeler trail.
So Satilla Drive comes across 17.
It does.
Is that Fancy Bluff up here?
I believe it is.
Okay.
I believe it is.
All right.
And then there's a wooded lot right directly across, and there's a four-wheeler trail that parallels the highway there.
Okay. What did you do?
So me and Dad walked down the four-wheeler trail. He's behind me, and it goes down, kind of meanders around a couple of trees, and it gets to the creek, makes a right, and it goes under the bridge. So I turn, go down the bridge. I don't see anybody, and then get under the northbound lane and see someone fishing right at the bank. And he had a machete, I guess, a real long knife. It wasn't a fillet knife, it was like a machete right next to him. He doesn't see me. I walk on, but get between him and the knife, and then...
Right, let me stop you there. As you're doing this, you're going down there with your sidearm. how is it that you feel comfortable going down there to inspect this situation?
I didn't see any threat. There was no threat. Yeah, I was. I didn't see anybody down there, and if I did, then I would talk to him. Just
right.
talk to him.
So what happened?
So I get to him. I get between him and his knife.
Why'd you do that?
For safety.
Okay.
Just for safety. And they talked to him. I said, "How you doing?" And he's a friendly guy. And I asked him if he's living down the bridge. He told us that he wasn't. He told us that he was living on a road off of Fancy Bluff Road in the neighborhood. I don't remember what the road was. And I told him, I said, straight up, there's a bunch of stuff being stolen in this neighborhood. I'm seeing if there's anything down here. He said, no, I haven't seen anything. Okay. We looked around. I think my dad looked at some of the tarps. He said it wasn't his stuff. I'm certain that he was living under that bridge. We didn't see anything.
When you said you didn't see anything, what were you looking for?
I was just looking for if there was any purses or if there was any equipment, anything that obviously would, if you see boat motors or tackle boxes or, anything, purses, anything that's just,
okay,
it would be odd. I wouldn't pick it up and take it. What we did as soon as we left, my dad called the non-emergency number and informed the police. They were aware, obviously, of what's been going on in the neighborhood and told them, hey, there's a homeless person on this bridge. Check it out for us.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. And just to be sure we're on the same page.
Good Brunswick Communications Operator 924, how may I assist you?
Hey, this is Congressman Michael. I'm the retired chief executive of the DA's office. Is there anybody, supervisor available I might be able to speak to?
Sure, just a moment. And are you talking the dispatch supervisor or police supervisor?
Police supervisor, yeah. Anybody on duty be fine. I wanted to make them aware.
Okay, and all right, and what was your name?
Greg McMichael.
Okay, and a contact number for you?
912-217-1726. They can call me back if
okay, and your address, sir?
230 Satilla Drive. We've had a lot of break-ins in this area out here, automobile break-ins. And my son and I just discovered a guy. We think he may be living under the Bluff Creek Bridge on 17.
This is the call?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss this finding of sorts, this person that you thought living under the bridge, did you discuss it with anybody else in the neighborhood?
I did.
Who did you discuss with, if you can remember?
I know Randy Parr, my direct neighbor. I'm sure I've spoken to Matt Albenzi when he'd stopped by. And then there's another guy down the road, older fella. I cannot remember his name.
Okay, all right. Do you know whether or not the subject of someone living under the Fancy Bluff Bridge, being a suspect of things happening in the neighborhood, whether that subject came up anymore over the course of the next 5 or 6 months?
Yeah, there's people, it was always there, it was always in the back of people's mind, or if something happened, you would see it on the Facebook neighborhood page of the homeless person. There's been a homeless person around. That was from that moment forward, people knew that there was a homeless person under that bridge. So.
Okay. All right, now I want to ask you about 220 Satilla Drive.
Okay.
All right. Did you ever hear anything about thefts or things being stolen from 220?
I did.
When did you hear that?
The first was from my mother.
Okay.
And then she heard it from someone or saw it on Facebook and told it to me. And then I started seeing it on the Facebook page.
Okay. Did you speak to anybody other than your mother?
At first, no.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Diego Perez about it?
No, not until February 11th.
Okay, all right. But in terms of what was it that you understood was stolen from 220?
From my mother, and I heard that there was equipment stolen off a boat
Located where?
in the house in 220 Stilla Drive.
Okay. Do you know if you ever spoke to Matt Albenzi about it?
We've talked about it, but we just talked about it. Like I said, it wasn't, in great detail. You just say, hey, there's been stuff stolen out of that house, out of that boat. So, yeah,
Did you know of the man who lived or who was building 220 Satilla?
I met him once, but I didn't know.
Did you know anything about him, about whether he was living on the property or
I knew that he stayed on the property on weekends and stuff like that. When I first met him, he had a camper in the backyard, and from my understanding he was working on the house himself, and he'd spend weekends or sometimes a week there, and he would stay at that house or at that camper. He wasn't living in the house that he was building at the time. He was living right behind it, or staying right behind it when he was on property.
Okay, so just sort of generally speaking, you had learned that boat equipment was stolen and that the owner was living on a camper on the property on weekends.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you ever investigate anything about 220 Satilla in 2019?
No.
Okay. Go in there, search the residence, do any kind of follow-up on stolen goods or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever speak to Larry English in 2019 about his stolen property?
I did not.
Okay. Or ask him if you could help him catch whoever had stolen his property?
No.
Okay. In 2020, were you the victim of crime?
I was.
All right. When was that?
January 1st.
Okay. What happened?
I had a pistol stolen out of my truck.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C.
Okay.
Smaller.
All right. And that was when?
January 1st, New Year's.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances of how it was stolen?
Yes, I was. My dad moved the vehicle for me. Moved the vehicle that morning between 9 to 11, 9:30, 11:30, somewhere around there. He moved it close to the side of the road to the adjacent property, right on the road. I came out about 11:45 to go somewhere, opened the truck. The door was unlocked. I don't know if he left the vehicle unlocked or if I left it unlocked that evening, and saw that my holster was sitting in the seat. Went back in and asked my dad if he moved my gun, being that he was in that driver's seat where the holster was. He said he did not. So I looked around the house, made sure that I didn't misplace the pistol for some unknown reason, and came to the conclusion that my pistol was stolen and called and made a report on it.
Okay, you said you called. Who'd you call?
I called the Glenn County Police Department, non-emergency.
Okay.
It may have been, I called the police department.
I'm going to play States Exhibit 161.
Glenn Brothers Communications, operator 915.
Hey, yes, I need a police officer. I got a report of I need a report of stolen stuff.
You what, sir?
I need a police officer. I need to report a stolen pistol.
Okay, and what's the address it was stolen from?
230 Satilla Drive.
That's 230 Satilla Drive, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the call?
Yes.
Okay, no other pistol stolen from you. That's the only one.
That's the only one.
Okay. Were you concerned at all about the theft of your gun?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Well, one, I don't know who has the weapon. Having it stolen out of my truck, I don't know who's got it. I don't know if they know anything, what they're doing with the gun. They might harm themselves or use it to harm someone else or use it for a crime or who knows.
Did you hear of other reports of guns being stolen in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you know essentially what it was that you were hearing?
Oh, I've heard of several vehicles being broken into and pistols or guns stolen out of those vehicles. Don't know the addresses, but it was common talk around the neighborhood.
Okay. At this time, we're moving into January of 2020. Now, no longer the fall of 2019. We haven't really discussed whether or not the crime in the neighborhood was continuing or on the rise. Can you give us a little bit of your understanding of what the level of crime was around this time and across October, November, December?
Yeah, so it was steady, I guess would be the best way to explain it. It was steady. The house on 220 around October was when it was apparent, when you were hearing that Mr. English had stuff stolen out of his boat out of there, expensive stuff. And he put a surveillance system up, and they were catching people going into the house.
How did you learn about the surveillance system?
Once again, from my parents and
so
hearing from it on Facebook.
Okay, parents and Facebook.
Yeah.
All
right. And neighbors. Mr. Albenzi told me, he said that they had somebody in there. He saw him on the camera, but that's as far as I remember that.
At this point in January of 2020, we've got crime in the neighborhood, okay? We've got suspicion in the neighborhood. At this point, had that at all begun to narrow into a particular person?
It was starting to, yes. Having this point, the 220s constantly being broken into, then they have videos of people now starting to think, all right, there may be some body or pair of people that are constant, that is the one that's continuing to come into this neighborhood.
All right.
Instead of random acts of burglary.
Okay. Did you have any experience yourself with 220 Satilla?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us when that was?
It was on February 11th, around 7:30 in the evening.
All right. Tell us what you were doing on February 11th, around 7:30 in the evening.
All right. Just finished eating dinner. Decided to go fill up my work car.
Which is?
That was a little Volkswagen Jetta, 04, 05, somewhere around there. Instead of having to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to fill it up, I just fill it up in the evening, come back, and be done with it. Left the house, turned on Satilla Drive, and started heading out of the neighborhood.
All right, stop there. Do you see where your house is approximately on this map? Is this in y'all's way? It's not. It might be for one of you. Let me move this forward. Just a touch. Can you lean forward and see it?
Yeah.
Your house is
Yes, that's
one of
it.
these.
That's it.
Here.
Yep.
Okay. All right. You were here.
Yep.
Where did you go?
I came out, turned on Satilla, take a left.
Okay.
Yep. And then made it to about where the S is on Satilla Drive.
Okay. All right. What did you said? You made it to about there, and then what?
So as I'm driving down the neighborhood, I see someone run across the street.
All right. From what side to what side?
Came from the.
So here you are, down here. You're saying you're coming up Satilla.
Yeah,
you
right
make
there.
it to about the S.
Mhm.
And what do you see?
I see someone run from the right side to the left side.
This side?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, I'll tell you where.
Yep, go ahead.
Go to the next house, between those two houses right there.
Right here?
Yep, and ran directly across the street.
Okay.
And then into the yard that was there.
How far back into the yard?
I didn't see them until I went further up, so they went out of sight.
Okay, you come further up.
Once I got to Jones, the house, yes, Senator Jones.
Okay.
The house went up from 220.
Okay,
That one
here?
there, yes.
This house here? Is this 220 here?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So that house there that you put the X on,
Yes.
at the furthest corner away, which
Here?
was where the driveway was, I saw that individual that ran across the road was was right there at their bushes, running across their driveway.
When you say bushes, do you mean bushes down here by the road?
No, close to the house.
Okay, bushes close to the house.
It's a Spanish-style house, so they have like a terrace or a open veranda in front.
In front,
And
a
there's a bunch
courtyard?
of Yeah, courtyard. So,
And where did you see this person go when they crossed the street?
I lost sight of him until I saw him right at the driveway of that house.
Okay.
So, yeah, obviously that was the path that he'd taken.
And how far back off the road was this person, would you estimate?
He was close to the house, so probably 20, 30 feet.
All right, so this distance being 20 to 30 feet off the road.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you see anything else?
Yeah, so I don't have my lights on him. I don't have my lights on him at the time.
Yeah.
But as I'm coming out, I've come to a stop at this point, and he is staying in the shadows, obviously trying to avoid being detected. Detected. He's, lack of a better term, was lurking. He was creeping. Wasn't in a run. It was just creeping through the shadows. You know, if there's a shadow running through here, he'd run with it and then go to it, and he was staying close to the house.
Okay.
I honestly said, what's going on here? So I stopped. I was right at Jones Till, and I backed my vehicle up to him, turning onto that house.
You said you backed your vehicle up to him. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. I was putting the back side of my vehicle up Jones, and as I was doing, I was swinging my lights.
Okay.
On him when he was in front of that house at that time.
Is this kind of accurately depicting what we're talking about?
Yes.
This being your car?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then I'm swinging it as he's coming to 220.
He's moving this way?
Yep.
Okay.
So there was a tree between 220 and that house, and it was real close to the corner of that house. He went between that, stayed in the shadows there, and then I stopped, and it was obvious that he was aware that I've caught him, put the lights on him.
Okay.
So he comes out of the shadows, gets into a wall, just kind of stands up, and then run like a jog almost into the shadow that the portalet was making.
Where's the porta potty?
Portalet was on the corner of 220.
Okay.
Between once again, obviously, he's aware that I am aware that he's there, had lights on him. I get out of the vehicle, it's a standard car, so I put it in parker brake on, step out of the vehicle and was going to ask him what he's doing.
What do you mean by standard car?
It's a stick shift.
Okay, go ahead.
Shift. I get out of the vehicle, he's trotting to me.
All right, stop. Why are you getting out of the vehicle?
To see what he's doing, to ask him what he's doing, maybe run him off.
Okay.
I haven't seen him before.
Okay. Did he wave at you?
No, he didn't.
Did he try to talk to you?
No, he didn't.
Like,
that's
I
what I
lost
was
my
thinking.
dog or anything like that? Okay, so what happened? You step out?
I step out to ask him, to see what's going on, to get an idea what's happening. As he comes out of the shadows from behind that portalet, he comes directly to me. I'm out of the door, and he comes out and he pulls up his shirt and goes to reach in his pocket or waistband area, going for his pocket. I thought it was pocket at first, but later on it didn't make sense, because if you're going to reach for your pocket, you would go for the pocket that's on whichever side you're on.
Okay.
He reaches like this.
So what happened at that moment?
It freaked me out. So once I realized what's going on, that he is doing this, and I'm under assumption that he's armed, I jump back in the vehicle. He turns around and runs into the house.
Okay.
Into the 220, the house at 220.
All right. So from the porta potty, coming forward, then he goes into the house.
Yeah, he stopped. Once I jump back into my vehicle, he just turns and goes into the house.
All right.
So it wasn't like a full sprint. It was, he's gone. Let me continue what I'm doing.
Okay. What did you do at that moment?
Well, it startled me. It freaked me out. So I don't know if I had my phone in the vehicle or not. It wasn't there. I didn't have a gun on me. He's gone. I'm just getting the hell out of there. I just wanted to leave, make sure, because I don't know where he's at this point. I go to jump in the car to take off to the house. I forget that the parker brake's on. I stall the vehicle out, crank the car back up, and get to turn and go back to my home.
Okay. What did you do once you got to your home?
So once I got home, I believe my dad was in the garage, or the garage door was open.
Okay.
Or may have been in the kitchen. I told him what just happened, and I had two phones, had my regular phone and my work phone. And best I could remember what I was doing was going to grab a phone. Well, I told Dad, I said, hey, there's somebody, I just caught somebody lurking at the neighbor house and just went into 220. So he comes out and I'm assuming his arm and goes down the road.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you there. When did you call the police?
I did.
All right.
Yeah.
Where are you when your dad starts to walk down the street?
I was at my vehicle. I was at the driveway.
Okay. Did you say anything to your dad?
Yeah, I told him to wait. I said,
Why?
hold on a second. I don't know what's happening. I'm assuming this guy's armed. And Dad, he had a stroke a couple months earlier, 2-3 months earlier, and which everything's fine, but you're concerned about him. If somebody,
does he have any other health issues?
Yeah, he's got a busted hip, or he's actually had a total hip replacement, and he's had a couple heart attacks. And
okay, so you say, Dad, wait.
Yeah, wait, and he's walking on down the road. He's going on down the road.
All right, what do you do?
So I go in, grab the keys to my truck, and grab one of my guns, which was at the safe, which was in the garage right there. Get out, get down to the road where Dad is. I'm calling 911 at the time. By the time the operator picks up, I pull up to 220. And at that time, my father and I wasn't aware who it was at the time. Another neighbor Dad was interacting with. I didn't know who it was. It ended up being Diego Perez.
All right, I'm going to pause you there.
Okay.
And let me pull up. Exhibit 163.
What's the address of your emergency?
It's Attila Drive, 230 Attila Drive.
What's going on?
We've had a string of burglaries. I was leaving the neighborhood, and I just caught a guy running into a house being built 2 houses down from me.
Travis, do you hear the way you sound?
Yes.
What are we hearing?
I was still scared. I was breathing heavy. I was still alarmed, I guess, would be the best way to explain it.
When I turned around, he took off running into the house.
Okay. What did he look like?
It's a black male, red shirt, white shorts.
And you said the house was being built?
It's being built, yes ma'am. It's vacant right now. He is in the house.
Why did you tell the 911 operator that you had a string of burglaries happening in the neighborhood?
Well, that was apparent. And then I guess going into it that him going into that house, then knowing that that house has been the one that's been breaking in and everything's been stolen, or the stuff's been stolen in there, that there's a connection to this. And I think that's why.
What did you think he might be doing in the house that night?
I think he was going back and stealing, breaking in, burglarizing.
What's your name and phone number, sir?
Travis McMichael, 912-423-1374.
All right. Where are you at now?
And that's you breathing?
That was me breathing, yes.
Right across the street. In my truck. Watching the house. Watching the house with it right now. Right here at the
Okay.
So you say you're sitting in your truck and you're watching the house. What does that mean?
So, like I said, my dad was on down there by the time I got my phone and called 911. It was just a second to get there. You heard me whistle right there. I saw the police coming, and I was trying to get attention to my father, and it turned out to be Diego, that say, hey, the police are right here. You know, I don't want anything to happen, then think that they're the ones breaking in.
All right, stop. Did you go in the house?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I didn't know, I lost sight of the individual that just went in there, and he acted like he may have been armed. I'm not going to follow him in there. I'm not going to chase or investigate somebody that may be armed, and I don't have any reason to go into that house.
Well, what about your dad and this other fellow that's out there?
I don't know why they're armed, but I don't know why that they decided to do that.
Were you concerned?
I was.
About what?
About them going in there and running across someone that intends to do harm or would try to harm them.
All right, so you're outside the house, sitting there on the phone, lights on the house.
Yes.
Okay.
What kind of truck are you in?
Red Ford F-150.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. It just startled me. When I turned around and saw him and backed up, he reached into his pocket and ran into the house. So I don't know if he's armed or not, but he looked like he was acting like he was. So, be mindful of that.
Okay. Which pocket did he reach into?
Left, I believe.
All right, so be mindful of that. Again, may be obvious, but what is it that you're trying to communicate?
That the person that I just had this interaction with possibility is armed and is obviously willing to use it if that was the case.
Well, why are you telling the 911 call center operator to be mindful of that?
So the police that show up on scene would come in knowing what they're possibly walking into.
Okay. And now, so 230 is the vacant lot address?
It's my address.
It's your address?
It's probably
Okay.
8 or 226.
Might be 226.
Possibly.
And how many houses down is it from yours?
It's 2 towards the highway.
Okay, I'll continue.
I guess he doesn't realize we're here. He's got the damn lights on right now. He's got a flashlight going through the house.
Does he? Okay.
All right, so you're now surmising that the person that you saw go in the house has a flashlight now.
Yes.
All right. Did you come to understand that was not what you thought?
It wasn't. No, it was our neighbor Diego.
Okay.
It was.
All right. Did they ever see or talk to or catch the person that had entered the house that night?
No, they did not.
Okay. Excuse me. All right, on that night, did you meet with the police ultimately?
Yes, I stayed where we were, and then when they arrived on scene, I stayed with them.
All right, do you remember the name of the officer you met with?
One was Officer Rash.
Okay. And who else was out there? I think you said your dad.
Yes, my dad was out there. The neighbor
Diego was out there.
Diego.
All right, did anybody else show up that night?
That I spoke to, you see in the video, obviously, Ronnie Olson came out there. I think I spoke to him, but then I spoke to Matt Albenzi.
All right, but were you aware that Ronnie was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Matt Albenzi. Anybody else that you were aware was there? And I mean that night, not after watching the video, the body cam video.
I spoke to another neighbor, Brandon Gregory, right after it happened when I was leaving.
All right, and who is Brandon Gregory?
He's a neighbor, I think he lives on Zellwood. He's also a, at the time, I'm not sure if he is or not anymore, but a police officer. Works with Clinton County Police Office.
With what?
Clinton County Police Department.
Oh, okay.
And he just was coming home. He wasn't involved with it.
Okay. All right. You said that you talked to Officer Rash?
Yes.
All right. Did Officer Rash show you anything?
Yes, after everything was done, he showed me the video of what occurred, just what I witnessed and called 911 on.
The video of what?
Of the individual going into the house.
So from running from the portalet into the house.
Yes.
He's now showing you the video of this person inside the house.
Inside the house, yep.
Okay. And did you watch the video?
I did.
Was there anything about the video that made you feel anything whatsoever?
Yeah, so having that experience, what I just said, that, with him or acting like he was drawing the weapon and then running into the house, and then seeing the video that he's walking around so nonchalant in that house, kind of, it startled me a little bit that having that just happen, just catching him creeping through that front yard and obviously trying to avoid detection, and then doing what he did there and then going into that house and then walking around in there like it's no big deal was alarming.
Alarming why?
Because I wouldn't think anyone acting normal would do that, and somebody that's willing to act like they have a gun or act like that they will harm you to prevent you from asking them or doing anything there, and then go in and just acting all normal and nonchalant and never catching the guy, knowing what he's doing, it just sets off the alarms for me.
Okay.
It's just bold. It's just very.
You said bold.
Yeah, it's just the way that he's acting is just very. It's a bold move.
Did you learn about, you had mentioned already that you were aware of some boat equipment being stolen back in October or from the house. Did you learn or did you see any of the other videos of 220 that night?
I think I saw some stills, I believe.
Some stills of what?
It was the first time I saw it was one of, I believe it was Mr. Arbery on the dock.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other ones?
Can't recall which ones were others. I think they did show another one of him walking around in the evening time.
Okay.
But I was told for the first time that it was the same guy that has been in that house several times.
Okay. Again, the question I asked you about January 1st, now moving to February 11th. In your mind, the idea of crime happening in the neighborhood, things being stolen, had you at all funneled that even further into trying to determine who may be responsible for some of the crime in the neighborhood?
At that point, yes, it did.
Or who was responsible for stealing the boat equipment from 220?
Yes.
All right. Did you draw any conclusions about who that might be?
I did.
All right. Who did you think it was?
I was thinking it was the person I just had an encounter with that evening on February 11th.
Okay. And what is it that you think he was doing in 220?
I thought that he was breaking back in and was going to steal some more stuff.
After that night, did you talk with anybody else in the neighborhood just about crime?
A couple days later, I'm sure that I know that me and Matt Albenzi talked about that evening. If you heard anything like that, and I spoke to Diego Perez also. Same kind of conversation. Just if he heard any more about it, anything like that.
Okay.
Okay. I want to move into February 23rd.
Short recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and we'll bring you back for a continuation of the evidence.
So right for a jury, please.
All right. Let's take 15 minutes. You can go ahead and step down. Yes. Okay. going to give her a flask, Mr. Sheffield?
Sorry?
You giving her a flask?
I'm slowly adding up the number of fingers that will be in the glass this evening.
Oh, sorry, not flat, carafe, I should have said.
This is the best coffee cup because it drinks on all sides, throw it anywhere, stays hot all day long. It's called Chantal.
You just made a friend somewhere.
Chantal.
A plug.
Apparently somebody's earning royalties.
I wish it was us. It's not.
Not sponsored.
It's all right for the jury.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed, I believe, once we have a little meeting over here. No, we've got 3. We're good. We're good. Yep, I got numbers. We're all set. All right, Mr. Sheffield. It's been a little.
All right.
We're back.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mel. Okay, Travis, I want to move to February 23rd. Okay. Let's start with where you were when your dad came in the house. Okay. Where were you at that moment?
I was in the living room. I was trying to get my son to take a nap.
Okay. Who were you with?
I had my son on my chest, obviously, and my mother was in there, and I think my sister was in there as well.
Okay. Did your dad come in?
He did.
All right. What did you notice about your dad when he came in?
He came through the kitchen, the back kitchen door that leads to the garage, and he was in a almost frantic state. He came in, like I said earlier, he's had hip surgery, he's had a stroke, so him going at a fast pace is kind of a rare thing, and he was moving pretty quick.
Okay.
Coming in.
Did he say anything to you?
Yeah, he said, Travis, the guy that has been breaking in down the road just ran by the house. Something's happened.
The guy?
The guy.
Did you know who he meant by the guy?
I was under assumption that it was the same individual that I saw on the 11th.
Okay.
Because he was down there as well. Saw the same video.
Because who was down there as well?
My father was down there as well on the 11th and saw the same video and talked to Mr. Officer Rash with me as well. So I was under assumption that it was the same guy from the 11th as who he's speaking of that just ran by.
All right, so he comes in, the guy who's been breaking in down the street is back?
Yes.
Okay, then what?
Yes. So he ran off. I think he told me to grab my gun.
Okay.
He said something's happening, grab your gun. So I went to my room, which is, the door is to the living room that I was in, and the first firearm that I had that was easily accessible because I had my son that week. My pistols were in the safe and everything was my shotgun. I just cleaned it, or I had it out for something. So I grabbed the shotgun.
Okay.
And walked out. Went out through the kitchen door to the driveway where my truck was.
Okay. So I'm about to use a permanent marker. I'll do that. I've done that before. So you come out of your house. You can come from this line. You come out of your house, and you come out where?
I came out and went to the driveway, to the end of the driveway, because my truck was at the very end. I think the boat was in the driveway side, right?
All right. So you come out.
Yep.
What do you do first?
So I went to the driver's side, or when I came out, Dad went into his bedroom, so I was by myself when I came out. I came out to see what was going on. I looked, obviously, out of the driveway or out of the garage, didn't see anything, and then went to the end of the road to where my truck was.
Okay.
I looked down to the right.
Down back in which direction?
Into the neighborhood, towards Burford and Holmes.
Okay, so you looked this way?
Yes.
All right.
And then I looked back down Satilla, where 220, where the house that has been having stuff stolen and I saw the guy run into, was down there. I looked down there and I saw my neighbor, Matt Albenzi, in the road.
All right, where was Matt?
Matt was on Satilla Drive. I thought he was right adjacent to the property there.
What property?
To the 220.
Okay. So Matt Albenzi was up this way. Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you see or say or do?
So I came out. When I saw Matt, I was right at the truck. So when I saw Matt down the road, he saw me and he pointed down the road, pointed down towards Burford and Satilla and Holmes, towards me.
Did you see him point?
I did.
Where were you standing when you saw it?
I was right at at the corner of the driveway and Satilla Drive. We have a group of mailboxes right there, and I was just on the inside of those mailboxes.
Okay, and he pointed in what direction?
Towards me, down Satilla Drive.
Okay, pointing this way towards Burford?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you think when you saw that?
At that moment, having Dad saying the guy that just ran by the house, the guy that been breaking into the house down the road, just ran by the house. I came out, didn't see him, and then saw Matt Albenzi, who was on scene on February 11th, who also saw the video and has seen videos that we've talked about, pointing down the road. I thought it was reasonable that, okay, there's something to this. This guy may have just ran by. Matt may have just seen him, either caught him breaking in, stealing something, or the guy that owns the property that stays in the camper might be on property and just startled him, or God forbid, maybe there may have been an altercation or something happened.
Okay. May have seen, may have broken in. Okay. So what did you do?
So at that time, my dad came out of the house through the garage as well, and he told me he ran down the road. He pointed towards Burford.
Told you who ran down?
My father told me the guy from the other night, which turned out to be Mr. Arbery, but he said the guy that just ran down Satilla.
Good.
So he said, get in the truck, let's go down there.
Okay.
So okay.
Your dad is communicating to you. He says, get in the truck.
Yes.
Okay. You said you had a shotgun.
I did.
Where did you put your shotgun?
I put it right between, there's a brand new truck, so it had vinyl seats. It's a 46. And what I would usually do if I'm out in the woods or if I have a long gun with me is I'd put it between the seats. There's a crease between the two seat splits. So
it's the bench seat.
It is.
But there's a crease.
Yeah, so there's 3 different seats, but they're all across, and I just put my shotgun or rifle or whatever right there.
All right.
And
where's the muzzle?
The muzzle is down to the floorboard, touching the floorboard by the gas pedal.
All right, and where's the butt of the gun?
The butt of the gun, being that was a shorter shotgun, if y'all can see where I'm at here, if I'm sitting in the seat, the butt would be about right here.
Where did your dad get in the car?
So Dad, I had a car seat in the truck at the time. It was a regular cab pickup. And
all right, stop there.
Okay.
I've shown the statement I've marked as Travis McMichael Exhibit 14 for identification. Emperor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Travis McMichael 14 for identification. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
That is looking in the interior of my truck at the time with my son's car seat in the passenger seat.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the car seat in your truck?
Very, very much so, yes.
Move to admit Defense Exhibit 14.
No objection.
Now publish.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm showing you Defense 14. We're taking a look here. Obviously, this is the car seat we're talking about?
Yes, same car seat.
Okay. All right, so where is your dad
sitting? He is stuffed in the car seat. He's kind of got half of him in the car seat, and this the car seat. He's kind of angled in it like this. He's stuffed. The best term to say, he's stuffed in that car seat right there on the passenger side.
And what is he saying to you, if anything?
I think he was cussing about the car seat, trying to get in the car seat. And I just started driving. At that point, I don't think
you driving.
I turn out and head towards Burford.
Okay. And what are you doing driving in that direction?
I'm trying to find out what's going on. I'm trying to analyze the whole situation, but looking for whoever it was that ran by. I haven't made any eye contact at the time. But
have you personally determined who it was that ran by?
No, I did not.
Have you accepted what your dad has said, that this is in fact the guy?
I assumed that he was correct, but I wanted to verify.
Okay, so you said you started heading towards Burford.
Yes.
All right. Now we're towards Burford. What do you do, or what do you see?
Sometime before Burford, or as we're going, I asked my father, I said, did you call the cops, or the cops on the way? I'm not sure exactly what I said. I think I said, did you call the cops?
Okay. And so at this moment, you're asking him if he called the police?
Yes.
All right. And?
He said, I know that he didn't catch what I was saying. I don't think he was paying attention completely. He said, yes. I assume that he has called the police.
Okay. You're saying, I know that he didn't. You mean as you sit here today, you know he didn't?
As minutes later, I realized that he did not.
At this moment, what was your impression at this moment?
That the police have been called.
Okay. Where do you go now?
I continue about that time, right around there. We were at the corner of Satilla Homes, and then Burford's a couple yards past that. We were about right there. There's a group of bushes and kind of a jog onto Burford.
Okay.
So you can see straight down the road, but where we were at, you can't really, you could miss something.
All right. So there's bushes here at the corner of Burford?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's hard to see.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What do you do?
Continue on Burford. I look down Satilla, look down Holmes. There's nobody
all right.
on either side.
You're looking. Okay. Then you go this way.
Yep.
Now what?
As soon as we get on Burford, I see turn out to be Mr. Arbery running down the road.
Okay. So what are you doing when you first see him?
When I first see him, I'm trying to see if I recognize him.
Okay.
And he's running. He's got long strides. He's athletic. He's athletic. He was in great shape. He was in long strides. I recognized that run, but
Okay. So what did you do next?
So I continued to drive up to him. As I'm getting closer, I recognized his haircut.
Where would you say you are on Burford when you get close to him?
I was 2 houses down.
Okay.
It was the first 150 feet, I would say.
All right. Now, how fast would you say you're going?
At that point, I was probably riding the brake.
Okay. Are you honking?
No.
Are you hanging out the window yelling?
Nope.
All right. Do you eventually pull up next to him?
I do.
Do you hit him with your truck as you pull up next to him?
I do not.
Where are you when you pull up next to him?
I got closer to him. I was center line of the road.
Okay.
And he was 2 feet off the edge of the road, on the road, but he was 2-3 feet off from the edge.
Okay. As you're approaching him, are you making any observations?
Yeah, I'm realizing, at this point I'm realizing this is more likely the same guy that I saw.
Okay.
But I'm also watching his hands, watching his motion, make sure he's not armed.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm coming into, and if it's the same guy from the 11th, then I have some suspicions that he may be armed and may act on it.
Okay. What do you do next?
So I come up to him, pull up alongside of him.
Okay.
That moment, I recognize it is him. It is the same guy that I saw from the 11th. I asked him, said, "Hey, what are you doing? What's going on?"
All right, stop. Are you still driving when you say this to him?
Yeah. I'm coasting. I'm staying with him. I'm staying. He's right there at my door.
Okay. Have you angled in front of him to block him?
I'm parallel with him.
Okay. You say, "Hey, go ahead. What are you doing?"
What's going on? What are you doing?
What's the tone of your voice when you say?
Just like that. Hey, what's going on? I'm trying to. Like I said earlier, I'm using leaps. I'm trying to de-escalate. I know that this can be, this can go any way, but I'm trying to find out what's going on. I'm trying to find out why Mr. Albenzi's pointing down the road, and he ran down the road, and if this is the same guy, then there could be something to this. Let's find out what's happening.
Okay. So you talk to him. What do you say?
Yeah. So I said, "Hey, stop for a minute. Stop. Will you please stop?" Well, he didn't say anything.
Can I quote you at "stop for a minute"? Stop. Please stop. Did you actually use the word "please"?
I'm sure I did. I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to keep this as non-volatile as possible. So I'm not screaming at the guy. I mean, I'm just trying to find out what's happening. So he pulls up, and one thing I do notice as I start talking is his demeanor.
What do you mean he pulls up?
I'm sorry. When I pull up alongside, not him. When I pull up.
Go ahead.
But when I first talked to him, he looks over to me, but wasn't yelling at him. I mean, this first communication I had to him, and I was from 5 feet away from road lane from him, and he looked over at me, and he was.
Permission to get down, Your Honor? Right here. I'll come up. I'll approach. How far are we? You're in your truck. Turn and face this way.
Yeah, it was about that. No further than where you are.
Okay. What are you saying?
Just, hey, what's going on? Hey, stop a minute. I want to talk to you.
What's he doing?
That's what I want to talk to you is actually why I said first.
Does he stop running at any point?
No, at this point he is still running, but I noticed that he looks very angry. He's
Describe that. What do you mean?
Mad. It wasn't what I expected. For just coming up and talking to him, it was clenched teeth, closed brow. He was mad, which made me think that something's happened. I don't know why we.
Okay.
It's not what I expected at all.
All right. So it's unexpected. So now what do you do?
So, kind of analyzing this, and I ask him again, or ask him again, hey, will you stop for a second? He stops, or actually just turns and starts jogging back in a jog backward, or going back up towards Burford and Satilla.
All right. So he starts to come back this way.
Yes.
Right. Does he speak to you?
He did not speak to me.
Does he say what? What do you want?
Yeah, he's never.
Or leave me alone or anything?
Nothing.
All right. So he starts to run back this direction. What do you do?
I back up.
Okay.
Put the truck in reverse and match up with him again.
All right.
As I come up to him, I start to ask him, hey, what's going on? What's going on? He turns and runs.
Turns and runs which way?
Back to, we're still in Burford, back to Zellwood.
Back down this way, okay. All right, now.
I'm on look.
You're fine, you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. when you pull up to him the second time and say, hey, what's going on? What do you mean by that question, what's going on?
I wanted to know, main thing, why is the neighbor pointing down the road from the direction where he's at? I mean, it could be nothing but with Dad saying that the guy that ran by, and then coming out, like, what's he talking about, and seeing someone pointing down the road from 220 from where I encountered him a week and a half prior, going into the house that has been burglarized. I have had stuff stolen that he's been in several times. That, all right, yeah, we need to figure out what's happening.
Okay. Have you now seen the video? You've been sitting here for the whole trial. Have you seen the video from Roddy Bryant's driveway?
Yes.
Were you aware of Mr. Bryan in that moment?
No.
Did you see him on his porch?
I didn't. I never met him before. I didn't.
All right. So did you know him before this moment?
No.
All right. Or did you ever have any kind of Facebook connection with him whatsoever?
No.
Ever call him on the phone?
No.
Okay. And at this moment, are you aware that he's on his porch and can see you and Mr. Arbery there together?
No.
All right. Stupid question time. Did you look at him and go, let's go, get in your truck, help us out?
No.
Okay. So he starts to run back up the road after the second attempt at a conversation. Before he ran up the road, at that second attempt of conversation, did he speak to you and say, hey, what is it?
No.
What do you want? Or any kind of words whatsoever?
Not yet. No.
Did he make eye contact with you?
Yeah, we made eye contact the first time.
Okay.
The second time, I'm not sure. I mean, may have, but I was kind of watching his hands, I was more keen to his hands.
Okay. This time when you're backing up, did you back up to try to block him?
I did not.
When he started going forward, did you move in front of him and try to block him?
I did not.
All right. What did you do next?
As he took off running again, I put the truck in drive and stayed with him and kind of analyzing what's going on.
Let's explain.
Just watching, trying to figure out what's happening, watching his demeanor, or what, if he's, what's happening,
Okay.
what is happening. Like,
All right. Did you eventually reach him?
Yeah, I decided to come up to him again, to get up next to him again and try one more time and just tell him, hey, the police are coming.
All right, freeze.
Yep.
How far away, again, are you from him when you come up next to him down Burford Road?
Once again, I was center line. Tires were just on the other side of the center line, so my body was center line, and he was 2-3 feet off the road. So for me to you, no further.
2 or 3 feet off the road?
No, he was on the road, 2 to 3 feet from the edge.
Okay.
So he was, if this was the edge of the road, he was running down the.
And this far away about?
No further than that. Yes.
4 feet?
4 feet.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
3, 4 feet.
Are you yelling?
No, I'm not. I'm actually probably softer than I was the first time.
All right.
Just trying to.
You said that you spoke to him now this third time when you get up here further down Burford Road. Does he stop running at any point up here?
Yeah, so after I get up to him again, I say, hey, I just want to talk to you. I want to know what's going on. He finally stops.
Okay.
Great.
I want to talk to you. I want to know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So we finally stop. I ask what's going on. He never says anything to me. He's still looking at me angry. I'm thinking, man, this guy's, this can be volatile. Let's be kind of watching here. I ask him again, hey, what happened down the road? Why are people pointing down the road? Where are you running from? He doesn't say anything, and he's still kind of in the same spot he is. He's not squaring up or anything like that. He's just standing there. And then I said, hey, the police are on the way. As soon as I said the police, he turned and ran straight back down Burford towards Holmes, Satilla.
He turns back and comes back down Burford, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The police are on the way, and then you say he turns and runs.
As soon as I said the police are on the way, he turned and sprinted down Burford.
Did that mean anything to you, the way he acted when you said that?
It did.
Like what?
Why would you, if nothing happened down there, totality of circumstance, if nothing happened down there, if the neighbor wasn't pointing down the road, if I haven't seen him on video and the possibility that he is down there again, all that might be in play. If not, that's fine. If I say the police are on the way and you take off and run, getting away, then it's all right. There is he may have been caught in that house again, and he's up to probably been caught on that property and is trying to evade, trying to avoid from being stopped by the police. Well, obviously, because he's running.
Trying to avoid being stopped by police. Mm-hmm. Did you, at any point in time, when you first approached him and made the first statement to him, hey, stop please, or when you reversed and said, hey, we just want to talk to you, or when you met him up the road for the third time, at any point, did that gun come off the seat, come out the window? Was it shown, brandished in any way whatsoever?
It was not. And matter of fact, as I'm going down, like I said, it's a brand new truck. I just bought this truck, this vinyl seats, and I've never, the seats weren't used to having stuff wedged between it. The shotgun slid out from my seat and ended up in the floorboard. I couldn't grab it if I wanted to.
Okay. Did you tell him you were going to shoot him?
No.
Okay. When he ran back, what did you do at that moment after he ran back down the road?
At that moment when I told him the police were on the way, during that time, like I said, this time he stopped. I thought that we're about to have we're about to communicate, see what's going on. About this time, my dad was getting out of the vehicle. I wasn't speaking to Dad. He was probably talking to me. I wasn't paying attention to him.
Okay.
So when Mr. Arbery turned and started running down the road, about that time, Dad was getting out of the vehicle, obviously to get out of the car seat, and started climbing into the back of the pickup truck.
Okay. What did you do?
Watching Dad. And then I realized...
What do you mean watching Dad?
Watching him try to get in the back of the truck.
Oh, okay.
And then I realized that my shotgun was down on the floorboard. Mr. Arbery is running away. I take the gun out and put it back into my seat. Put it wedged back on the seat.
Okay.
One time contact, grabbed the firearm at that moment.
All right.
That was just to put it back in the seat there.
Then what happened?
Dad's climbing the truck. I look down from all that, look up, and then there is a black Chevy pickup, or black pickup at the time I thought, and it was on the left side of Satilla. If I'm looking down, the left side of Burford. If I'm looking down Burford towards Satilla and.
Okay, so this is the road.
Yes, sir.
You're looking down the road.
That's correct.
Not accurate distance here, but there's a Chevy truck.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The driveway is like this. Where is the Chevy truck? The road is like this.
In the truck.
Where's your truck?
The truck was like that.
Okay.
On the left side. Look at the way I'm looking at it, on the left side of the road.
Okay.
So, like you were.
All right. And what are you watching happen?
So, I didn't know where the truck came from. I didn't know that it was, if it came, I was assuming that it came from the front of the neighborhood because I didn't see the vehicle come out anywhere.
Okay.
It was up here. It was just there. When I got done watching Dad and getting that gun secured and look up, that truck was there, and Mr. Arbery was at the truck, and he was at the left side of the truck, and where I'm a couple hundred feet away from this, so I knew that he was on the truck. He was at the vehicle. I couldn't see what he was doing, but he went to the other side of the vehicle and then turned and then continued again.
Okay. Is there anything about his movement with the vehicle that was of interest to you?
Yeah, so I didn't know if this guy was picking Mr. Arbery up or if he was involved with whatever happened down there and he was trying to stop him, or I was scared thought it was Mr. Arbery. One of my thoughts was I might hear a gunshot here. What's happening? I was kind of just watching, just like what's happening on alert.
Okay.
And I watched that happen, and then from where I was, what it looked like is Arbery got in front of the vehicle and continued down the road.
Down towards
Satilla and
Holmes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What did you do?
Got back in my truck. At that time, my dad is obviously seeing this as well. And he is telling me to go down there Go down there.
As in?
As in, drive the truck down to this vehicle to where Mr. Arbery and the vehicle was. I do not.
Why?
I don't want to, I don't know what is going on with this guy, and I don't want to escalate the situation. My thought at this point now is, whatever happened up there, there's a likelihood that something has happened, because when I tell him that the police are coming, he takes off running and then interacts with his vehicle, either trying to get in it or trying to avoid it, or whatever happened, something's not right. I don't know what's going on. The cops are coming, from my thought at this point. I'm not going to escalate this any further.
So what's your goal at this point?
My goal is to let the police know, let the police know where he's at, and just kind of watch what's going on, to see where he's at, to see where he's going.
All right. Well, you say you don't want to go back down this way because of what you see. So how much time do you think it's been, if it's even possible to estimate, from the time that you first tried to talk to him to the last time you tried to talk to him to the time that he runs back and engages with this black Chevy?
This is an estimate, maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
If that. Now, 2 minutes might be a long time.
Okay.
I can't put a time on it.
All right.
I really don't know.
What do you do if you don't go that way?
So I continue. I decided to continue down Burford to Zellwood, take this time to kind of get my bearings, to figure out what to do, what's going on here.
Okay, so where do you go?
So I turn, so on the map you can see where Burford turns to Zellwood.
All right.
I turn onto Zellwood to the left and start going down that road. I'm maybe 10 miles an hour. My dad's in the back of the truck, so I can't, with a new hip and stroke and all that, so I'm not going to go fast. I don't want to hurt him, so I'm making my way towards the front of the neighborhood.
All right.
I get to Holmes. I decide I'm going to turn on Holmes to see, more than likely this guy's running back out of the neighborhood. I'm going to go to Holmes because I know that he is not behind me. I know that he's not where I could see down Holmes, and I know where he's been. I can kind of figure out where he's at, and then the police are going to be here at any second. If I encounter them before they encounter what's going on, I could tell them where I saw them last. Maybe we could finally have this guy called.
All right, so your option is to go up to the front of the neighborhood.
I could have, yes.
Okay. Instead, you come down Holmes.
Yes.
All right. When you get on Holmes, do you see anything?
I don't. I don't.
What happens next?
I drive down Holmes. I get about a house or two, halfway down to, I call it a dog leg. It's a real light turn. It's got some bushes and trees in
All
there.
right, step forward just for a second and tell me if I'm pointing in the area of the dog leg.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to note it with kind of a bend in it.
Yeah.
What do you mean by dog leg?
I can't see the very end of the road.
Okay. So it's a visual that you can't see past.
That's correct.
Okay. So you come down Holmes, you say.
Uh-huh.
Do you see anything?
I don't.
All right. What do you do?
Continue. At this point, I'm maybe riding the brake.
Okay.
I'm just sitting.
All right. At any point in time, do you see something?
Yes, about halfway down.
Halfway down Holmes to the dog leg.
To the dog leg.
Okay.
I see Mr. Arbery. He is in the apex of the dog leg, turning. I don't see him directly at me. He's in the process of turning at this point.
Is he on the road?
He is.
Okay, I'm going to put it over here to the side just so I can have some room. But you're saying that you see him turning?
That's correct.
Okay. You see him turn?
Yes.
All right. What do you do?
I continue, same speed, continue to go that way.
You approach the dog leg.
I get to the dog leg, yes.
Do you see Roddy Bryan? You now know Roddy Bryan. Do you see the black truck at this moment?
I did not.
Meaning when he does the turn to come back down, do you see a truck following him?
No, there was no truck at that point.
Okay. So what do you do?
I continue on down Holmes. At this point, I am driving towards Satilla, and from the last time that I saw, this was just a second or two that I saw Mr. Arbery, because he was in that corner. So he was in the middle of the turn, and then a few strides, and then he was out of sight. So
Stop. Do you, let's say, mash the gas, which the Southerners say? Did you step on the gas and haul tail down the road?
No.
Okay.
No, I stayed whatever where I was at. I was riding. I wasn't on the gas. I wasn't on the brake.
All right. So he's continuing to run. Do you come across the dogleg?
Yes.
All right. When you come around the dogleg, do you see anything?
Yes.
What do you see?
I see the black vehicle. At this point, is at Satilla and Holmes.
Okay.
It has, at this point, turned and is coming to me from Satilla and Holmes towards Zellwood, and I'm coming from Zellwood towards Satilla.
All right, so I'm gonna put a, what do we got? It's a Chevy, so I'm gonna put a C right there. So you see a vehicle down where?
At the end of Holmes on Satilla side.
Okay. And where is Mr. Arbery?
Mr. Arbery is with the vehicle, front quarter panel.
What side?
Driver's side.
Driver's side, so over on this side.
Yes.
Okay. Doing what?
He is running with the truck. And then as we're getting closer, he looks like he's grabbing the truck at that point.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it looked like he was trying to get in the door. If he wasn't, the vehicle wasn't behind him. He wasn't behind the vehicle. He was with the vehicle, and he was on the vehicle. There was an open yard right there. This was about where the scene happened.
Okay.
And so everything was open, but he was with the vehicle as it's coming, and they were on the right side, which would be his right side when they're coming.
On the right side of the road?
Yes.
On the correct car side of the road?
Yes.
Okay.
And slowly, and it wasn't a run, it was an idle pace, I guess, for a vehicle, he was at a jog. But he was with the vehicle, and they were coming into my lane.
All right. Are you at all wondering why Mr. Arbery is not going somewhere other than this vehicle?
That was my first thought. I don't know why he was.
Okay.
My thought was, why is he attacking a truck? Why is he hitting a truck?
All right. Now, you're coming toward this truck now.
I was coming to the truck until it stopped.
All right. Are you communicating with this truck at all?
No.
Doing any kind of signals, not arms out the window, telling him to do anything?
No.
Is he signaling to you? Can you even see the driver inside?
No, I didn't. I did not. No, I didn't see the signals.
Okay. What happened? Let me ask this question. When you get to the point where you see Mr. Arbery do the turnaround up here, do you shout anything out at him?
No, I don't believe I did. No.
You lean out the window with the gun or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No.
How much time would you say? You think it was, you estimated 2 minutes at this phase here. How much time would you say that you've spent now coming around to this moment?
It was probably the same. It was whatever a vehicle idling, or getting coming through there. I might have been on the gas, 10 miles an hour, but it was.
Can you hear anything? Is your dad talking to you? Do you hear anything?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
That was not my.
You can have a seat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's awkward with this board. Sorry. All right. Once you see what's happening here, what happens next?
I'm at the point I'm coming to a stop.
Okay.
I am going to Satilla Drive. I'm in the left lane.
All right.
I'm probably 20 feet, 25, 30 feet from where I stopped at the time of the shooting. I'm back that way, but they're coming down Holmes from Satilla.
Yes.
And as he is on this truck, they are slowly angling into my lane.
From the right side of the road, the correct side to go this direction.
Real shallow angle like that.
Into your lane.
Yep.
Okay.
So they get to where I'm pretty much they're in the front of my vehicle. I'm at a stop. I'm thinking, I hope he doesn't hit my truck. because obviously the driver of the Chevy, turned out to be Mr. Bryan, is involved with Arbery. Arbery's involved with Mr. Bryan. I don't think they see me at all. I don't think there's no correlation with me here. They get to 10 feet of my vehicle, and Arbery splits from the vehicle and runs down my passenger side between my truck and the ditch.
Okay, so up this side in the grass, of the grass side of the road?
Yes.
Okay, so he runs that way. What about the black truck?
The black truck pulls off, gets back into his correct lane.
Okay.
And Mr. Arbery starts running.
Yep.
And then and they're heading to the dog leg.
Yep.
And the last I see is him in front of the black truck, and the black truck is continuing, but it wasn't accelerating or anything like that.
Okay.
They were broke off from each other at that point.
And you said they were heading toward the dog leg?
Towards the dog leg, towards Zellwood.
Did they go around the dog leg?
Yes. Yes.
Did you lose sight of them?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do at that moment?
Continued. I'm not exactly sure exactly what I did at that moment, but I pulled the vehicle back up 10 feet and stopped and parked from there. I
pulled the vehicle back up. What do you mean?
No, I'm sorry. After they passed, I continued to go forward to Satilla Drive.
Before you moved forward to Satilla, did you throw it up in reverse and start trucking backwards to go?
I did not.
Why not?
No, so once again, I don't want to escalate the situation. This is getting out of hand. This guy's now looks like he's trying to get in this vehicle, verified from what I suspected on Burford when he was up there.
Okay.
And the way that he interacted with the vehicle, and then my past experiences with him is no, I'm not. I don't want to get involved in this. I don't want to get with this unless I have to.
As they passed you, as Mr. Arbery passed you, did you roll the window down and hang the shotgun out the window?
No.
Did you pull the shotgun and aim it at him?
I did not.
Did you yell at him or say anything to him?
I don't believe I did. No, I did.
Okay. You get to the end of where you said you parked.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now you're down here. I'm just going to move it over. So there's our street. You're parked down here. Again, here's the dog leg. All right. They're out of sight.
Yes.
All right. Why did you park there?
He is out of sight at this point. They're gone. They're no longer. There's nothing going on in front of me. I'm still under the impression that the police are coming. This guy's obviously, something's not right. He seems dangerous to me. He's trying to get in this vehicle. I'm still under impression the police are coming. I could see down to my house. I could see down to this dog leg. I can see Burford, and I can see the rest of Satilla. This is a good chunk of the neighborhood, and I know where he just left from. If the police come, which I would assume would come off of Highway 17 and come down Satilla Drive, past my house to where they were encountering me where I'm at, I can give them a good description of what's happening or where they're at. Hey, it's down this road or this road or this road or that road. If I decided to stay right there where I was at.
All right, and where is your house compared to where you're seated in your car at that time or where you're parked?
It's 3 houses down on Satilla. I could see it looking across that open yard.
Okay.
I can see the yard. I can see the house there, man.
Okay.
Shouting distance from it.
All right. So now you're parked. You've taken up view. What do?
Get out of the vehicle, analyzing, seeing what the situation is, seeing if what's going on with Dad. At that point I said, where are the cops? Where are the police? Dad said, I don't have the phone. Well, all right. The cops haven't been called. Let me grab my phone. I go to reach for my phone and I look back. I don't know if Dad yelled or if I was looking down the road, but I look down the road and I see Mr. Arbery running back towards me.
All right. So he is now coming back across the dog leg.
Yes, he's visual on the dog leg.
Okay. Do you know anything that has happened on the other side of the dog leg?
I do not.
Okay. But you say you see him running back towards you.
Yes.
All right. What happens?
I yell at him to stop. Stop where you're at. And I'm at this point, hey, stop. More aggressive, more
Where is he running? Where is he running towards you? Is he in the road? Is he in grass?
No, he's in the road. He's in the road on the same, I want to say he's in the same lane. He wasn't he wasn't in the other lane. It might have been center lane to the center of the same lane. But he wasn't in the grass, he wasn't in the ditch, he wasn't in the center lane.
Okay. He's running towards you. How far does he get towards you before you start saying stop?
And the straightaway, so it was probably 30 yards.
Okay. And you, again, tell us what you do, show us how you do it.
Yeah, so I yell at him, stop. You know, stop right there, stop right there. He's continuing, we were in eye contact. He's getting closer, I'm thinking, he's not looking left, he's not looking right. It's not and the way he's running, it's not a full sprint, it's not a jog. The best way to describe it is like, you got a running back, you're about to throw a pass, and they're staged up, you know, they're kind of on their toes, ready to bolt. Mm-hmm. He was at that moment, he was in that stance, I guess, or in that run.
Okay, so 30 yards. Mm-hmm. You say he's making eye contact?
He is.
With you?
Yes.
You say?
To stop. Stop. Stop where you're at.
Okay.
He continues. He gets about where you're at from me at this point. This is the second, 2 seconds.
What do you mean this is 2 seconds?
How long it took from me yelling at him to stop to realizing that he is coming to me, that I need to do something about this.
All right.
At this point, he's continuing, still eye contact. I'm at my truck, doors open, I'm on the inside of my door. I see he's coming, I go to grab for my shotgun. As soon as I turn and go for my shotgun, he turns. At this point, he made it to about 10 feet from the back of my truck. My dad's yelling at him. And he runs back towards Dogleg.
Goes back towards?
Zellwood on
Holmes, obviously.
Holmes, yes.
So he comes down. I knew I was going to do it. It's the permanent. He runs down here to a point, you're saying stop, and then you say he turns around and goes back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What do you think, when did he turn? At what point did he turn?
He was about, like I said, about 10 feet from the back of my truck, but my action of going into my truck is what made him turn, I believe.
Okay. He turns, then what happens?
Starts running back down till I pull the shotgun out and I start going down there to see what's happening. I said, no, I need to stay where I'm at. My dad's up here in the back of the truck. I know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on down there. And this guy is still irrational. It's still not, something's still not right about this. I'm going to stay right where I'm at.
Okay.
So I put the shotgun right back on the door, pick up the phone, call 911.
Okay.
As soon as I call 911, dial, I pick it up to the ear, and I see Mr. Arbery turn and come back. I don't know how long it took. I mean, it was seconds. It was less than...
Okay. So he's gone back. When you told him to stop the first time on Holmes, now he's gone back across the dog leg, which is up here, back across. Now he's coming back. Okay. This is now the second time he's coming back down Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. You said you just given the cell phone to your dad?
Yes.
How is it that you decided to call 911 at that moment?
It was prior to the second encounter, or prior to the encounter I just had with him. Yeah. I asked my dad, I said, where are the police? And he said that he didn't have his phone. And I realized that he has not called 911. And actually, as that was going on, I had to crawl into my truck and go to the passenger floorboard where my phone was and slid off, and called 911. And as soon as I called 911, I looked, and Mr. Arbery has already passed the dog leg and was coming back again. Okay. So
when he comes back again across the dog leg, did you see anything behind him?
No.
Do you see the black truck anywhere?
I did not.
Other than Mr. Arbery, do you see anything?
No, it was just, I was focused on Mr. Arbery.
And how is he coming back?
Same way that I just mentioned to you prior. He was in a jog at a pace.
Okay.
Like I said, he was like spring loaded, like a running back. Like he's ready to ready to bolt or to move any way he wanted, you know, but it was focused on me.
Right. Now, you've seen the video showing him running towards you. Right. Is that what you believe to be this moment now?
Yeah, this is that moment.
Okay.
Yes.
As he's running towards you at this moment, what are you thinking?
That I'm pretty sure that he is going to attack.
What makes you think that?
The totality of this circumstance, what I just witnessed with the truck, what happened on the 11th, the way that he acted on the 11th, and then his eye contact on me, and not looking left or right or pivoting and avoiding where I'm standing, where I'm at on this truck.
Are there, in your mind at that moment, are there places that Mr. Arbery could run to?
Yes.
Are there locations available to run to or through?
Yes.
Like what?
Yards. There's yards, there's ditch. The ditch that was right there at that scene is shallow. Like when you run back to where I saw him with Mr. Bryant's truck, one of the things that kind of threw me off was as they're coming, he wasn't blocked. He could have went into this ditch here and into this open yard. It's a very shallow ditch. It's probably from mound to mound 4 feet wide, but it was maybe 2 feet deep all the way across, and it was dry. You could hop across it.
At any point, do you see in the video, we all see in the video where you raise your shotgun?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember doing that?
I do.
Why'd you do that?
He was closing in. At this point, I've yelled at him to stop several times. This one again, I've screamed at him to stop, screamed to stop. He is focused in on me, and he's at this gate where he's looking like he's about to run. He has the possibility to get this burst out. And if he gets this burst out at this point when I pulled the shotgun, I wouldn't have time to react if he wanted to get on me or to pull a gun or have a knife, or if he wanted to do ill will. At this point, this is when I needed to show him to deter him to do not come at me.
How do you know at this point you have to do that?
Because everything that's happened, everything that's going on, and him closing in on me.
No, I mean, how do you know at this point that you have to raise the gun, or he could be on you like that?
From training and prior experience. There's a thing called tooler drill.
A what?
Tooler drill.
Okay.
A 21-foot roll, I think, is popular area. Okay. It says that any average person, it takes 21 feet for somebody to react. It's an average of 21 feet for somebody to react, to pull a weapon and fire 2 shots at somebody that charges you with a knife or anything like that. Mr. Arbery's already running. He's at a pretty good clip. He's directed at me. He sees that I have a weapon. I'm yelling at him to stop, and he's continuing. At that point,
he sees that you have a weapon. Mm-hmm. How do you know that he sees you have a weapon? What do you do?
I had the weapon out at this point, and I had it down at a position like this. Port arms is what they call it. Okay. And it's blatant that I had this shotgun.
When you raise it at that moment, for the reasons that you did, does it have the effect that you hoped it would?
Yes, it did.
Which was what?
It did. He angled. He no longer went my direction.
Okay.
As soon as I drew the weapon on him, you could see in the video that he darts to the left and darts to the right and then commits to the right. When he does that, as soon as he darts, I put the weapon back down and move away from my vehicle, make a distance. I'm thinking he's going to go across this yard.
Well, what if he did?
I'm just going to let him keep on going. Let him run on by, like I've done on Burford, like I let him do on Holmes when him and Chevrolet passed.
When you say you let him do it, you mean when you were on Burford and he ran away from you?
Yes.
You mean you didn't follow him?
I did not.
You didn't shoot him?
No.
And on Holmes, is that what you mean when he ran away from your direction?
That's right.
Didn't follow him?
No.
Didn't shoot him. So if he comes around the right side of the truck and decides to bolt through the yard, was the yard open?
It was.
And if he did that, what would you do next?
I watched him run on by. It was at this point, I know the police are coming now, and I know they're going to come from the front of the neighborhood, and if he turns right, he is going out of the neighborhood. And I could watch him, I could see him, see where he's going, and he's gone. He is no longer a threat to that vehicle that he was just interacting with. He's no longer a threat to my father or myself. If he turned left, I know which way he went. Police come in, hey, right down there. Or if he turns around and goes back the other way, that's where he's at.
He's coming towards you. He raises a shotgun.
Yes.
To deter, he has the effect. He turns. Now where does he go?
He makes it to the corner of the road. He never goes into the grass.
Okay.
Straightens up and starts running back straight to the truck where my father's in the back of it.
You've seen the video. I don't want to ask you to interpret what you've seen on the video. I want you to tell us what you were seeing at that moment.
Okay.
When he runs up the right side of the truck, what are you thinking?
That he is after I deter him, or after I point the shotgun at him, when he angles and then he turns and starts making it directly to the truck, I'm thinking, well, he's coming back to the truck again. My father's in the back of the vehicle.
So what? Your dad's in the back of the vehicle, so?
Yeah, so the path he's making, he's going to make contact with the vehicle, or going to be around the vehicle. He can jump up, grab Dad, or still under the impression that he might be armed, that he could run up and shoot. I'm not going to be able to see him at this point. I have a vehicle between me and him. So at this point, I leave. I'm a little past my door.
You are, if this is your door and this is the truck, at some point, are you in the crux of the door?
I was when he was running to me when I drew the weapon. I was at the outside of the crux, right at the edge of the door jam.
Okay.
And then when he turned and went to the passenger side of my vehicle when he flexed, I went ahead and moved to center of the road. That's what I did.
Oh, outside of this? Why?
Yeah, I was gaining distance. I was making distance. It was obvious. I thought it was obvious at the time that he was going to glance and just go through that yard. Okay. That was what I was thinking was going to happen.
You said your dad's in the back of the truck.
He is.
Stupid question.
Yes.
Do you love your dad?
Yeah.
Are you worried about him?
Yes, I was.
So you come here, and now what?
So, yeah, I'm on that side of the vehicle. He's running back. I'm losing. I'm not going to see what he's doing, what he's capable of, what he's going to do. I don't know what he's going to do.
What do you mean you're losing?
I'm losing visual, losing sight of him, losing where his hands are.
Because of what?
Because of my vehicle.
Okay.
Because of my truck.
All right, so where do you move to?
I moved to the front of my truck, and at this point, I'm thinking either he's on my dad at this point, or he is going to run by, or he's going to see that I have gone to the front of my truck, and he's going to finally turn and glance, or glance to go across that yard. I don't know. He can try to jump in my truck from the passenger side. He can lay down. He can draw a weapon if he's at this point. This is the point that's critical that I think.
All right, so just
a critical point.
To be deliberate about this.
Yeah.
If this is the front hood of your truck, this
on which side?
Front right.
Okay.
So the steering wheel's right here.
Okay, yes, sir. Gotcha.
This is the passenger side, and you're back over here.
That's correct.
Okay. You're saying you can't see what happens there. You can get in the truck. Is this in your mindset at all?
It was, yes. It was.
And what is this?
It's hiding. It's hiding or being away from me, cover, concealment.
Cover, concealment.
Yeah, he's covered. He's concealed. I can't see him. I can't see what his actions are or what he's doing. Can't see his hands, can't see what he's got. Still under the impression that he might be armed.
Okay.
He's close to my father. I can't see what's happening. I need to see what's going on. And he has access to my vehicle, which is still running, by the way.
So what do you do?
So I go to the front of my vehicle.
All right, front where?
Front left corner panel, turning into it, going to the front of the hood.
All right, so if if we're here, this is the front left of the quarter panel, and this is the right front quarter panel, from here to here, where do you come to on the front of your car?
Right to the, I guess it'd be the light.
Right here. So I'm now standing at the front quarter panel.
Yeah.
Now I'm back away from it. Where are you?
Right at the light, right at the corner of that quarter.
Right here.
Yep.
Where's your gun?
It's in my hands, port arms.
Port arms is what?
I'm down, I got it down, both hands on it, hand on grip, and on both grips.
And what are you doing?
Coming around, I get to it. I was going to get to the front, to the center of the vehicle. At that point, he was right there. If he decided to turn, he'd see me and continue running. Okay. That was what I would assume was going to happen. I get to the front of the truck, and by the time I get to the front of the truck, he is at the front corner panel on the right-hand side, and he turns and is on me in a flash. I mean, immediately on me.
On you doing what?
He grabs the shotgun, and I believe I was struck on that first instance that we made contact.
What were you thinking at that moment?
I was thinking of my son. It sounds weird, but that was the first the first thing that hit me.
What did you do?
I shot.
Why?
He had my gun. He struck me. It was obvious that he was. It was obvious that he was attacking me. That if he would have got this shotgun from me, then it was this is a life or death situation, and I'm going to have to stop him from doing this. So I shot.
Did he stop when you shot?
He did not. No, he did not.
Can you remember everything, every hand, every movement? Can you remember those things?
No, I know that I know that I got hit, and I know that I was weapon retention. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
With a shotgun or a rifle, it's called the push-pull method, and when somebody's got a weapon, you go to port arms, and you push out and you pull down, is what you're taught. I was a stickler with it, with everybody that we trained. That was my biggest fear, that somebody's on a boat and they come up because the pistol's holstered. Rifle or shotgun, you got it in your hand. It'd be easier for somebody to get it from you. So I always exclusively train people to do this push-pull. So it's natural for me. It's trained into, it's muscle memory. And when this happened, I was in port arms, I got struck, and I remember when I came down, I got hit in the top of the head, and he had the weapon in his hand, so I pushed and pulled, still getting hit. And
did you get it free from his grip?
I don't believe I did. I don't know. I don't know exactly when or where, or if he continued grabbing, but we were together, we were locked up. He was on that shotgun.
You've seen the video we've talked about where you see you're being pushed across. Do you remember that? Do you remember where your bodies were moving?
I know that he was, I didn't know where I was at, but I knew that he was on me. I knew that I was losing this. I knew that if I was getting tripped, if I would have tripped, or if he would have got a lucky strike on my head, or if I would have lost that grip on that shotgun, that I would have been shot, or I'd have been in serious trouble at that point. I knew that he was overpowering me, but I didn't know which direction or what mechanics he was doing to overpower me.
At that time, did you remember how many times you shot the gun?
No, I didn't. I thought I shot twice.
But you shot it. You shot it.
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you did?
I thought it was twice until later on, speaking with the investigator, that I realized that it was 3 shots. But I shot the first shot. I knew I shot, and then the second shot, I shot again because I was still fighting. He was all over me. He was still all over that shotgun, and he was not relenting. So I shot again to stop him. That that third shot, which I thought was second, that final shot, he disengaged. And at that point, he let go, he turned and continued to run down Scintilla. And at that point, I was shocked. I turned around. I don't know where I was going. My dad came out, and he was yelling that he's got his hand under him. I turned around. We got over there and pulled his hand out from under him and realized that he was deceased. And I looked up, and the police were right there. I stood up, realized that that I got a gun here, and that he's passed away. The police are on scene, so I walked over to the side and put my shotgun down. After that, it was a blur. I mean, it was shocking. I mean, it was a blur.
Do you remember speaking to the police on the scene?
I do.
Do you remember going back and giving a statement to Officer Nohilly?
Yes.
Did Officer Nohilly give you an opportunity to reject talking to him?
He did.
Did you agree to talk to him?
Yes.
Do you remember having to sign a form and all that technical legal stuff?
Yeah, he told me, he gave me my Miranda rights, and I agreed to them and agreed to make a statement.
What was it like sitting in the room with Detective Nohilly, trying to recall the specifics of this event?
I struggled. I was trying to give him as much information as possible. I thought that I did a good job until I've read the statements.
I thought you did a good job at what?
At giving him a clear idea of what happened. Reading the statements now, I was all over the place.
All over the place in what way?
In describing what happened, giving the dates and the timeline of what happened. It seemed that I was speaking, it seemed like I was reliving the situation. I would go to one thing, I would say, I saw him on Burford, and then we lost the phone, but when I grabbed the phone, it was just everywhere. I was everywhere. And it was under stress. This was less than 2 hours after shooting, I mean, I was not in my right mind at that.
Travis, you understand that you've been charged with having an agreement of sorts with Roddy Bryant.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Well, we can get into it's the way you're describing the charges.
Okay. All right.
That's the state.
All right. Travis, did you ever coordinate with Roddy Bryant to box in Ahmaud Arbery?
No, sir.
Did you ever do anything to try to use him as a bookend to try to corner Ahmaud Arbery?
I did not.
Did you want to stop Ahmaud Arbery and talk to him?
I did.
Did you want to stop him and hold him so the police could come and arrest him?
That was my plan, yes, sir.
And by hold him, I mean, detain him, not let him go anywhere, at least keep an eye on him.
Leading.
Sustained.
Yes.
Okay, no, don't answer. It's been sustained.
Sorry.
Been sustained. Other than the time that you put your shotgun on your shoulder and the time that you had it in your hands when Mr. Arbery grabbed it, did you ever pull out your gun?
No, I did not. I had my gun out and was walking towards the dog leg, the first encounter we had on Scintilla, on Holmes, but he was already running away. He didn't see it, and
Fair enough. I asked you to pull it out.
Yeah, but
that, I think you've explained. You're just putting it back in the truck. Did you leave the house that day with the intention to kill the guy
I did
that
not.
your dad mentioned to you?
I did not.
Did you leave the house that day with
Objection. Leading.
It's not telling him that he did in fact leave the house that day. It's did you leave the house that day?
It's leading. It's sustained. It's a yes or no question. Don't ask him a yes or no question. It's leading.
Well, it's not a leading if the answer could be yes or no. but I'll,
We can debate it all you want, Mr. Sheffield.
I
It's just
understand. I understand. Okay. Give me 1 second, please. All right. No further questions? The state will have cross.
Let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back for additional evidence.
All right, for adjourned. Stay, please.
All right, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We're in recess. Sir, you can go ahead and step down.
the court to limit the state from even asking the question. I certainly know what the answer will be, but I think it's even going beyond what the state could say is a good faith basis for asking the question, because the only place it comes from is from Mr. Bryan. Number two, Your Honor, is I believe through the course of that direct examination, we did not put Mr. McMichael's character into evidence. We did not talk about things that would open the door to what the state has previously withdrawn as its 404B statements and other postings or videos or things that they withdrew. Similarly, to ask the court to have a candid conversation about that now, the state indicated that if it was going to do something like that, it would certainly make the court and the defense aware, and we could hear that outside the presence of the jury. I bring it to the court's attention because I think that we have not opened the door. We did not put his character into issue. Now, we're asking the court to hear from the state and kind of see where we are.
From the state.
Judge, he just finished his direct examination. I have about a half an hour's worth of cross, and then we're probably going to break for the evening. If I may, I'd like to be able to think and review my probably 40 pages of notes before I go ahead and let the court know what my plan is for the continuation of cross tomorrow. I will not go into it today.
Okay. We'll address it in the morning then.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right.
We're going to release our other witnesses then, since it sounds like we're going to stop on Mr. McMichael today.
It sounds like
it. Good.
Probably be more than enough for the day.
Very good.
That's released for the day, correct? Not permanently.
What? Yeah.
For the day?
Yeah. For the day.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, witnesses on the stand. I understand we are ready to go.
Yes, Judge.
All right, adjourned. Stated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the continuation of the evidence from the state.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. McMichael, my name is Linda Dunikoski. If you can't hear me or I ask you a question you don't understand, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you just testified under oath that you're not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed. That's correct, right?
Yes.
All right. And not once during your direct examination did you state that your intention was to effectuate an arrest of Mr. Arbery until your attorney asked you that leading question. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Kim Ballesteros, you know her from the neighborhood, right?
I do.
She lives down the street?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that she had her purse stolen on January 29th of 2019, right?
I was under the impression that it was in the summertime.
Okay. And you understand that she posted this to Facebook on January 30th, 2019, all about the fact that she left her car unlocked and somebody went into it and stole her purse.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar. I knew that it was under assumption that it was under her car, so yeah, that's probably all right.
Do you remember that you posted in response to that?
I do not.
Do you remember that your post was playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, you talked about crime in Satilla Shores, but isn't it true that Satilla Shores only had one burglary call in all of 2019 and it was a false alarm?
I heard that there were several burglaries from my mother and then from hearing from the other neighbors, and then seeing a burglary on the Facebook page. That was what that I was heard about the neighborhood.
So you're telling this jury that what you heard was rumor from other people?
It was what I was told from my mother and seeing on Facebook and from the neighbors.
Okay, so you don't know this from the police, that's correct?
I didn't hear it from the police, no.
Okay. And so you understand that there were only 4 entering auto complaints in all of 2019 in Satilla Shores?
I knew that there were several entering autos, yes ma'am.
Okay, so we have Kim Ballesteros, and she was in January, right?
That's what she said, yes ma'am.
Okay, and then we have the Herndons, and they were in December, like December 7th or 8th of 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and the Herndons had left their car unlocked in their driveway, and it was the white guy who'd come up and gone into it, right?
I didn't know that the vehicle was unlocked or the race of who was suspected. I just knew that they had stuff stolen from their vehicle.
So it's fair to say you had incomplete information about who was committing the crimes in Satilla Shores?
Yes.
Okay. So the information you had being incomplete, you started making assumptions about who must be doing this, right?
I didn't make assumptions at that point until February 11th, when I saw what I saw that evening.
And then you assumed this must be the person responsible for all the crime within Satilla Shores.
I was under assumption that having Mr. Arbery being seen multiple times on the video on 220 Satilla Drive and the stuff stolen out of that house, that he has continued to come back to that house and to be, I guess, as brazen as after I witnessed him go through that yard and look to be creeping coming in, and then putting the lights on him, and then him acting like he was armed under the way that he reached for his pants, and then ran into that house, and then walking around afterwards, seeing that and knowing that he saw me, that I saw him, and that he continued to go on, and that he's been there several times, led me to believe that, yes, that these burglaries that I've been hearing about and that I knew about at 220 could have been him, because I saw him, and this is verified from the police and from the videos from that evening and from talking to Officer Rash and Mr. Al Benzie, that they've seen him as well, that, yeah, this is a probability that this is the guy.
So let's go ahead and break that down, okay? Your mom and dad, well, your father especially, told you that Officer Rash had stopped by, correct?
On the 11th?
No, I'm sorry, bad question. You understand that Officer Rash in December met with your father and told him about the fact that Mr. English had items stolen off of his boat and Mr. English suspected his subcontractors.
I didn't know where my dad got that information. I did not know that it came from Rash, and I believe it was my mother that told me that, and then my dad started repeating it afterwards, but it was my mother that was the first one.
Okay, so your mom told you that Larry English had items stolen off of his boat and suspected his subcontractors, correct?
No, there was stuff stolen off the boat, and that then when she said that, there has been people in this house. I didn't know who stole them, but I just know that they have been people in that house, verify that people have been in the house, and then there's been stuff been stolen.
And that's multiple people in the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not just Mr. Arbery.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have, you knew about the white couple who had gone in.
I knew that there was several people. I didn't know race. I didn't know couple. I just knew that there's been several people seen at that house at that time.
So several different people in your mind had been going into that open, unsecured construction site during this period of time.
That's correct.
So any one of these people could be the people who had taken the items off of their English's boat.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to ask you about July 13th and the man who was homeless under the bridge?
Yes.
White, black, Asian, Hispanic?
He was white.
Okay. And then you talked about the ATM situation. That was when, in 2008?
2008.
Okay. City of Pascagoula?
It was.
Pascagoula?
Pascagoula.
Thank you, Pascagoula. City of Pascagoula. Did you report that at that time?
I did not.
And the two people who had come up to you, black, white, Asian, Hispanic?
They were black.
And now in 2011, you said some guy attempted to get into your car. Was this person black, white, Asian, Hispanic?
He was white.
Did he appear to be homeless?
No.
Okay.
No, he did not.
Did he appear to be a worker?
He seemed to be strung out, I would say. It was quick. It was not.
And you did not report it to the police or the city of Pascagoula?
Jackson County Sheriff's Department. I contacted a coworker and let him know what was going on, what happened, where I was at, and he said, yeah, we'll go check a scene on it. I didn't call emergency line, or I called Deputy Sheriff, a friend of mine.
Okay, so you had a friend who then went and checked it out, so no police report?
He did. I thought he made a report.
So when we're looking here, once again, at State's Exhibit 147, Mr. Sheffield played part of it for you earlier. Do you remember that?
Which one was it?
This is your father's July 13th, 2019 911 call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I think we got about 1 minute into it.
And my son and I just discovered a guy. We think he may be living on the Bluff Creek Bridge on 17. We just went up there and made contact with him. Real shady looking fella. And he, possibility he may be the one that's been breaking into all these automobiles right there at night. Just wanted to make somebody aware there was somebody living under there.
Was that the remainder of the call where he called the guy under the bridge a shady looking guy?
Seems there's a few more to it, but yeah, I mean that was continuing of that audio, obviously.
And you made contact with the shady looking white guy under the Fancy Bluff Bridge while armed, correct?
I did, yes ma'am.
And your father had his gun on him too, correct?
I believe he did. I would assume he did, yes ma'am.
Okay. And did you brandish and show your weapons to the man?
I did not.
This was just some sort of pleasant conversation with the homeless guy under the bridge, is what you're telling this jury.
Yeah, it came pleasant. One side split between him and the machete that he had there, and asked him what's going, how's he doing, what's going on. He stayed right where he was to continue to fish, and I didn't see it through.
Okay. But your dad still decided afterwards to call 911.
Yes.
Not before.
We walked up on the guy. We didn't. once we investigated, once we saw that there was somebody there and what was happening, yeah, we still called to let the police know what's going on.
You took it upon yourselves to go ahead and investigate it, correct?
Yeah, yes, we did.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about your time in the Coast Guard. So in the Coast Guard, when you first start out, it's E1, E2, E3, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you become a petty officer at E4.
Yes, ma'am.
Now within the petty officer category, it goes all the way up to like E9.
E9.
And then you can go all the way up to warrant officer, correct?
Can.
All right. And you had been in for about 9 years?
Yeah, 9 and some change, yes, ma'am.
Right. So you had to do standard recruit training in 2007.
Yes.
And then machinery technician training from April 14th of 2008 to July 3rd of 2008.
That sounds right.
And then July 13th through August 13th of 2009, basic boarding officer, correct?
Yes.
And the basic boarding officer, do you take that when you become an E4 or before that?
No, you take it after you become an E4. If the commanding officer decides that you would be a good candidate to go to it, it's not mandatory.
And then in 2010, from August 2nd, 2010 through September 10th, 2010, you had air conditioning and refrigeration classes during that period of time.
I did.
All right, so when you left the Coast Guard, your rank was still E4, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is a machinery technician.
That was the rate. Yes, yes, the rate. The rank is E4. Yes, ma'am.
So back in 2009, when you taken your basic boarding officer classes, you understood what the Fifth Amendment was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The right to remain silent.
That's correct.
And you heard Jason Seacrest testify that law enforcement cannot force anyone to speak with them.
That's right.
Okay, so you learned as part of your time in the military that you can't force people to speak with you.
That's correct.
Okay, and that if someone walks away, you have to let them walk away.
Yes.
In fact, you were trained that displaying a weapon may be considered psychological coercion, which is prohibited by the courts, and as a law enforcement officer may be grounds for suppressing evidence. Isn't that what you were taught?
Under certain situations, yes, ma'am.
In addition, you were also taught that the best weapons retention technique is to not make your weapon accessible to anyone, right?
Under certain situations, yes, ma'am.
And you were also taught about the deadly force triangle, correct?
Yes.
And you were taught that deadly force is only to be used as a last resort, correct?
That's correct.
Are these in evidence?
No, I can tender it if you'd like me to.
Before you show it to the jury, you might want to follow the rules of procedure.
Mr. Sheffield.
I object, Your Honor, then. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Sheffield.
I apologize. If I could see the exhibits that counsel wishes to tender, that would be helpful. This is it?
That's it.
You intend to mark it?
Yes, I was showing it to you. I intend not.
Thank you.
I'm going to mark this as 414. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. McMichael, I'm going to show you what has been marked as 414. You recognize that?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. This time the state will tender into evidence. State's Exhibit 414.
Objection, thank you.
No.
No objection.
So this was one of the PowerPoint slides you were shown as part of the deadly force triangle, and deadly force is only to be used as a last resort, correct?
That's correct.
You were also trained never to point a firearm at someone unless you intended to use it, is that correct?
Under certain situations, yes, and then under certain situations, it could be used as a deterrent.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is talk about what happened on the 23rd of February, okay, of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's go ahead and start at the moment your dad kind of came running into the house. He was yelling for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he yelled that the guy from the other night was running down the road.
Yes.
And you understood that he was talking about the black van that you had seen go into the open unsecured construction site 12 days beforehand on February 11th.
He said the guy that had been breaking into the house just ran by. So yes, that was what I was thinking at the time.
Okay. And your father ran into his bedroom to get his .357 Magnum revolver.
Yes, where it was, yes, ma'am.
Right. And I want to be real clear. He didn't say he'd seen the man breaking into the house.
No.
Just that he'd seen the man running down the street.
That has been breaking in the house, is what he said, yes, ma'am.
And you hadn't seen the black man in the 12 days between February 11th and February 23rd, had you?
I did not.
And at this time, you were working at Metz & Marine.
I was.
And your hours were really early in the morning to about 5 at night?
It depended on what was going on. It was usually 5 to 1 or 2 in the evening, but it could change so much.
All right, so I just want to be clear. 5 o'clock in the morning to 1 or 2 in the afternoon, or are you talking 5 p.m. to 1 or 2 at
5
midnight?
a.m. to 1 p.m. sometimes.
All right, so on February 23rd, 2020, when your dad came in and yelled for you, you didn't know where the black man was coming from.
I had an idea because he said running down the road, the guy's been breaking in. I've never seen him before. I've kind of had an idea that maybe he's coming from 220. But we'll just go out and check out and see what's going on.
But your dad just said he's running down the road, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know where he was going when he was running down the road?
I did not.
All right. And you had no idea what he'd actually been doing that day?
Not at that time, no.
But what you did know at that point in time was that Mr. Arbery had been at the open unsecured construction site on February 11th. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew about 2 other times, is that correct?
I knew that he's been there several times, 2 other times, and that stuff has been stolen out of there. And then the way that he reacted to me on the 11th was the thought that was in my mind.
Okay. Now, you didn't suspect him of having stolen your handgun out of your car 54 days earlier, did you?
No, I have no idea who did that.
Did you tell Diego Perez that you knew who did it?
No, I didn't.
Did you indicate to Diego Perez you had a good idea who was a good suspect in the neighborhood who had done it?
To Diego? No, I did not.
Did Diego Perez actually show you the videos from his house to see if anyone was going up and down, cars or people?
On the 1st? When my pistol was stolen. Mm-hmm. So I walked around, I started noticing that everybody had these things, so I saw that Diego's house had cameras while I was waiting on the police to come to make the report. That's the first day I met Diego, and I asked him if there was any, if if he had any footage from this morning, because I had a pistol stolen. And I asked if I can have his thumb drive. And I got his thumb drive and looked through, and I didn't see anybody. I saw a couple of trucks that were I've never seen before that had me wonder a little bit, but I didn't see anybody on there.
Okay, so you're saying that Diego Perez actually gave you a thumb drive with these videos on them?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that you stood there with Diego Perez and looked at the videos with him at the same time?
No. I took it home with me.
So, while watching, you weren't with Diego Perez watching the videos when you said to Diego Perez, "I think I know who did this."
I never said that to Diego Perez.
All right, so let's go ahead and go back to February 23rd, 2020, okay? So when you set out with your father, your goal was to go ahead and just talk to Mr. Arbery.
Yes, to verify if it was the same individual I saw in the letter.
So basically, ID him.
I was going to ID him, and then, yes.
All right. And at that point in time, when your dad came running and he was all excited, you know, there goes the guy running down the street, you didn't call 911.
I did not.
Right. Did you tell your dad to call 911?
I asked him if he did. I was thinking that, I asked him, have you called 911? Because he comes running in. I thought that he was already on the phone with him or had contacted him because he was outside. And he said yes. So I assumed that that the police had been called at that point.
All right. You made a statement to Detective Nohilly hours after this incident, correct?
I did.
Okay. You never told him that you thought your dad had already called 911.
I told him that I believed 911 was called. I don't know exactly what I said, but I believe I did tell him that I was under the impression that my father had called 911.
Do you remember on about page 9 of your transcript telling Detective Nohilly that Mr. Arbery's running, he won't stop? I said, that's him. Stop right there, stop where you're at, and then you turned to your father and said, call the cops, you know, there he is.
Your Honor, if we could show him the transcript.
Yeah, if I can have a transcript.
Yeah. I'm asking about page 9 of the transcript. I don't think he's been shown the transcript.
Let me ask you this, do you recall telling Detective Nohilly that?
I'd like to see the transcripts, exactly what I said.
She asked him whether he recalled it, said no, so she's getting the transcript.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's at the very top. That's why I couldn't see it. Take a look at the very top. First couple lines.
Yes, I did say that.
So at this point in time, it's fair to say that you're in the car on Burford with your dad, and you're instructing him at this point in time to call the cops because there he is.
Like I said earlier on the first, I was all over the place in this statement. I said that to Officer Nohilly, but at the time, I was still. What's the best way? I was still under the influence of what happened. This was only 2 hours after the most traumatic experience of my life. I'm trying to give him as much information as I can. So, from reading these transcripts, I've realized that I was scatterbrained everywhere. When I said the whole paragraph, so pull up to him and say, hey, you know what's going on, he's running, he won't stop. I said that's him, stop right there, stop right, call the cops, you know, there he is, starts acting funny, takes off running. I'm all over the place. I'm trying to explain what's going on, but yes, I said it, but I don't think I was intending to say, there he is, hey, you call the cops. It was the same timing of the situation, kind of muddled together.
So let's go back to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Your father runs in, grabs his .357 Magnum, and you automatically grab your shotgun.
That is the closest weapon I had. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, with that particular shotgun that we have in evidence, you saw that, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you were here when Brian Leopard testified, correct?
I was, yes, ma'am.
And it was loaded with 7 shotgun shells, correct?
Yes, I believe it was.
All right. So all you had to do was take the safety off and pull the trigger in order to kill someone, correct?
To shoot it was all I had to do was I kept all my shotguns, the action bar lock disengaged, the action down halfway and off on safety for more protective safety. So yeah, it was loaded if that's what you're asking.
No, I was asking, all you had to do to shoot and kill someone was take the safety off and pull the trigger.
No, take the safety off and then push the action bar lock up.
And you did both those things in order to kill Mr. Arbery.
When he was on top of me, I disengaged the safety, pulled the trigger. Yes, ma'am.
So now, when your dad comes running in, he's all excited. You didn't stop him and tell him to calm down, did you?
No.
No. So this is. Oh, go ahead.
No, but I was trying to find out what was going on. I was trying to find out the situation. If I walked outside and I didn't see our neighbor that was aware of February 11th and knew that the guy that we're suspecting has been in his house several times, ran by, was pointing down the road, then yes, I said, Dad, calm down. Just calm down. But the totality of the circumstance and everything that happened the 11th, knowing that there was stuff stolen out of that house, that he has been continually breaking into this house, and then he just ran into the neighborhood with the neighbor pointing down the road, that led me to believe there's probable cause that something has happened down there. Something has happened with this guy again. Let's see what happened. Let me make sure everybody's okay. It's identified.
All right, so you just said, based on everything, you think something had happened.
Yes, ma'am.
But you had no idea what had happened.
At that time, no, ma'am.
All right. And at this point in time, you tell this jury that your father had suffered a couple heart attacks, a stroke, and a hip replacement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you grabbed your shotgun and walked outside with it, and that's when you saw Mr. Albenzi.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd already made the decision inside the house to go with your father to go track down Mr. Arbery.
Made the decision to find out why he was so excited, what was going on at the time. I walked outside to analyze the situation to see why my father, who's had 2 heart attacks, a stroke, and a complete hip replacement, why he's so excited. What caused him to be in this state of mind? What happened? What has happened? It's not something that happens every day. So yeah, I was alarmed. I'm gonna go out there and see what happened, investigate what's going on.
You took your shotgun with you out there.
I did.
And you didn't tell your dad to go back in the house.
Yeah, I didn't see him at that point. He ran off into the back of his room.
So when you got out there and you saw Mr. Albenzi, you didn't say, Dad, go back in the house. We're not going to do this. We're going to call 911.
I told him when he jumped in the truck, when I asked him to call 911, I wanted to make sure that everything was okay, to see what was happening, to verify, to see if it's the same guy. If it was going down the road, and if it was not the same one, then yes, I would, all right, this is not the same guy. This is a misidentification. This isn't the guy that police have been looking for and has been breaking in his house. This stuff has been stolen in. It was continuing on, but as we went down and identified him, that yes, this is him. Let's try to hold him for the police, talk to him.
Didn't you tell this jury that you assumed your father was correct, and that's why you got your shotgun?
Yes.
All right. And Defendant's Exhibit 14.
Was on the table. Maybe I collected it. Let me look.
Your son was inside the house, correct?
He was.
And this car seat was in the car.
Yes.
So when you get in the car and Greg McMichael goes to get in the car, this doesn't stop the two of you. The car seat being there and going, well, you know, Dad, we really can't do this. The car seat's there. Let's just call the police.
It did not. He kept saying, you go down there, go down there. Like I said, seeing the neighbor down there, seeing how he acted on the 11th, like he was brandishing a weapon, I don't know what's happened. I don't know if somebody got hurt. I don't know what happened. I'm just going to go down and investigate. It was.
So you're going to go down and investigate, even though you testified, you're not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed, correct?
I didn't know if he was armed or not. I did not know if he was armed or not. Just go and look. I'm not going to just look at the totality of the circumstance. It's not stopping you to the point and say, you know, are you armed, or if he had a gun or anything, I would have backed off. I just wanted to go and see what's going on. That was all it was at that point.
You didn't tell your dad this is a really, really bad idea that could go really wrong for us and we should just stay here and call 911. You didn't say that, did you?
I did.
Now, when you got inside the truck, you had your phone with you.
Yeah, yes, I had my phone.
And you didn't call 911 at that point.
I did not.
And you didn't give it to your dad to call 911 at that point.
No, because I thought that he has called 911 and he had his phone at the time.
Would this be a good stopping point, Judge?
Yeah, we can stop here.
I'm just looking for a natural break, and I thought this might be
If it's a natural break in the testimony, you can move to another area then? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and break for the day then? Again, during the recess, hold on a sec. Don't get away yet. All right, again, during the recess, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case. Don't go picking up any newspapers or social media. If anybody is around you or approaches you about the case, please notify the court. Don't let anybody discuss the case in your presence of hearing. And if any of that happens, please let us know first thing in the morning so that we can go ahead and get that addressed. So with those instructions and all the other instructions I've given you, have a good evening. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock for the continuation of evidence. Thank you.
So rise to the jury. Please be seated.
All right, sir, you can go ahead and step down.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything from the state then before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
from Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess then until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.